I would request the host to start as we are live now.
Madam, we are waiting for our chief guest to arrive, and we should be able to begin once he arrives.
I am pleased to thank CAPSI Chairman Mr. Kuwar Vikram Singh and Core Committee for playing a vital role in leading the private security industry at national level. And I would also further take this as an opportunity to thank CAPSI for their immense efforts taken during lockdown period. The situation for security guard and staff indeed was tough with respect to their travel to reach to their workplace. CAPSI came as a ray of hope and being the voice of private security industry, they really raised all our concern and hardship before the state and central government. CAPSI has also transformed the face of private security agency by bringing this business in essential category. BIS has also been presented by Badge of Honor by CAPSI for their wonderful efforts during COVID. Our association with CAPSI has been of great experience and beneficial. On behalf of Bombay Intelligence Security and in capacity co-chairman Welfare Committee and a team member for National Strategic Corporate Group, I really wish CAPSI all the success for their noble affairs. Thank you.
I'm B.R. Kumar, Chapter President Maharashtra. Wish to congratulate CAPSI on the 15th Leadership Summit to be held at Delhi. I'm part of the CAPSI journey during the last 15 years, and it has gained international recognition which speak itself about the progress made by the CAPSI. No doubt, everybody contribution is there, every state and central leadership, but the person who is behind all this success is our national chairman, Kumar Saab. He is the person who always 24/7 think about the development of the private security industries as well as guards also. And there are times there were many problems faced by the industry which were taken up with the CAPSI to the different ministries, and ministries concerned have amended the laws on the recommendation of CAPSIs. It was a big achievement for the industry itself, and it gives a lot of relief to the industry at large. On behalf of my company, Safeguard Security Services, Happy New Year and bright future.
Central Association of Private Security Industry, that is CAPSI, was raised in 2005. In the last 15 years, under the dynamic, devoted and devotional leadership of the chairman, Kumar Vikram Singh, and by the assistance of national boards, we have made a lot of strides in getting the industry professionalized and trained. We started SSD, that is Sector Skill Development Council, under the umbrella of CAPSI, which with the help of SSDC, which raised large number of training institutions all over the country, where the security providers trained their guards. The most important scheme was the RPL, recognition of prior learning, where condensed training was imported to the old guards, and this brought about a sea change as far as the security guards were concerned. They were labeled as training. They were training and skilled worker with the pay of a skilled worker and the status of a skilled worker. We then launched star rating scheme with the Quality Control of India and have been able to launch this scheme by rating the security provider under 5 stars, 4 stars, 3, 2, and 1 according to their compliance, operational, and other requirement laid down and parameters laid down by us. After this, we earnestly hope that government will give its concurrence for collection of GST and depositing GST as per proposal submitted by us. The most important point is that during the recent corona war, our security providers have been categorized as essential services. In the essential services, our security guards have laid down their lives at the altar of duty as corona warriors, and their services have been duly appreciated and recognized not only by the government of India, but by the industry and the society at large. We hope to get approval of the government also to help them, join them in the Swachh Bharat scheme as well as in the women's safety scheme. We also hope that enforcement agencies, due to paucity of strength with the enforcement strategy, will be soon require our armed and trained guard to supplement this strength. This approval will come from the government in due course of time. We are pursuing this matter also with them. Thank you very much.
I represent Security Assume Gujarat, CAPSI Gujarat chapter, and also holding the portfolio of CAPSI National Vice President. COVID-19 has witnessed a loss of lives, stress, and fear, and also brought down the economy across country. Timely action by Security Assume Gujarat, CAPSI Gujarat chapter, under the able leadership and guideline of CAPSI, has disseminated the informations among all the ranks across security fraternity, which has resulted reducing the casualties due to COVID-19 pandemic. Action by the state government and central government of India, wherein lockdown 1, 2, 3, and 4, and time to time preventive measures also have played big role to reduce the impact of the pandemic. CAPSI activated on campaign on 22nd March 2020 itself, that is on the day of lockdown declared, and written a letter to Prime Minister intervening over expected job loss by the security personnel, disseminating awareness about COVID-19 precautions, regular dialogue with stakeholders for preventing. On 26th March, letter written to Prime Minister to bring security fraternity under COVID insurance and essential services. There have been many virtual meetings with controlling authorities, that is with the state of Madhya Pradesh, state of Gujarat, state of Tamil Nadu, UP, etc. and so on. Virtual meeting was held with Union Labour Minister Sri Santosh Gangwar for ease of doing business, wherein labour, GST and wage issues were addressed. Virtual meeting was held with Additional Chief Secretary Sri Vivek Bhardwaj, who appreciated the role played by the security industry during the lockdown period. Another meeting was held with Minister of State Home Sri Kishan Reddy, who extended his warm greetings to security fraternity for working entirely during the lockdown without any fear and assured to extend all support. In nutshell, CAPSI has been doing fantastic job by unifying the security industries and taking up the issues to appropriate authorities. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I am Pavanji Taluwalia, and I'm going to talk to you about CAPSI today. About 15, 16 years ago, I'm proud to say that I was one of the proposers to form CAPSI, and I proposed the name of Kunwar Vikram Singh to be the first chairman and president of the organization for his ability to being a selfless person, a person with great attitude, a person with leadership qualities which are unparalleled, and a team builder. Since then, CAPSI has grown from strength to strength, and today it can boast of membership in a couple of thousands. While the membership has grown, the concerns of running the industry have also increased, of which today GST, goods and service tax, is one of the biggest concerns. The present law says that the service provider must pay GST to the government of India even before the service provider has been paid for a service by the consumer of the service. This is a crippling impact on the industry, and I am hopeful that CAPSI, which is championing the cause and propagating the change, will succeed eventually. There are several other licensing issues which are there, and it needs to move online so that it becomes easy for the industry to function without any bureaucratic hurdles. The police clearance of directors and various employees of the company still continues to be a concern, which I hope only time will be able to solve. In this time that CAPSI has been existing, it has earned a position of pride in the industry. Today, people vie to be members of CAPSI, and I'm proud to say that I am very happy to be a member of CAPSI. CAPSI has a great future, and I feel that Kaur Vikram Singh has led the organization very, very well. Thank you.
I have been associated with CAPSI as a founder member in the governing council. Private security agencies with 9 million employees faced its worst ever crisis in the form of COVID-19. CAPSI national and state level teams rose to the occasion, getting the private security services included as essential service was a significant role played by CAPSI. Security agencies were not only able to protect the client premises, but they were preserved the millions of jobs. CAPSI has played the role of disseminating the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare advisory as well as various government directions in handling the COVID crisis. CAPSI has rendered the human service to the private security industries pre and post COVID-19. I wish CAPSI all the very best for the smooth conduct of Security Leadership Summit 2020. Jai Hind.
Hello friends, my name is Raghuvinder Kero and I hail from Punjab. I want to leave a message for CAPSI and our chairman Kuwar Vikram Singh ji. Sir, your organization has done a wonderful job in the time of pandemic. You stood by this sector, the PSA sector, when nobody, no organization could do what your organization has done. You know, fighting for our rights, be it GST, be it the wages bill, be it any other, reform which the governments have made, and they've gone against our sector. You have stood by us thick and thin. I want to thank you for honoring each one of us with a badge of honor, and especially during these times you have helped us. You have honored the COVID warriors, the frontline warriors, the security guards, the doctors, and others who have been, who have fought during this pandemic, and they are still doing that. So we want to thank you and we want you to keep going. We are with you, and I'm sure many like
the efforts of CAPSI to bring to the notice of the government of India the capability and the vast reach of the private security industry of 90 lakh trained personnel to be able to provide an additional layer or level of security This action resulted in the government of India terming the PSI as an essential service in its efforts to provide a safe and secure
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we had been waiting for is right here, announcing the arrival of our chief guest, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Home Affairs. बहुत बहुत स्वागत sir. बस जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. Please put your hands together. This is a wonderful moment, a very auspicious day that brings together so many people right here. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to everyone. कहते हैं कि डर मुझे भी लगा फासला देखकर, डर मुझे भी लगा फासला देखकर, लेकिन मैं बढ़ता गया रास्ता देखकर, खुद ब खुद करीब आती गई मेरी मंजिल मेरा हौसला देखकर. आदर, अभिनंदन, आभार. Namaskar, Adab, Sat Sri Akal, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to the Security Leadership Summit 2020, the 15th annual conference of CAPSI and APDI. Dear friends, looking at the ongoing conditions of this global pandemic, this is perhaps the first time a virtual conference is happening, and we are glad that despite so many problems, we are still able to do this and still able to take it forward. इतनी मुश्किल हालात में भी हम इस मीटिंग को कर पा रहे हैं, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है. For this strength, let us put our hands together and give a big round of applause for this wonderful effort that despite so many problems, still we are together. We would first and foremost thank our chairman for his able guidance and taking the leadership even in such difficult times. Thank you, Kaur Vikram Singh ji, and thank you all, the entire management team, for their hard work and putting their best foot forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to once again welcome our chief guest, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Home Affairs, and the other dignitaries seated on the dais. We also welcome Shri Anurag Batra, Chief Editor, BW Business World. A very warm welcome to you, sir. और जैसे कि हमारी परंपरा है, हमारी संस्कृति है, हमारा कल्चर है, किसी भी कार्य की शुभ शुरुआत हमेशा लैंप लाइटिंग के साथ हम करते हैं. So may I take the opportunity of requesting our chief guest and the other dignitaries seated on the dais to kindly light the auspicious lamp and begin the proceedings of this day. Ladies and gentlemen, let us also, अपनी जगह पर बैठे हुए अपना योगदान दें और इस लैंप लाइटिंग से जो पॉजिटिव एनर्जी आती है उसका एहसास लें और परमपिता परमेश्वर से कामना करें कि ये जो ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक की मुश्किल हालात बनी है वो जल्दी ही दूर हो जाए. जोरदार तालियां, please, everybody, let's cheer up for the lamp lighting, the very first ceremony, which is marking the beginning of this meeting. So we have our National President, CAPSI, Mr. V.B. Katti, Mr. Mahesh Sharma, the Secretary General, CAPSI and APDI. बहुत ही खूबसूरत. और अब बारी आती है एक और परंपरा को निभाने की, जहां पर अपने अतिथियों का अब हम स्वागत करेंगे. सर्वप्रथम अपने चेयरमैन सर से, कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी से हम निवेदन करते हैं कि हमारे चीफ गेस्ट का एक फूलों के गुलदस्ते के साथ एक बहुत ही मधुर मीठा सा अभिनंदन करें. May we request our chairman to kindly welcome our chief guest, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, by presenting him with this beautiful bouquet of flowers. May we also request Kumbh Vikram Singh ji to welcome Shri Anurag Batra, Chief Editor, BW Business World. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you very much. Requesting our dignitaries to kindly take their seats. And now, I would take the opportunity of inviting the chairman, Kumbh Vikram Singh ji, to kindly come forward and present the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, हमारे chairman sir का हम फिर से welcome करते हैं as he will be presenting his welcome address. Once again, please put your hands together for Kumbh Vikram Singh ji.
परमादरणीय श्री जी कृष्ण रेड्डी जी, भारत सरकार के गृह मंत्रालय के मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, श्री अनुराग बत्रा जी, बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के पूरे समूह के जितनी मैगजीन्स हैं उनके चीफ एडिटर साहब, कैप्सी के अध्यक्ष श्री कट्टी जी, कैप्सी के महामंत्री श्री महेश शर्मा जी, और सारे जितने लोग यहाँ कैप्सी की गवर्निंग काउंसिल के मेंबर आए हुए हैं, नेशनल ऑफिस बेरर हैं, स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट्स हैं, खास हमारे अतिथि आए हुए हैं, उनका मैं स्वागत करता हूं कि आप यहाँ इस कठिन समय में भी पधारे। ये जो मंत्री जी, ये हमारा एनुअल जो कॉन्फ्रेंस होता है, आप वहां पधारते रहे हैं, आपने देखा हुआ है, पूरी देश से 700-800 लोग उसमें हमेशा पिछले 14 साल से आ रहे हैं, और वो अपना कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं भेजते, कंपनियों के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, चेयरमैन खुद आते हैं। इसमें एक अद्भुत संगठन है जहां उनके मालिक लोग ही आते, क्योंकि जो निर्णय होते हैं, जो सब कुछ होता है, सबके बिजनेस के साथ कनेक्टेड होता है, तो उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए सब पहुंचते हैं, सरकार की नीतियों के बारे में, पॉलिसीज के बारे में, अपना दुख बताने के लिए, अपनी मुश्किल बताने के लिए। ये बड़ा अच्छा मंच रहा है, और ये जो समय निकला है इसमें तो एक अद्भुत बदलाव आया है सारे देश में। और एकदम जिस ढंग से ये कोविड का प्रकोप शुरू हुआ देश में, और जिस ढंग से आपके मंत्रालय ने इस चीज को समझा कि इसको जो महामारी है, जिस ढंग से देश में भगदड़ मच गई थी, जिस ढंग से पैनिक हो गया था, जिस ढंग से लॉकडाउन हो गया था, किसी ने जिंदगी में सोचा न था भी ये लॉकडाउन क्या होता है। वो जो समस्या, विकट समस्या आई थी, और उसमें जो आपका निर्णय था कि प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री को एक एसेंशियल सर्विसेज बना दो, मंत्री जी, आपके एक निर्णय ने जितने लोग जहां बैठे हैं और जितने कोई 23,000 एजेंसी जो इसको पालन करती है, सुन रहे हैं वो सब जगह लोग, आपने सब लोगों की एक तो तकदीर बदल दी। जरा सोचिए, अगर 23,000 एजेंसियां बंद हो जाती, उनके 9 मिलियन सिक्योरिटी गार्ड बेरोजगार हो जाते, तो क्या होता। तो उस चीज को आपने समझ के, ये नहीं कि आपने सिर्फ इतना ही किया, उसके बाद जिस ढंग से लोग अपनी अपनी फैक्ट्रियां छोड़ के चले गए थे, उनके कार्यकर्ता, उनके ऑफिसर्स, देयर एग्जीक्यूटिव्स, देयर मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर्स, दे ऑल लेफ्ट, abandoned their factories, and that is the time then these security guard, under the most adverse condition of pandemic, they stayed on. And credit goes to all these leadership sitting here and wherever they are. They motivated their security guards, supervisors who stay on to protect. उस वक्त मंत्री जी, हमें लगता था कि देश में जो भगदड़ मची है, जो विरोधी पार्टियां उसको हवा दे रही हैं, जिस ढंग से, तो लगता था कि एक सोशल अनरेस्ट हो जाएगा। और उस अनरेस्ट को समझने के लिए एकदम कैप्सी ने एक सम्मेलन किया और उसके लोगों को बताया भी क्या हो सकता है, उसके क्या प्रबंधन करने चाहिए। और उसका असर हुआ कि जितनी भी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां जहां भी काम करती थी, उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी व्यवस्था को समझा, and they recalled their chief security officers to discuss the plan how to deal with social unrest. और वो जो एक समय हुआ निकला, उससे जो एक सिक्योरिटी का जो प्रोफेशन था, उसकी, उनकी कंपनियों की मैनेजमेंट को भी इनकी इंपॉर्टेंस पता लगी भी ये क्या है, अभी सबको बचाने वाले यही हैं। सर, उस जगह के ऊपर अगर किस फैक्ट्री में 20 गार्ड थे तो 20 गार्ड वहीं रहे, जहां 5 गार्ड थे वो 5 गार्ड वहीं रहे, वहीं नहाया, वहीं धोया, वहीं कपड़े बेचे। और ये लोग बैठे हैं, ये कंपनी के जो मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, इन्होंने वहां रोटी पचा, कपड़ा पचा, उनकी व्यवस्था कर, ये बहुत बड़ा काम था। मुझे विवेक भारद्वाज की बात याद आती है, उन्होंने कहा कि जब वो निकलते थे इंस्पेक्शन के लिए, तो वहां सिर्फ सिक्योरिटी गार्ड दिखाई देते थे, हर कॉलोनी के बाद, सब जगह। तो एक बड़ी मुस्तैदी के साथ ये आपका निर्णय है जिसने हमारा पूरा भविष्य बदला और सारा हमारी एक जो नई एक हमारे में एनर्जी जो आप लेके आए थे, और उसका असर ये था कि जब सबसे ज्यादा पैनिक में थे तो आप यू काइंडली कंसेंटेड टू एड्रेस अवर एंटायर ऑफिस बेयरर्स एंड ऑल अवर मैनी डायरेक्टर्स। उस वक्त आप इस देश के सबसे पहले मंत्री थे जिन्होंने सीधा वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस करके सब लोगों को बताया कि आपके साथ सही होगा, आपकी रक्षा हम करेंगे, आपको चिंता नहीं है। और जो बात आपने उस वक्त कही वो लोगों में एक उनका मनोबल बढ़ा है। ये बिल्कुल उसी ढंग होता जैसे युद्ध के समय अगर उनका सेनापति पूरी सेना को बता दे कि मैं आपके साथ हूं, चिंता मत करो, आगे बढ़ो, देश की रक्षा करो। ये मंत्री जी आपने वो काम किया था, लोगों को इसका ज्ञान नहीं था सारा। आपने पूरे सेक्टर का माहौल बदला क्योंकि यहां पैनिक फैल गया था। पैनिक ये फैल गया था कि फैक्ट्रियां बंद होगी तो हमें पैसे कौन देगा। वो उसका इतनी चर्चा होती थी, हमारी आपस में लड़ाई होती थी भी कोई पैसे नहीं देगा। मैं इनको तसल्ली देता था, नहीं भाई पैसे मिलेंगे, आप चिंता मत करो, हिम्मत मत हारो। जब मंत्री जी बीच में आ गए हैं तो आपको पैसे भी मिलेंगे, सब कुछ होगा। तो फिर आपके जो जिस ढंग से आपने जो आपका श्रम मंत्रालय उनसे बात करके सबको नोटिफिकेशन जारी करवाया कि सबको पैसे मिलेंगे, एक बहुत बड़ा टाइमली डिसीजन था जो गृह मंत्रालय ने एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लेबर ने दोनों ने मिलकर किया कि लोगों को कहा कि जिसकी सैलरी नहीं उसको सैलरी भी मिलेगी, जिनके बिल हो गए बिल भी दिए जाएंगे। वो जो नया एक माहौल पैदा हुआ उससे कॉन्फिडेंस आता है। सरकार की बात होती है, लोग उसको कई बार मानते हैं, कई बार नहीं मानते। को माहौल ऐसा बन गया था, पैनिक पड़ा हुआ था, मनोबल नीचे हो जाता है ऐसे हालात में। लेकिन हमारा आपका जो सेक्टर है, जो प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर है, ये बिल्कुल उस ढंग से ये खड़ा रहा। और आपने तो जिस मदद की है, लेकिन बाकी मंत्रालयों ने भी उसी ढंग से इस चीज को आगे बढ़ाया है। हम आपके बड़े शुक्रगुजार हैं। और आपके जितने भी जो हमारे जो कंसर्न एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी मिस्टर विवेक भारद्वाज थे, उन्होंने भी सबको आके अपना किया। हमने जो लीगल के लोग थे उनको बताया, हर चीज वो समय ऐसे था कि सब लोगों का मनोबल ठीक रहे और उनको अपने हक जो मिलने चाहिए वो भी मिले, ताकि आपके सिक्योरिटी गार्ड सारे रक्षा प्रबंधन में जो लोग लगे हुए हैं वो उसी एनर्जी, उसी कटिबद्धता के साथ, उसी प्रण के साथ देश की रक्षा करें जो किया है। आपको याद होगा कि पिछली कॉन्फ्रेंस में हमने एक नारा दिया था, सिक्योरिंग माई स्क्वायर इंच ऑफ मदरलैंड, कि मैं अपना स्क्वायर इंच मदरलैंड का उसकी रक्षा मैं करूंगा। एक यूनिक हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट किया था, पिछले साल की बात है। तो वही हमने कहा था कि जहां जहां हम खड़े, तब पेंडेमिक नहीं था, कोरोना नहीं था, तब हमने प्रण किया था कि हम जहां भी हैं अपनी मातृभूमि की उस स्क्वायर इंच की रक्षा हम करेंगे। तो वो हमें नहीं पता था कि ये हमने नारा तो लगा दिया है, लेकिन ये एकदम हमारे ऊपर लागू भी हो जाएगा। तो वो लागू हो गया, पेंडेमिक पड़ गई, तो हमें अपने देश की एक एक जो स्क्वायर इंच जमीन थी उसको रक्षा करने की परमात्मा ने शक्ति प्रदान कर दी, आपकी गाइडेंस होगी। तो हमारा जो प्रण था जो अपनी मदरलैंड को प्रोटेक्ट करने का, ये आपके जो 9 मिलियन लोग हैं और ये सारे जो लीडर हैं, इन्होंने बड़ी खूबी से इसको निभाया। इसके लिए सबके लिए ताली मारो। सब बहुत बड़ी बात होती है अपने प्रण को निभा देना, प्राण जाए पर बचन ना जाए। ये बात आप सब लोगों ने की है। अब सब लोग बधाई के पात्र हैं कि जिस ढंग ने आप इस मुश्किल स्थिति में भी काम किया, किस ढंग से आपने उनका बंदोबस्त भी किया है, आप सारे प्रभारी के मंत्री जी। और 2-3 चीजें आपने जो खास कर दी है, आज जब आप आए तो हम निर्णय नहीं ले पा रहे थे कि आपके जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाएं या क्या करें। ये यूनिक बात होती कि आप मंत्री जी अंदर आते तो हम यहाँ पे जी किशन रेड्डी जिंदाबाद, जी किशन रेड्डी जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाते। जो काम आपने हमारे सेक्टर के लिए कल किया है, ये किस मौके के साथ कैसे ये सारा इसका सिंक्रोनाइज हुआ है, हम सब बड़े हैरान हैं। आपके मंत्रालय ने वो काम करके दिखा दिया जिसका हम 15 साल से लगातार हम सब उठ के खड़े होके मंत्री जी का थैंक यू वेरी मच रेड्डी साहब। जे मैं बता नहीं सकता जो खुशी की लहर कल फैली है। कल शाम को आपके मंत्रालय का नोटिफिकेशन हमें मिला और रात भर मैं सब लोगों को मैसेज करता रहा। सब लोग हैरान थे, किसी को पता नहीं था कि नोटिफिकेशन ऐसे आएगा। जिन मुद्दों को लेके हम पिछले 14 साल से संघर्ष करते रहे थे, हमारा बिजनेस खराब हो रहा था, हमें दुख तकलीफ थी और इतनी बड़ी हरासमेंट थी, इतनी बड़ी हरासमेंट थी, वो आपने किस ढंग से उसको समझ के इस बार जो प्रधानमंत्री का, आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस था, मेरा ख्याल ये पहला सेक्टर होगा देश में जो आज के दिन में आपके निर्णय के द्वारा दे आर फीलिंग सो हैप्पी कि इस सरकार ने कम से कम इस प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी सेक्टर के लिए जो ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस है, वो सबसे पहला एग्जाम्पल पूरे सेक्टर के लिए कल आपने दिखाया है। आप बधाई के पात्र हैं। और ये चीज जो आपने की है, ये बीच में बार बार बातें होती रहेंगी इसके बारे में, लेकिन जो हमारी मुश्किल थी, आज तो सिर्फ ये जो सम्मेलन है, ये हो सकता कि हम छाती पीटते आप हमारा मदद नहीं कर रहे हो, वो हो रहा, ये तो आपका कहते हैं ना थैंक्स गिविंग वाला हो गया। ये आपका, हम कोई डिमांड ही नहीं रही हमारी, एक दो छोड़ के जो जीएसटी वाला, वो आपसे निवेदन कर चुके हैं, उसके बारे तो आपने भी एकदम अनुराग जी को फोन किया था, मैंने बात की थी, वो भी हो जाएगा, वो सब लोगों को पता लगेगा। लेकिन जो आपके मंत्रालय की चीजें थी, आपने एक एक चीज जो है उसको हल कर दिया। पूरे सेक्टर में खुशी की लहर है, सारी हरासमेंट बंद हो गई है, जिस ढंग से हम परेशान हो रहे थे वो हो गया। अब ये सेक्टर आगे बढ़ेगा आपका, इसी ढंग से जो प्रोत्साहन मिलता रहे। इसके अलावा मंत्री जी, आपकी सूचना के लिए मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि जो चीज हमारे सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज ने और सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने इस कोविड पीरियड में की है, वो हम ही नहीं देखी, ये दुनिया भर ने देखी है। जितनी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी जहां काम कर रही थी, जो कि हजारों की संख्या में है, उन्होंने अपने हेडक्वार्टर्स में, जिसका अमेरिका में है, फ्रांस में है, जर्मनी में है, इंग्लैंड में है, कहीं भी है, उन्होंने उसका फीडबैक दिया कि ये इन दिनों में, क्योंकि वो विदेशों में लोग बैठे बड़े चिंतित थे कि क्या होगा, हमारी फैक्ट्री लूट ना जाए, क्या हो जाए, क्या उनके पास पंगे पड़ेंगे। लेकिन उन्होंने जो फीडबैक दिया, उसका रिजल्ट ये निकला है कि इस वक्त पिछले 2 महीने में, मंत्री महोदय, 2 महीने में दुनिया की जो सबसे 3 बड़े संगठन हैं सिक्योरिटी के, दुनिया के सबसे 3 संगठन वो सामने आए। उन्होंने कहा कि हम कैप्सी से अपना एमओयू करना चाहते हैं, हम आपसे मिलकर दुनिया भर में एक एग्जाम्पल पैदा करना चाहते हैं कि किस ढंग से इंडिया के सिक्योरिटी गार्ड एंड ऑफिसर्स एंड मैनेजर, दे कैन मैनेज सो वेल ड्यूरिंग द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट डेज एंड डिफिकल्ट प्रॉब्लम्स। तो ये जो सारा चीज आपके यहाँ पे हुआ है, उससे एक तो जो अद्भुत घटना हुई है, वो अद्भुत घटना ये थी कि एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, इंटरनेशनल एसोसिएशन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन रेगुलेटर्स, ये वो रेगुलेटर है जैसे आपकी मंत्रालय हमारे रेगुलेटर हैं एमएचए, इसी ढंग से उन कंट्रियों के जो मंत्रालय हैं, उनके जो सरकारी अफसरों का संगठन दुनिया में बन गया है, ताकि हम एक अच्छी व्यवस्था कर पाए, एक अच्छी ट्रेनिंग कर पाए। वो सब सरकारी लोग हैं और उन सरकारी लोगों के जो संगठन हैं, उन्होंने कैप्सी को अप्रोच किया कि अब हम आपस में बैठ के बात करते हैं, अब आपके साथ मिलके हम करेंगे, हमारा जहां जहां फैक्ट्री है, जहां जहां लोग हैं, वहां जो हमारी दोनों की आपस में साइन होगी, उसी ढंग की ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी, ताकि हमारे जितनी इन्वेस्टमेंट बाहर में वो हो, प्लस क्योंकि विदेशों में अच्छे सिक्योरिटी गार्ड की कमी है और वहां सिक्योरिटी गार्ड मिल नहीं रहे हैं, तो ये जो हमने आपस में एग्रीमेंट कर लिया, उससे क्या होगा कि आपके इंडिया के जितने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड हैं, वो एक 40 घंटे की ट्रेनिंग, सिर्फ 40 आवर्स की ट्रेनिंग होगी। उस ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद वो किसी भी विदेश कंट्री में जाके नौकरी कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उनको उनके रेगुलेटर ने सर्टिफाइड किया हुआ। ये कोई प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, सरकारी संगठन है जिन्होंने सर्टिफाइड करेंगे कि ये लोग आके हमारे देश में जहां जहां जरूरत होगी, तो एक नया दरवाजे खुले हैं आपके सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स के और कंपनी के और ऑफिसर्स के। ये लोग भी जाके विदेशों में अपनी कंपनियां आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, आगे काम कर सकते हैं। क्योंकि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मामला बन गया है और भारत सरकार का एक निर्णय है कि मैक्सिमम लोगों को नौकरी बाहर मिले, तो मंत्री जी इससे लाखों लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी, लाखों लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी विदेश में जाने की। और ये चीज एक नई हो गई है। कल से 2 और बड़ी संगठन है दुनिया के, एक तो सिक्योरिटी इंस्टीट्यूट है, यूके का है, बहुत बड़ी संगठन, उसके अंदर तो मेंबरशिप लेना मुश्किल है। उन्होंने के प्रेसिडेंट ने कहा कि हम आपकी कैप्सी के साथ हम इसमें संगठन में आपका हिस्सा लेना चाहते हैं। फिर एक और इंटरनेशनल फेडरेशन ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन ऑफिसर, IFPO, आप सब जानते हैं कितना बड़ा संगठन है जे, उस संगठन का हमारे साथ है मौजूद हो गया, उनके लोग आज बोलेंगे इसके ऊपर। तो ये जो माहौल इस इंडस्ट्री ने आपके पैट्रोनेज में आपकी मदद से जो बना है, इसको हम आगे अच्छे ढंग से बढ़ाएं। और वो जो उनके तरीके हैं किस ढंग से करेंगे, उसमें आपका पैट्रनेज हो जाए, आपकी मान्यता हो जाए कि ये चीज करने से देश में एक तो बेरोजगारी बढ़ेगी, कम होगी, लोगों को रोजगार मिलेगा। और आपका मंत्रालय तो सर, हम हर साल हमारा जो ग्रोथ रेट है वो 20% है। 9 मिलियन का 20% ग्रोथ बहुत बड़ा होता है। हर साल हम कितने लाखों को नौकरी देते हैं। लेकिन अफसोस की बात है कि जो आपका मंत्रालय है, इसका कभी श्रेय लेता नहीं है कि हमारी वजह से लोगों को नौकरी मिलती है। पता नहीं क्या बात है, वहां कोई पुलिस माइंड सेट है, वो सिर्फ रेगुलेटर करने की सोचते रहते हैं। लेकिन श्रेय बाकी मंत्रालय कहते हैं हमारे मंत्री में जी, एग्रीकल्चर में इतने लोगों को नौकरी मिल गई, इंडस्ट्री में इतनी मिल गई, फॉरेन में इतनी मिल रही है। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा नौकरी तो आपका मंत्रालय दे रहा है, इसकी आप श्रेय लीजिए। इसका प्रधानमंत्री को उसकी सूचना हो, इसका एक स्पेशल सम्मेलन हो जहां प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी आप बुलाइए कि आपके सेक्टर ने ये क्या कुछ कर रखा, तो उनके भी आए ना। वो तो बिल्कुल हमारे इस प्रोफेशन को जिस ढंग से जानते हैं, उनसे ज्यादा कोई प्रधानमंत्री मैंने देखा नहीं है। जब वो चीफ मिनिस्टर से, तो सबसे पहले रक्षा शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी का शुरुआत उन्होंने वहां पे गुजरात में किया। मेरे साथ कम से कम 2-2.5 घंटे की फ्लाइट में बैठ के गए थे उन दोनों चीफ मिनिस्टर से, मुझे पुराने जानते हैं, बीजेपी के इकट्ठे रहे आपस में। तो वो जो मेरा वार्तालाप था, मंत्री जी आपको बताऊं, 2.5 घंटे की 2 घंटे की फ्लाइट थी। तो मैंने कहा कि आप अगर ये कर दोगे हो जाएगा। बात खत्म हो गई, वो अपने पास घर चले गए, मैं किसी और काम पे चले गया अहमदाबाद में। और 8 महीने के बाद, 8-9 महीने के बाद उनका एक IG अफसर आया मुझे मिलने के लिए दिल्ली में, कहता है मैं निमंत्रण लेके आऊं आपके लिए। मैं कहा का निमंत्रण? मोदी जी का। मैंने कहा ये कौन सा निमंत्रण आ गया? तो पता लगा कि उन्होंने रक्षा शक्ति यूनिवर्सिटी की स्थापना कर दी है और उसके इनॉग्रेशन फंक्शन में उन्होंने मुझे भाषण देने के लिए बुलाया। तो मैं वहां पे गया, ये महेश जी मेरे साथ थे, कुछ और लोग थे, और किस ढंग से वो खुशी से मिले। और वहां पे उन्होंने सबको कहा कि ये जो बना है इसमें कैप्टन साहब का बड़ा योगदान रहा, ये मेरे साथी हैं। तो अब तो आप लोगों ने वहां की जो राष्ट्रीय रक्षा यूनिवर्सिटी बना दिया उसको। ये भी आपका एक उद्यम रहा है मंत्री जी कि आपके समय में एक नेशनल सिक्योरिटी यूनिवर्सिटी बन जाए, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और उनसे जो वाइस चांसलर से मेरा बातचीत विमल जी से, पटेल जी से लगातार है, तो इसको नया जाम देने के लिए हम आगे करेंगे। और कुछ मेरी हमारी जो मुश्किलें, तो आपको कहा कि आपने आज सारी कर दी, मुझे बुरा लगेगा कि मैं आपको कोई और कंप्लेंट भी करूं। ऐसी हमारी कोई नहीं, कोई जश्न का माहौल है पूरे देश में। GST की बात है, आपने पहले ही मुझे बोल दिया कि आप करवाएंगे। जिस दिन GST हमारा हो गया, सरकार का 1 पैसे का नुकसान नहीं है। पता नहीं ये फाइनेंस मंत्रालय क्यों अड़के बैठा हुआ वहां पे, क्यों हमारी बात नहीं मानता। उनकी कलेक्शन ज्यादा हो जाएगी, हम जो हमें फंसा देते हैं फजूल में, वो तो हमारा काम ही नहीं है। तो वो जो एक हम RCM मांग रहे हैं उनसे, तो वो सरकार के फायदे में होगा। इसलिए आपका थोड़ा सा और इसमें सहयोग मिल जाएगा, क्योंकि मैंने आज तक किसी मंत्री को ऐसे नहीं देखा कि उसको प्रॉब्लम दी। मंत्री रेड्डी जी ने उसी वक्त फोन मेरे सामने अनुराग ठाकुर जी को कर दिया, कहा जी अभी जाके मिल लीजिए। तो उसी वक्त जाके मिला, तो अनुराग जी ने वहां पे एक हमने कहा उन्होंने कि मैं इसको जल्दी ही देखूंगा। तो मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लेता हुआ, क्योंकि आपने जल्दी जाना भी है, कई कार्यक्रम हमारे और भी हैं। तो मैं आपका धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आप यहाँ पधारे हैं, और आपने जो कुछ भी किया उसके लिए एक बार फिर हम सब आपके बहुत ही गहरे दिल से धन्यवाद दिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Thank you so much. I would like to thank our chairman, sir, for expressing his valuable comments and sharing his ideas with all of us today. Thank you once again for sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. जैसे कि अभी चेयरमैन सर ने बताया कि कल एक बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक फैसला आया है कि हर चेहरे पर नूर चढ़ा. वैसे तो हर चेहरे पे आज मास्क चढ़ा है. हर चेहरे पर नूर चढ़ा, हर दिल में खुशी समाई है. पूरी सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री को इस खास दिन की बहुत बहुत बधाई है. Once again, let's put our hands together and celebrate this amazing day. Thank you. May we request our chief guest and the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly consent to presenting some awards which we will now have. कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जिनका काम बहुत अच्छा रहा है और उनके काम की एक्सीलेंस ने उनको आज कुछ अवार्ड्स का हकदार बनाया है. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now be presenting some national awards and badge of honor awards and our sponsor awards and requesting our dignitaries on the dais and especially our chief guest today, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Ji, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Home Affairs, Shri Anurag Batra Ji, Chief Editor, BW Business World, and the other members, to kindly please present these awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning with the Lifetime Achievement Awards, which are the very, very important awards. और ये बहुत ही special awards होते हैं, कुछ ऐसे special काम के लिए जो उम्र भर लोगों ने किए हैं. सबसे पहला नाम उनका आता है. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. B.R. Kumar founded Safeguard Security Services in 1978, and ever since the organization has grown so as to acquire its present reputation of shopper stop for providing total security and investigation services to its clients. May we request Mr. B.R. Kumar to please come forward. And his son, Mr. Vikas Agarwal, will be receiving this award. CAPSI's Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to you in appreciation of your visionary guidance, outstanding leadership, and as a symbol of our grateful recognition of your enduring commitment to private security fraternity. एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to request Mr. P. Ravindranath, Director, Private Eye Private Limited, Bangalore, to please receive this award. Mr. P. Ravindranath, a graduate in science course from Bangalore University, joined the Central Industrial Security Force in 1974 as a sub-inspector. Sir, CAPSI's Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to you in appreciation of your visionary guidance, outstanding leadership, and as a symbol of a grateful recognition of your enduring commitment to private security fraternity. A very, very warm welcome and congratulations. We would now be presenting Lifetime Achievement Award in Investigation. And this goes to Shri N.C. Padhi, former Secretary Security, Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. And this award will be received by Mr. Shivendra Pratap Singh because of the ill health of Mr. N.C. Padhi, who is not able to join us today for this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Shri N.C. Padhi, and this award is being received by Shivendra Pratap Singh. CAPSI's Lifetime Achievement Award in Investigation, presented to N.C. Padhi. And we just want to check, Mr. Santosh Singh, are you here? Okay, he's right here. Ladies and gentlemen, Lifetime Achievement Award also goes to Shri R.N. Singh, and on behalf of him, Mr. Santosh Singh is going to receive the award. Ek baar zordar taaliyan for Mr. R.N. Singh. Shri R.N. Singh's long and distinguished career has spanned more than 4 decades and has had a major impact on the private security industry. Many congratulations. There's this award. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on, the award, this is special award, Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award, and this goes to Shri Sukhdeep Singh Arora. Ek baar zordar taaliyan inke liye. Director, Checkmate Industrial Services Limited, Pune. Sukhdeep is postgraduate in finance, After a wealthy experience into the BFSI sector took reins of Checkmate. Today, he heads the business and is the driving force behind the organic growth of company. Many congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move further, Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award, and the Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award goes to Shri Angad Rajain, Global Chief Strategy Officer, Tenon Group of Companies. Many congratulations. Mr. Angad is currently serving as Global Chief Strategy Officer at Tenon, responsible for overall strategy planning and execution. He's CAPSI's Young Security Entrepreneur of the Year Award for his distinguished leadership. Zordar Thaliyan. Security Professional of the Year, ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Colonel J.S. Paul Award goes to Lieutenant Colonel Himani Thaplial. Zordar Thaliyan. Chief Security Officer and Head Plant Admin, Vedanta Limited. She has served Jammu and Kashmir, Northeast Region, Military Engineering Services, and was also posted as instructor in ONGC Department TA Unit. CAPSI's Security Professional of the Year Award is bestowed on her in recognition of her extraordinary achievement and performance in her career. Once again, please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this amazing Security Professional of the Year Award. Lieutenant Colonel Himani Thaplial is receiving this, who has served the Indian Army for 14 years and was the first lady officer in her unit. Many congratulations, Himani. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on and present mementos to our sponsors, who are very, very important people for any meeting. We would like to present awards to our diamond sponsors first. Shri Sukhdeep Singh from Checkmate Industrial Services Private Limited. May we request you to kindly join us back. Our diamond sponsors, Checkmate Industrial Services. Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank them by putting our hands together. Gold sponsors, Shri Anil Puri from AP Securitas Private Limited and Shri Abraham Kumar from Prota Tech. Gold sponsors, Shri Anil Puri, AP Securitas, Shri Abraham Kumar from Prota Tech. Many, many thanks to our gold sponsors as well. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और ये हमारे गोल्ड स्पॉन्सर्स हैं. मिस्टर इब्राहिम इज हियर फ्रॉम प्रोटा टेक एंड वी वुड लाइक टू थैंक यू. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और डायमंड स्पॉन्सर्स, गोल्ड स्पॉन्सर्स और इनके बाद सिल्वर स्पॉन्सर्स की बारी आएगी. Silver sponsor Shri Santosh Singh from Bombay Intelligence Security Services. Once again, please put your hands together. Silver sponsors Bombay Intelligence Security Services, Shri Santosh Singh. Just waiting for a little instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a special badge of honor which we would like to present to our chief guest and our guest of honor today. And this will be presented by our chairman, Sir Kunwar Vikram Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us as we present this badge of honor, first and foremost to our chief guest today, to Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister of State. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार अभिनंदन फिर से हम करेंगे और एक badge of honor as a token of respect, as a token of appreciation, as a token of great regard which we have in our hearts for our Honorable Minister, Shri G. Kishan Reddy. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And this is a moment of happiness, extreme happiness and elation for all of us as a group, as an industry. And we would like to thank you. And this is a little token of honor, a badge of honor from our industry, sir. Thank you so much. Also, this badge of honor for our guest of honor today, Shri Anurag Batra, Chief Editor, Business World. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another way of appreciating and respecting the company and support of our wonderful guests. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जुड़ने के लिए और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for joining us today and sparing time out of your valuable schedules, your busy schedules today. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, after these badge of honors to our chief guest and guest of honors, it's now time for us to present badge of honor to commanders of the frontline warriors. And this will be done by Honorable Minister and maybe also request the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join in. सबसे पहले हम नाम लेना चाहेंगे उस शख्सियत का जिनकी वजह से हम बहुत कुछ कर पाते हैं and this name of course everybody will agree is of our chairman Kunwar Vikram Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, जोरदार अभिनंदन हमारे चेयरमैन का जिनकी वजह से कितना कुछ ऐतिहासिक हो पाता है, एक संबल बनकर जो हमेशा इंडस्ट्री के साथ खड़े रहते हैं और अपना योगदान, अपना प्यार बरसाते हैं, अथक प्रयासों के माध्यम से इंडस्ट्री के लिए कितना कुछ करते हैं. थैंक यू. एंड नाउ मिस्टर महेश शर्मा, सेक्रेटरी जनरल, और इनका भी साथ हमेशा बना रहता है. ही इज ऑलवेज ऑन हिज टोज, helping everyone and supporting everyone and doing his best what he can. Shri V.V. Katti, National President, CAPSI. और तालियां रुकनी नहीं चाहिए, तालियों का साथ निरंतर बना रहना चाहिए. Shri Anil Puri, National Vice President. Many congratulations to each and everyone today. बहुत बहुत बधाई. Shri V.V. Katti, National President, and now Shri Anil Puri, National Vice President. Shri Sudhir Bhasin, National Vice President. Many congratulations, Mr. Sudhir Bhasin. Lieutenant Colonel Himani Thapliyal, Chief Security Officer and Head Plant Admin, Vedanta Limited. Many congratulations, Himani. बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको. This is another beautiful moment. Captain S.B. Tyagi, Counselor ICISS. Captain S.B. Tyagi. Many congratulations, sir. Shri Vikas Agarwal, CEO, Safeguard Security Services. और तालियों का साथ निरंतर as we were requesting everyone to keep congratulating our able group members, industry members. Shri Santosh Singh, Director, Bombay Intelligence Services. Shri Santosh Singh, Director, Bombay Intelligence Services. Shri P. Ravindranath, Director, Private Eye. Shri P. Ravindranath, Director, Private Eye. Shri Anil Dhawan, Managing Director, DB Secure Solution Private Limited. Shri Anil Dhawan. Shri Sukhdeep Singh Arora, Director, Checkmate Industrial Services Private Limited. Shri Sukhdeep Singh Arora. Shri Angad Rajain, Chief Global Strategic Officer at Tenon Group. So we are presenting these badge of honors to commanders of the frontline warriors. Requesting Shri Angad Rajain, Chief Global Strategic Officer at Tenon Group, to kindly receive this badge of honor now. Many congratulations, Angad. Shri Om Kumar, Working President, UP Chapter. Shri Om Kumar, Working President, and he's a BJP MLA from UP. बहुत बहुत बधाई, Shri Om Kumar. MLA from UP, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Shri NP Singh, President UP Chapter. Shri NP Singh, President UP Chapter. And after Shri NP Singh, we would request Shri DS Reddy, President Telangana Chapter. Many congratulations, जोरदार तालियों का साथ हो जाए. Dr. VRK Rao, Chairman, Agile Security Force Private Limited. Dr. VRK Rao, many congratulations, sir. Many congratulations to each of our frontline warriors who are receiving these badge of honors. After Dr. VRK Rao, requesting Shri CN Patil, President, Karnataka Chapter. Shri CN Patil, President, Karnataka Chapter. Shri Suresh Reddy, MD, Alpha Security. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं सबके लिए. एक बार जोरदार तालियां for everybody. Let us put our hands together. And many congratulations to you, sir, for receiving this badge of honor. जोरदार तालियों का साथ हो जाए. Shri Suresh Reddy, MD, Alpha Security, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Many congratulations. And thank you so much for presenting these badge of honors. Thank you so much. Once again, we would like to congratulate each and every one of our frontline warriors who have received these wonderful badges, and they are a token of respect. बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं पूरी इंडस्ट्री की ओर से. और आज एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है जहां पर एक अमेजिंग विक्ट्री भी सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं हम, और साथ साथ एक पहले तरीके का ये जो नायाब मीटिंग का अवसर मिला है इसे भी सेलिब्रेट करें. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on and request our guest of honor to present their thoughts, we have something very beautiful, something very important that is coming up. एक बहुत ही खास अभिनंदन है, इसे हम ग्रेट अभिनंदन कहना चाहेंगे for great work that has been done for our industry. ये स्पेशली एक खूबसूरत पल को जोड़ा गया है इस पूरे एजेंडा के अंदर, और ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पल है, हम ऐसा मानते हैं. और हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे हमारे चेयरमैन सर से और अन्य अतिथियों से जो मंचासीन हैं कि हमारे मंत्री महोदय के लिए उस खास अभिनंदन को प्लीज प्रेजेंट करें जो हमारी ओर से, इंडस्ट्री की ओर से स्पेशली हम एक आदर का भाव जो रखते हैं आपके लिए, और जो खूबसूरत हमेशा साथ आपका बना रहता है. तो आइए हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे अब हमारे चेयरमैन सर से, कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी से, कि ये जो खास अभिनंदन है हमारे आज चीफ गेस्ट सर का, मंत्री महोदय जी का ये खास अभिनंदन हम करेंगे. और जोरदार तालियां. Everybody, let us put our hands together for this very special respect that we have for our chief guest today, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, a very special chief, respect that we have for our guest. जोरदार तालियां दोस्तों, एक बार जोरदार तालियों का साथ हो जाए। खूबसूरत पल है, एक ऐतिहासिक पल है। ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं और हम बहुत बहुत बधाई देते हैं आज पूरी इंडस्ट्री को। थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर ऑल योर सपोर्ट एवरी टाइम। और इसी के साथ साथ अब वो पल है जिसका इंतजार हम सब कर रहे हैं। This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, I take the opportunity of inviting and requesting our chief guest now, Shri G. Kishan Reddy Ji, Honorable Union Minister of State Ministry of Home Affairs, to kindly address the August gathering today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our chief guest as he comes forward to address the August gathering today. Sir.
कैप्सी चेयरमैन कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी आदरणीय, कैप्सी सेक्रेटरी जनरल महेश शर्मा जी, कैप्सी प्रेसिडेंट श्री वी कट्टी जी, today's program guest of honor आदरणीय अनुराग बत्रा जी, चीफ एडिटर बिजनेस वर्ल्ड, और सभी delegates participating from different states and different organizations. It gives me immense pleasure to be with all of you. The Security Leadership Summit 2020. I am happy that the summit is being held at an opportune time and will provide a platform for discussing ideas and future strategies related to the private security setup in India. We have witnessed rapid socio-economical growth in last 3 decades. A robust private security infrastructure is a basic prerequisite to ensure safety and security of our economical assets and for the impediment-free economic development of the country. To cater to these demands of the growing urbanization and industrial development, a number of private security agencies came into existence during this period. But coming up of so many security agencies in a short span of time obviously lead to certain issues regarding standardization of operations, human resource management, security related aspects, appropriate levels of the training, etc. The Dean of felt to have one common platform where all these agencies can come together for the more organized growth of this sector, and which all be not only help the security agencies but also take care of interest of the security guards. It is here where the role of a body like Central Association Private Security Industry, CAPC, becomes very, very significant. And I must say that since its inception in 2005, CAPC has played a
very responsible and fruitful role in acting as a bridge between security personnels, security agencies, security industries, and the government. CAPSI has been closely working with the Ministry of Home Affairs and holding regular interactions to address the emerging issues and in framing necessary policies and strategies. These interactions proved to be extremely fruitful. I appreciate the fact that industry leaders brought all grievances, suggestions, and ideas to the Government of India. I am happy to state that MHA, under the able and dynamic leadership of Honorable Home Minister C. Amit Shah ji, duly acknowledged the points raised by them and immediate action upon them. The Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Home Minister personally monitored COVID pandemic situation, the daily basis, and several advisories were issued to the states. These timely interventions helped the industry to work more effectively and efficiency during the pandemic. And perhaps most significant of them was a declaring of the private security industry as a essential service. The entire nation recognized the important role of the security guard in maintenance of peace and ensuring hassle-free movement of the essential items during the pandemic situation. यहाँ मैं अपने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड परिवार से कहना चाहूंगा, कोविड-19 महामारी के कठिन समय में आप लोगों की भूमिका वास्तव में प्रशंसनीय है। अन्य सभी परिवार फ्रंटलाइन वॉरियर्स की तरह विभिन्न इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिट्स, कॉर्पोरेट एस्टेब्लिशमेंट्स और रेजिडेंशियल सोसाइटीज में मैं आप लोग भी कैरियर के खिलाफ युद्ध में योद्धाओं के तरह खड़े रहे हैं। मैंने व्यक्तिगत रूप में देखा है कि कैसे आप लोगों ने इंडस्ट्रियल एस्टेब्लिशमेंट को एंड कमर्शियल सेक्टर को, रेजिडेंशियल सोसाइटीज को सुरक्षित करने में के लिए इनोवेटिव तरीके से अपनाए और कोविड नॉर्म्स के पालन करते हुए ह्यूमन इंटरफेरेंस को कम से कम करने के लिए अलग अलग तरीकों से प्रयोग करने से आप लोग काम किया है। लोगों में मास्क और सैनिटाइजर को बांटने का काम भी मैं बहुत भेजा गया हूं। सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ने बहुत अच्छे काम समाज में किया है। आवश्यक वस्तु और सेवाओं की डिलीवरी करने के भी बहुत कुछ मदद सिक्योरिटी समाज से आम जनता को, आम सोसाइटी को मिला है। कोरोना महामारी के फैलने से रोकने के लिए आप लोगों के जो योगदान रहा है वह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। अपनी ड्यूटी करते करते अपने में भी कुछ लोग भी इनसे इफेक्टेड हुए हैं, फिर भी अपने काम से पीछे नहीं हुआ। भारत की हर एक नागरिक इस जज्बे के लिए आपको सैल्यूट करता है और आपकी हिम्मत की दाद देता है। मुझे यह जानकर बहुत खुशी हुई कि आप लोगों ने बैज के ऑनर से सम्मानित किया जा रहा है, मुझे भी दिया है। अगर आपको कोरोना महामारी का यहाँ कठिन समय में नहीं होता तो मैं आपको व्यक्तिगत तौर से इस बैज के ऑनर से सम्मानित करना चाहता था। मैं आप सबको सुखी जीवन का कामना करते हुए आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अंडर द विजनरी लीडरशिप ऑफ ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी, Union government is keenly working to empower the security sector. क्योंकि मैं पहले भी बोल चुका हूं, हम सिक्योरिटी सेक्टर को अलग नहीं मानते हैं। आज मैं इस कार्यक्रम में आया हूं, मैं मानता हूं ये हमारा होम डिपार्टमेंट का इंटरनल एक्टिविटी है। जो हमारा पुलिस काम करती है, जो हमारा पैरामिलिट्री काम करती है, जो हमारा बॉर्डर पे सिक्योरिटी के लोग काम करते हैं, जो काम करती है, वैसे ही आप लोग भी अलग अलग जगह दूसरे तरफ आप लोग करते हैं। इसलिए मैं होम मिनिस्टर का जो काम है, जिम्मेदारी है, वो काम भी आप लोग भी हमारे से कंधा मिलाकर करते हैं। इसलिए मैं कभी अलग नहीं मानता हूं। इसी दृष्टि से जब भी बुलाया, आज भी मैं गुरकल्याण डेलीगेशन से 12 बजे मेरा टाइम फिक्स है, वो डेलीगेशन आ रहे, इसीलिए मैं प्रायोरिटी देकर आप लोगों का काम रहने के बाद भी ये मेरा डिपार्टमेंट का काम है, जाना मेरा जिम्मेदारी है, इसलिए मैं आया हूं। Our government aims to bring global standards and to equip our security guards with a required skills and technology. The commissioning of a private security agency licensing portal, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji on 24th September last year, is a significant step in this direction. Renewal of the licenses and verifications of a antecedent of the security guards can be obtained with the click of a button. Agencies no longer have to wait for months to get their documents approved. Further, MHA directive, the verification of the owners of security agencies carried out the one state will be applicable across the country, was also monumental step towards the supporting the growth of potential of the security agencies in this industry. We have incorporated certain changes in the model roles in consultation with the guidelines of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Applicable national occupation standards (NOS) have been mandated in the revised model rules. Well, MHA is going all that needs to be done in making the entire system transparent, easy of doing business, and easy of operate. I believe it is extremely important that the industry stays as per with the global standards and technological developments. I believe the private security industry can emerge as a force multiplier for the law enforcement. It is fact that in case of fire, disaster, a robbery, an incident, accident, or any emergency situation, the private security guards are one of the first responders. Their presence is extremely important for the national safety and security. मित्रों, आज मैं आप सब लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। अभी चेयरमैन जी का भाषण सुना, जो लॉकडाउन में पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में, कोविड पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में जितने भी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट देश में थे, लाखों एस्टैब्लिशमेंट, जितने भी रेजिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस थे, कमर्शियल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस थे, जब लॉकडाउन में अगर हम घूमते थे, अगर कोई व्यक्ति रोड के ऊपर डंडा पकड़कर कोई ठहरता था सिक्योरिटी के विषय पर, वो प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स था। इसलिए आप लोगों को भारत सरकार के ओर से, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ओर से, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी के ओर से, भारत के जितने भी कमर्शियल सेक्टर है, एंटरप्राइज है, उनके ओर से, इंडस्ट्रीज के ओर से, रेजिडेंशियल कॉम्प्लेक्सेस के ओर से आकर में मेरा तरफ से भी आप सब लोगों को मैं सैल्यूट करना चाहता हूं, जो काम पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन में आप लोग किया है। अभी आने वाले दिन में आप लोगों के ऊपर बहुत जिम्मेदारी है। जो आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो सपना था 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी का, मगर जो स्पीड ब्रेकर के जैसा हमारा कोविड महामारी के कारण उसमें पहुंचना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो सकता होगा, मगर फिर भी हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत के साथ लोगों के जोड़कर, जमा कर, सब लोगों को यूनिटी बनाकर एक विश्वास देने के लिए प्रयास कर रहे हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी आत्मनिर्भर भारत के नाम पर 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक जो पैकेज देश के सामने, जनता के सामने, समाज के सामने जो लगाकर, फिर भी इस सिचुएशन में भी भारत का इकोनॉमिकल सिचुएशन आगे होना चाहिए, भारत का आर्थिक स्थिति और सुधार होना चाहिए। और जो आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं, ये साल 31 मार्च से लेकर 2020 31 मार्च तक देश में जितने भी गरीबी है, सभी लोगों को, हर पर्सन को हर महीने में 5 केजी का चावल हो, गेहूं हो, फ्री डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन भारत सरकार के द्वारा हो रहा है, ये 1 साल तक देने वाले। दिस इज द बिगेस्ट फ्री फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन स्कीम इन एंटायर वर्ल्ड। दुनिया में इतना बड़ा फ्री फूड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का स्कीम देश में कोई सरकार इंप्लीमेंट नहीं कर रहे, सिर्फ भारत सरकार ही हम कर रहे, क्योंकि हमारा फिर भी बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन लेने वाले लोग बहुत है, गरीबी भी है। उसी दृष्टिकोण में भारत सरकार का जिम्मेदारी समझकर अलग अलग स्कीम्स, किसानों को पैसे देना, गरीब महिलाओं को अकाउंट में पैसे देना, वर्कर्स कम्युनिटी को पैसे देना, ईपीएफ वालों को पैसे देना, ईएसआई वालों को पैसे देना। भारत सरकार एक तरफ इंडस्ट्रीज को एंकरेजमेंट करते हुए, एक तरफ विदेशों का इन्वेस्टमेंट को आह्वान करते हुए, और दूसरे तरफ जो एमएसएमई सेक्टर को लगभग 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए का जो पैकेज अलग अलग जगह दिया है, ये हमारा जिम्मेदारी बनता है। मैं आप लोगों से यही आज रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं, जो 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी रीच होने में आप लोगों का जो रेस्पॉन्सिबल है, वो सबसे ज्यादा रेस्पॉन्सिबल हो गया, क्योंकि जो इंडस्ट्री सेक्टर हो, जो कारपोरेट सेक्टर हो, जो प्रोडक्शन जो इंडस्ट्री हो, जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर हो, सभी लोगों का सिक्योरिटी देखने का जिम्मेदारी आप लोगों के ऊपर है। इसलिए आप लोगों का ऊपर बहुत बड़ा जिम्मेदारी होगा। मैं क्योंकि हमारा भी जिम्मेदारी मानते हैं, क्योंकि हम एक नारा दिए थे 2019 चुनाव में, चौकीदारी, क्योंकि आप लोग भी जो जिम्मेदारी के साथ काम करते हैं, आप लोग जैसा दिन रात इस जो जिम्मेदारी के निभाने के लिए आप लोगों को रिक्रूटमेंट करते हैं लोग, वैसे ही हमारा सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स चौकीदारी लेकर काम करते हैं। हम भारत देश का भी चौकीदारी बनकर नरेंद्र मोदी जी नेतृत्व में हम भी सेवा कर रहे हैं। इसलिए आप अलग नहीं है, हम आप अलग नहीं है। मिलजुल कर देश को एक शक्तिशाली भारत बनाना चाहिए, मिलजुल कर देश में गरीबी दूर करना चाहिए, मिलजुल कर देश के नौजवान को रोजगार देना चाहिए। इसी दृष्टि में हम मिलजुल कर काम करेंगे। मैं फिर एक बार आप सब लोगों को, खासकर हमारे डायनेमिक चेयरमैन इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए कुनवा विक्रम सिंह साहब को, और इस कार्यक्रम में आप लोगों से फिर एक बार, बहुत बार आया हूं मैं, फिर एक बार आपके सामने खड़ा होकर जो मेरा 2 शब्द बात करने का जो मौका मिला है, मैं आप सब लोगों को, आपका ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, आपके पदाधिकारियों को, देश भर में जितने भी प्रमुख लोग आए और देश भर में जो वर्चुअल सुन रहे हैं, सभी लोगों को मैं नया साल का, आने वाले 2021 नया साल का सब लोगों को शुभकामनाएं देते हुए ये नया साल में हम आप मिलजुल कर देश में एक शक्तिशाली भारत बनाएंगे और जो कोरोना फ्री देश में बनाएंगे। और अच्छे, मेरे को विश्वास है आने वाला साल में जो कोरोना का वैक्सीन होगा भारत में भी बनेगा। भारत में जो कोरोना वैक्सीन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा देश भर में, उसमें आप सब लोगों का मैं ये भी आह्वान करता हूं, आप सब लोगों का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में बहुत बड़ा रोल होना चाहिए। मैं ये काम आप लोगों से मैं आह्वान कर रहा हूं, क्योंकि जो वैक्सीन डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा इतने करोड़ लोगों में 130 से ज्यादा लोगों को डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करने में सिर्फ सरकार, नए पुलिस का, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल का रोल बस नहीं होता है। इसलिए जितने भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स है, सब लोगों का मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं आपके द्वारा, आप लोगों भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं, इस कोरोना वैक्सीन में आने वाले दिन में जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चेन होगा हर व्यक्ति तक पहुंचना चाहिए, हर घर को पहुंचना चाहिए, हर गांव को पहुंचना चाहिए, हर एरिया में पहुंचना चाहिए। उसमें भी आप लोगों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान होना चाहिए। इसी आह्वान के साथ फिर एक बार मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमें एड्रेस करने के लिए, अपने विचार हमारे साथ साझा करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं। many thanks once again for gracing this occasion and for joining us here, and thank you so much for sharing your valuable thoughts with us today. कहते हैं कि तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, तोड़ना है हर पिंजरा, मेरी उड़ान अभी बाकी है, मंजिलें जमी भर नहीं, आसमान अभी बाकी है।
जस्ट वांट टू अनाउंस, क्योंकि मंत्री जी ने मीटिंग बताती है कि वो जा रहे हैं और मैं इनको छोड़ के आऊंगा, उसके बाद बत्रा जी आप नहीं नहीं मैं तो आऊंगा। नहीं बिल्कुल, मैं माफी चाहता हूँ। नहीं सर ऐसी बात, अरे मेरा बात सुनो, मैं होम मिनिस्टर हूं, मेरा बात सुना है।
वंडरफुल, बहुत खूबसूरत। इस मोमेंटो, एक मोमेंटो है जो हम एज अ टोकन ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट प्रेजेंट करना चाहेंगे सर को।
मैं आप लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूँ, आप जिधर खड़े उधर खड़िए, कोई भी मेरे साथ आना नहीं, क्योंकि होम मिनिस्टर डिसिप्लिन से रहना है।
एक मीटिंग है।
सो चेयरमैन सर, मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि प्लीज मोमेंटो जो है हमारे सर का, वो प्लीज आप प्रेजेंट करें, बिकॉज दिस इज अ मोमेंटो व्हिच इज अ वेरी स्पेशल पार्ट ऑफ आवर दिस मीटिंग, द सिक्योरिटी लीडरशिप समिट में जितने हमारे अतिथि आते हैं उनको हम ये प्यार भरा, ये रिस्पेक्ट से जो मोमेंटो देते हैं, दिस इज अ वेरी स्पेशल पार्ट ऑफ आवर मीटिंग। थैंक यू सर। Thank you once again. Thank you.
All the best for your meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly please take your seats as we would be continuing with this inaugural session, and we still have our guest of honor speech which is pending. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in now inviting on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief Business World, who will now join us for sharing his valuable thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Anurag Batra with a round of applause, please.
I thought I'm a loud Punjabi from Delhi. I don't need a mic, but I think I do. But I'm just kidding. Morning, it's a fantastic morning. You know, everything starts with a vision. I must say that I met Kaur Vikram Singh ji about 12 years back. I was part of, and I'm still part of Exchange Media. And on the Business World cover was Mr. Kaur Vikram Singh, Mr. Harshvardhan, and Ms. Rupal Sinha. At that time, I didn't own Business World. And I remember my friend Harshji, who introduced me to Kaur Vikram Singh ji, told me to go and buy the copy of Business World, and I went to the market. Anyway, I'm a very faithful magazine reader, so I used to buy it, but I went and bought 10, 20 copy, and then I went and met him. I think the week after that, Harshji took me for a meeting with Kaur Vikram ji, and I got to know Mr. Mahesh Sharma again about 15 years back. He and me have common friend. And then, you know, I did mention to him about 10 years back that I want to start a security magazine. And we have multiple platforms in various domains. And security services is a very important domain. And the minister is gone, but I must say that he's right. 2 weeks back in the US, there were food riots. Can you believe in the most advanced country in the world with a GDP of a couple of trillions, uh, per capita income, the highest in the world, there were food riots. And we don't, I know we focus on the economy. I bring out a business and economy editorial product, but I can say business and economy is there to serve the, you know, most deprived in the country. And we must compliment the government on making sure that there were no social unrest. We were lucky to partner with CAPSI um, in an international event. And subsequently, once the event finished on 9th August, I got a text from Shri Kumar Vikramji, and he said to me that, Anurag, we must do something uh, to raise the consciousness of people in the private sector and in the government, because they're not focusing on the fact that if their installations are not guarded, it could lead to social unrest. If jobs don't stay, it could lead to social unrest. And we at Business World partnered with CAPSI to do a program around the same theme. And with our reach, we were able to get to the right kind of audience. The reason I'm setting up this context is that not only today's event, I remember again about 35 days back, I got a text, and I promptly responded, and here we are. He's made his vision a reality. You all have made your vision a reality. You know about the security services industry. I won't talk to you for long on that, but I can tell you that we at BW Business World have multiple communities. I'm not in the business of magazines, websites, events. We do all that. I'm in the business of building communities through content that makes an impact. So clearly, bwsecurityworld.com has been around for a while, but it'll get more active. Uh, and we'll bring in an editorial leader from 1st Jan. We will also launch the BW Security World magazine. We've done a dummy of it, and we'll show it to you. This event is also live on businessworld.in and on bwsecurityworld.com. It's being streamed live, and this is the site is called bwsecurityworld.com. Thank you, Kumar Vikram Singh ji, for so much encouragement and involving us. We are grateful to you, and I hope we are able to live up to CAPSI's mission of making sure that this industry rightfully finds its space and continues to contribute. So I just want to say, in around 15 Jan, you can look forward to the first issue, and we have Business World. When we bring it out, it will be of a certain quality. And again, with the involvement of all of you domain experts, I just want to end by saying that, Kumar Vikramji has already talked about the fact that how the industry was declared as an essential services, and it really helped the nation. Second is there was no social unrest, and third is if you look at the job contribution, he talked about it. Uh, Depending on what estimates you take, it between 7 and 11 million people that this industry. I mean, I don't think anybody can argue with 7 million. Possibly it's 11, 12 million if you. Now that's a huge number that we impact. So I just want to say the size of the industry matters. It's a $11 billion industry, but if the way the minister said that you're part of us, we don't consider you external. You're not. If that feeling kind of percolates down the government, I think this industry will see growth that we have possibly not even factored or imagined. I can only say that I'm grateful for being part of this historic day, and I hope and we can work with CAPSI to be able to make BW Security World your home. And also, we are your link to the world of business. I mean, that's what we are about. This is the 40th year of Business World, and over the last 7 years that I have been involved with Business World, we've built about 21 communities in various sectors. 16 of them we are leaders in a very short span. And again, my simple rule there is bring domain experts to edit it. He's made 2 recommendations to me. I'm meeting them in the next 1 week. And second is bring people who are passionate about the domain. They're not just working with a job because they want to make an impact. And third is they have to have knowledge. Domain expertise and knowledge go together, but they have to have a deep dive knowledge so that they know who's the Tendulkar of this business, who's Virat Kohli, who's Dhoni, possibly know who's also Anushka Sharma. No, I'm kidding. But point I'm trying to make is they have to have context and a background. So hopefully when we do the editorial product, it will bring something fresh. And I believe life is about abundance. There are other products. The more, the merrier. But hopefully, we'll be able to do a product that does address some of the gaps that exist. So I just don't want to stay between you and the tea. Thank you for inviting me here, and I look forward to a long and continued discussion. And thank you for the honor. I am, he said to me, "You have to be involved," and I said yes. And then every 3-4 days, I'll get a text from him. You have to do this. So thank you for the honor and respect. And I don't know if that cap was there for me. What would I have done? But I was just figuring that out. But congratulations to all the leaders who've been recognized, and I wish you luck. As all businesses post Corona have to be a social impact business. I think the security service industry is genuinely a social impact business because it provides jobs and it looks after an aspect that sometimes we take granted. So Corona has brought it to the fore, and the frontline warriors that you've rewarded today, to the role of a guard is much more than just allowing access. It's in some way preventing the spread of the disease. So thank you for being who you are and what you do in your area of work. It makes a difference, and I hope what the minister says becomes the consciousness of the government and not just the minister. He does represent a ministry, and as Kumar Vikramji talked about, most of the issues that the CAPC had raised have been addressed. So except the GST issue, I'm sure over the next few months, with your dogged pursuit and your influence in the industry and the influence of the association, I'm sure the GST issue will also be tackled. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for addressing us. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra. Thank you once again. And may I request our chairman, sir.
बत्रा जी के बारे में बताऊं, क्योंकि इतने करबट है, इतने साल से लगातार जिस ढंग से इन्होंने इस पब्लिकेशन को और अलग अलग कुछ चीजें की है, मैं इनका बहुत ही एडमायरर हूं। और किस लगन के साथ करते हैं, और फिर ढूंढ ढूंढ के हीरे लाते, जो उन मैगजीन को चलाते और दुनिया में नाम बना लिया। और कोविड के टाइम में तो मुझे नहीं पता ये कब सोते होंगे, कब जागते होंगे, बिकॉज इनका अगर कोई कॉम्पिटिटर है कहीं भी हो तो नीलपुरी बैठा जो भी टेक्स्ट कर रहा है। कोई भी कॉम्पिटिटर है तो वो ये है, बाकी ये सामने दिखाई दिया मैंने आपको, है? तो इन्होंने इस ढंग से जो अपना काम करते और कितने सेमिनार, कितने वेबिनार हर इशू के ऊपर, और इनकी टीम तो ग्रेट टीम है। ये सारा संगठन करने के लिए सिर्फ 2-3 दिनों में ये पूरा बंदोबस्त बनाया गया है। अमेजिंग, आई टेल यू, आई मस्ट सल्यूट यू एंड द टीम आल्सो। और एक मुझसे जो टोपी मांग रहे थे, अभी कह रहे थे टोपी देने में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। इनका कल परसों फेसबुक के ऊपर या लिंक्डइन के ऊपर आया था, कहते जितने गंजे लोग होते हैं ये बड़े अद्भुत लोग होते हैं। वो इसलिए होते हैं कि एक तो इनकी कोई मांग नहीं होती, आदमी मांगता रहता है, इनकी मांग कोई नहीं होती। दूसरा, इनका कोई बाल नहीं बांका कर सकता। तो ये इन्होंने कहा बहुत बहुत बढ़िया। Please carry on.
I just want to say that, the gift of affection is the biggest gift, and I really received that from him. And, a lot of people ask me this question, why do you work so hard? And second, how you're able to do so many things. One, I sleep very well. I sleep mostly by 10:30, 11, so I sleep 8-9 hours. The second is, I keep telling them that I have responsibilities and I have dreams. I think these two, and honestly, on the hair bit, I keep saying God made actually 4 kinds of people. One, people like, I'm trying to pick somebody, somebody like who has no hair, some who have no brains, people like me, no hair, no brains, and people like Mr. Puri, both hair and brains. So, clearly, the hair is very overrated. I know my wife has hair till hair. So I tell my children that, God gave brains and hair both to my wife, and my children, of course, believe that. But I just want to say that on a serious note, I really get a lot of affection, and he was a little worried, but my team is used to working last minute. They work last 2 days for even our events, and because they do too many events, so they're too used to it. So for them, they're not stressed. So last 2-3 days is when they're trying to kind of catch up and make sure everything is done. So I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I see it as a start of a relationship. It's a very important community, very important constituency. I wanted to address it editorially 10-12 years back, but जो जब होना होता है वो तब होता है. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity, and I hope I express that gratitude in my actions and not just words. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a big round of applause for the entire team which has worked tirelessly for the past few days to bring this meeting possible. Thank you so much. कुंवर विक्रम सिंह जी, आपसे निवेदन है कि अब डॉक्टर अनुराग बत्रा जी के लिए एक मोमेंटो जो स्पेशली हमारी ओर से टोकन ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट भी है, अप्रिसिएशन भी है. We would like to specially present this token to Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. And before we actually close this inaugural session, we have the vote of thanks, and this will be presented by a National President CAPSI, Shri V.V. Katti, who's joining us now. So.
Good morning, my friends. I think our Home Minister, Mr. G. Kishan Reddy Saab, has given us a real big gift on this eventful day. I think we all had a beautiful, beautiful sleep, I believe, last night, looking at the amendments that were done in the industry. The best part, I think, even in my last, some of the speeches I've mentioned, a director का जो verification होता था, whenever you apply for one state, so there's one verification happening. So if you apply for 5 different states in 5 months, every alternate day there's a cop coming to my house. So बाजू वाले पूछते थे, सर क्या problem है करके? Is anything wrong with you guys करके? Why cops are coming to check you? But that is one thing, I think, first and foremost, I think that has made a big difference here. And also in the real meaning of ease of doing business, I think that has been really achieved. I think that is where I think we need to thank the Home Ministry for having done this. And also I think since everything is now going to be digitally done, things are going to be more transparent and much faster. But the biggest problem we all had was the time it used to take to get a license renewed, or even the new license when you apply. We never had a clue when we are going to get our licenses. So this is the biggest gift, I think, on this Security Leadership Summit today, I think we all have got. So we should firstly congratulate ourselves and also the Home Ministry who has really helped us, and the big man, Kuwar Vikram Singh ji, who has been constantly, continuously chasing these departments to achieve this. Thank you so much, sir. And Anurag ji, thank you so much for having partnering with us. I think we needed a real good platform somewhere we need to talk about our industry. I think we are so happy that you're going to create a security magazine, and probably we all take this as a New Year gift from you because you're launching this in the Jan. We're really proud of that. I think, as you rightly said, a lot of brain guys, a lot of hairy guys, all are there. They will commit, I think, even give you good write-ups. Contributions will be very, very positive, and probably it will help our industry immensely in I think, telling the world that how big is the security industry in India, and also how regulated we are and how professional we are. It's pretty good. Things are really moving in a very, I think, professional way. This is a good, I think, media for us to project our own image to the other world where many of us do, many of our other industry is not aware. So we really thank you for being with us today and being a convener and the media partner of this event. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. Thank you so much. और कुंवर साहब, मैं क्या बात करूं आपके बारे में, सब लोग बात करते रहते हैं सर. नहीं, I think first and foremost, it's I think the entire fraternity here, I think we are all grateful to you for having taken this CAPSI body to this level. To words to come padenge, sir. I can go on and on and on, but I think wonderful job, sir. Right from the day Corona was set, you name anything, bringing in uh, essential services, or you name code of wages के लिए educate कर रहे हैं हम लोग. We are talking to the honorable home minister coming online. Yeah, endless. It was endless. I think probably we got connected very well during the Corona. Otherwise, we used to meet hardly, I think, in a month, in a year, twice or thrice we used to connect. But this was one good thing that Corona has done is कैप्सी में बहुत भाईचारा आ गया सर, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ सर. And the kind of people, I think, flowing into Capsi, it was like a wave which came in Kerala, देखो, Northeast, or Maharashtra was a big, I think, success. रोज महेश शर्मा जी बोल रहे हैं सर आज 10 मेंबर्स आ गए, आज 20 मेंबर्स आ गए. खाली वो मेंबर्स को वेलकम करने में ही हम लोगों का काम लगा रहा है सर. So once again, sir, thank you so much for being our leader, sir. And of course, Sharma ji, always behind the scene guy, but also कभी-कभी सामने भी आके बात करते हैं sir. So thank you, Sharma ji. Thank you everyone here for being with us today. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We were listening to our National President, Capsi, Shri V.V. Katti, who was addressing us. And with this, we would like to close this inaugural session and proceed for a networking tea break outside, which will continue for 10 to 15 minutes. So around 10 minutes of tea break. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be back for the first working session that is waiting ahead for all of us. Thank you.
The efforts of CAPSI to bring to the notice of the Government of India the capability and the vast reach of the private security industry of 90 lakh trained personnel to be able to provide an additional layer or level of security. This action resulted in the Government of India terming the PSI as an essential service in its efforts to provide a safe and secure India. This force multiplier in the security of the nation has performed its duties with exemplary performance and diligence. This activity allowed the industry to gain the recognition of the nation as well as of the industry for the excellent services performed under trying circumstances, mostly at personal fears, personal safety, and while implementing COVID protocols. This action of CAPSI also helped the industry to be able to protect itself along with its cash flows and business continuity so that it was able to pay its employees on time and retain its major resource, the trained manpower, which was instrumental in helping the safety and security of the country. In the month of April of 2020, I was able to bring to the national awareness the importance of the PSI and the unsung Corona warrior, the security guard, by coming in a couple of panel discussions on India Fights COVID on the CNN News 18 channel. This further enhanced the status of the security guard and the security industry, reinforcing to the government and to the industry the capability of our security industry. The industry is now recognized as an integral part of the government's efforts to provide a safe and secure India.
I am pleased to thank CAPSI Chairman Mr. Kuwar Vikram Singh and Core Committee for playing a vital role in leading the private security industry at national level. And I would also further take this as an opportunity to thank CAPSI for their immense efforts taken during lockdown period. The situation for security guard and staff indeed was tough with respect to their travel to reach to their workplace. CAPSI came as a ray of hope and being the voice of private security industry, they really raised all our concern and hardship before the state and central government. CAPSI has also transformed the face of private security agency by bringing this business in essential category. BIS has also been presented by Badge of Honor by CAPSI for their wonderful efforts during COVID. Our association with CAPSI has been of great experience and beneficial. On behalf of Bombay Intelligence Security and in capacity co-chairman Welfare Committee and a team member for National Strategic Corporate Group, I really wish CAPSI all the success for their noble affairs. Thank you.
I'm B.R. Kumar, Chapter President Maharashtra. Wish to congratulate CAPSI on the 15th Leadership Summit to be held at Delhi. I'm part of the CAPSI journey during the last 15 years, and it has gained international recognition which speak itself about the progress made by the CAPSI. No doubt, everybody contribution is there, every state and central leadership, but the person who is behind all this success is our national chairman, Kumar Saab. He is the person who always 24/7 think about the development of the private security industries as well as guards also. And there are times there were many problems faced by the industry which were taken up with the CAPSI to the different ministries, and ministries concerned have amended the laws on the recommendation of CAPSIs. It was a big achievement for the industry itself, and it gives a lot of relief to the industry at large. On behalf of my company, Safeguard Security Services, Happy New Year and bright future.
Central Association of Private Security Industry, that is CAPSI, was raised in 2005. In the last 15 years, under the dynamic, devoted and devotional leadership of the chairman, Kumar Vikram Singh, and by the assistance of national boards, we have made a lot of strides in getting the industry professionalized and trained. We started Triple SD, that is Sector Skill Development Council, under the umbrella of CAPSI, which with the help of Triple SDC, which raised large number of training institutions all over the country, where the security providers trained their guards. The most important scheme was the RPL, recognition of prior learning, where condensed training was imported to the old guards, and this brought about a sea change as far as the security guards were concerned. They were labeled as training. They were training and skilled worker with the pay of a skilled worker and the status of a skilled worker. We then launched star rating scheme with the Quality Control of India, and have been able to launch this scheme by rating the security provider under 5 stars, 4 stars, 3, 2, and 1, according to their compliance, operational, and other requirement laid down and parameters laid down by us. After this, we earnestly hope that government will give its concurrence for collection of GST and depositing GST as per proposals submitted by us. The most important point is that during the recent Corona war, our security providers have been categorized as essential services. In the essential services, our security guards have laid down their lives at the altar of duty as Corona warriors, and their services have been duly appreciated and recognized not only by the government of India, but by the industry and the society at large. We hope to get approval of the government also to help them, join them in the Swachh Bharat scheme as well as in the women's safety scheme. We also hope that enforcement agencies, due to paucity of strength with the enforcement strategy, will be soon require our armed and trained guard to supplement this strength. This approval will come from the government in due course of time. We are pursuing this matter also with them. Thank you very much.
I represent Security Association Gujarat, CAPSI Gujarat chapter, and also holding the portfolio of CAPSI National Vice President. COVID-19 has witnessed a loss of lives, stress, and fear, and also brought down the economy across country. Timely action by Security Association Gujarat, CAPSI Gujarat chapter, under the able leadership and guideline of CAPSI, has disseminated the informations among all the ranks across security fraternity, which has resulted reducing the casualties due to COVID-19 pandemic. Action by the state government and central government of India wherein lockdown 1, 2, 3 and 4 and time to time preventive measures also have played big role to reduce the impact of the pandemic. CAPSI activated on campaign on 22nd March 2020 itself, that is on the day of lockdown declared, and written a letter to Prime Minister intervening over expected job loss by the security personnel, disseminating awareness about COVID-19 precautions, regular dialogue with stakeholders for preventing. On 26th March, letter written to Prime Minister to bring security fraternity under COVID insurance and essential services. There have been many virtual meetings with controlling authorities, that is with the state of Madhya Pradesh, state of Gujarat, state of Tamil Nadu, UP, etc. and so on. Virtual meeting was held with Union Labour Minister Sri Santosh Gangwar for ease of doing business, wherein labour, GST and wage issues were addressed. Virtual meeting was held with Additional Chief Secretary Sri Vivek Bhardwaj, who appreciated the role played by the security industry during the lockdown period. Another meeting was held with Minister of State Home Sri Kishan Reddy, who extended his warm greetings to security fraternity for working entirely during the lockdown without any fear and assured to extend all support. In nutshell, CAPSI has been doing fantastic job by unifying the security industries and taking up the issues to appropriate authorities. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I am Pavanji Taluwalia, and I'm going to talk to you about CAPSI today. About 15, 16 years ago, I'm proud to say that I was one of the proposers to form CAPSI, and I proposed the name of Kunwar Vikram Singh to be the first chairman and president of the organization for his ability to being a selfless person, a person with great attitude, a person with leadership qualities which are unparalleled, and a team builder. Since then, CAPSI has grown from strength to strength, and today it can boast of membership in a couple of thousands. While the membership has grown, the concerns of running the industry have also increased, of which today GST, goods and service tax, is one of the biggest concerns. The present law says that the service provider must pay GST to the government of India even before the service provider has been paid for a service by the consumer of the service. This is a crippling impact on the industry, and I am hopeful that CAPSI, which is championing the cause and propagating the change, will succeed eventually. There are several other licensing issues which are there, and it needs to move online so that it becomes easy for the industry to function without any bureaucratic hurdles. The police clearance of directors and various employees of the company still continues to be a concern, which I hope only time will be able to solve. In this time that CAPSI has been existing, it has earned a position of pride in the industry. Today, people vie to be members of CAPSI, and I'm proud to say that I'm very happy to be a member of CAPSI. CAPSI has a great future, And I feel that Kaur Vikram Singh has led the organization very, very well. Thank you.
I have been associated with CAPSI as a founder member in the governing council. Private security agencies with 9 million employees faced its worst ever crisis in the form of COVID-19. CAPSI national and state level teams rose to the occasion, getting the private security services included as essential service was a significant role played by CAPSI. Security agencies were not only able to protect the client premises, but they were preserved the millions of jobs. CAPSI has played the role of disseminating the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare advisory as well as various government directions in handling the COVID crisis. CAPSI has rendered the human service to the private security industries pre and post COVID-19. I wish CAPSI all the very best for the smooth conduct of Security Leadership Summit 2020. Jai Hind.
Hello friends, my name is Raghuvinder Kero and I hail from Punjab. I want to leave a message for CAPSI and our chairman Kuwar Vikram Singh ji. Sir, your organization has done a wonderful job in the time of pandemic. You stood by this sector, the PSA sector, when nobody, no organization could do what your organization has done. You know, fighting for our rights, be it GST, be it the wages bill, be it any other, reform which the governments have made, and they've gone against our sector. You have stood by us thick and thin. I want to thank you for honoring each one of us with a badge of honor, and especially during these times you have helped us. You have honored the COVID warriors, the frontline warriors, the security guards, the doctors, and others who have been, who have fought during this pandemic, and they are still doing that. So we want to thank you and we want you to keep going. We are with you, and I'm sure many like me, hundreds of other companies who have joined and feel the same. We feel proud and we feel very secure having somebody sitting behind us at the center in Delhi and fighting for our rights. It's a commendable job. It's not easy fighting against these governments because they have their own whims and fancies, and you have taken them a task. I won't use that word task. I mean, but still you have helped us. You have, gone to the right people who have promised us that they will do the best. So, sir, keep going. We are with you. Thank you so much once again.
For an industry suffering from the issues ranging from compliances and GST reforms, the COVID-19 issue became something like a death warrant which was issued against the industry. But CAPSI and the chairman Kuwar Vikram Singh, with his ineffusible energy, was able to bring to the forefront the issues that were plaguing the industry. We were categorized as an essential service. A lot of reforms came across to us, and we were able to function very smoothly. And kudos to CAPSI and the chairman.
This is Sudhir Bhasin, Managing Director Elite and the National Vice President of CAPSI. CAPSI, since its inception 15 years ago, has today become the nodal association representing the private security industry in India. This has been possible due to the relentless and selfless efforts of the CAPSI chairman, Shri Kuwar Vikram Singh, and the other stalwarts of the industry. Be it the new entrants to the security industry or the existing MSME and big players, they all look to CAPSI for support it provides in getting important sanctions from various statutory bodies, in getting the government to empathize with the issues which ail the private security industry, in providing support and knowledge to the bulk of private security industry comprised of micro and small players for helping them doing their business more gainfully and professionally. In standing by its members in all form of dispute resolution with end users and other organizations, and in continuously drawing the government's attention to various ease of doing business requirements of the private security industry, which is among the top 5 employment providing trades in India. Today, CAPSI membership stands to validate a member company's professional standing and reliability quotient across all government and private end users, with regulatory and licensing bodies, and also with banks, investment and funding institutions. The role of CAPSI in having security services provided by private security industry, categorized as essential services under DM Act and ESMA, has helped in safeguarding the jobs of millions of personnel and businesses of thousands of private security industry members during the current COVID pandemic times. I urge all colleagues to become members of CAPSI to further strengthen the private security industry and our association. I wish CAPSI the very best in the journey ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vikram Badwar and I am the COO at 3P Securitas in New Delhi. Since the pandemic started and the lockdown started, the security services, the private security industry came under Essential Services and Management Act as well as the Disaster Management Act. Instructions were being passed in the morning and the same instructions changed in the evening. And as a business provider in essential services, we really looked at the Central Association of Private Security Industry to guide us through the turmoil that we were going through. And they did. It was fantastic the way CAPSI coordinated the movement of information to us. There were regular webinars letting us know about what is required, what are the rules, how are they changing. It was really fantastic because without this guidance of CAPSI, we would have not been able to function knowing all the rules and regulations. Big thank you to CAPSI for coming to our aid, for supporting the small businesses, and it has been a pleasure. A big thank you to Kumar Vikram Singh Ji as the chairman of the Central Association of Private Security Industry, and everyone, all the national bearers. It was probably it was a rare occasion that everyone came in together to support each other. And this is one step that CAPSI has taken to bring the security industry under the same umbrella. So a big thank you to the Central Association and big thank you to the leadership.
प्रिय बंधुओं, कैप्सी की 15वीं वर्षगांठ की इस वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपका खूब स्वागत। कैप्सी का गठन सन 2006 में जैसे ही हुआ, हमारी कंपनी इसकी मेंबर उस समय बनी। हालांकि उस समय हमें सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हुए मात्र 1 वर्ष ही पूर्ण हुआ था। यहाँ पर जुड़ते ही कैप्सी के साथ जुड़े जितने भी दिग्गज जो कि काफी समय से सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे थे, उनके साथ हमारे परिचय का होना और उनकी प्रेरणा और उनके अनुभव का साथ लेकर आज हमारी जो कंपनी सहायता सिक्योरिटी है, वो सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री की एक प्रोफेशनल कंपनी बनी। शुरुआती दौर में कैप्सी का गठन जिस प्रमुख मुद्दे को लेकर हुआ, वह था पसार एक्ट 2005 का मुद्दा, जिसके बाद हमारे कुछ प्रमुख मुद्दे, जिनमें इंक्रीज ऑफ मिनिमम वेजेज एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट सिक्योरिटी गार्ड की, जीएसटी में आरसीएम का प्रमुख मुद्दा, कोड ऑफ वेजेज में जरूरी अमेंडमेंट का मुद्दा, हाल ही में कोरोना काल के चलते सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज को सरकार द्वारा एसेंशियल सर्विसेज डिक्लेयर कर देने का मुद्दा, जैसे जो भागीरथी प्रयास हुए हैं, उन सब के लिए मैं अपने चेयरमैन श्री कुमार विक्रम सिंह जी का और उनकी जो कोर टीम है उनका, हमारे सभी स्टेट्स के जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं और उनकी कोर टीम एवं अपने सभी जितने भी हमारे मेंबर्स कैप्सी के साथ जुड़े हैं उन सबको खूब खूब बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इन सब लोगों के भागीरथी प्रयास से ही आज सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री एवं उसके साथ जुड़े लगभग 90 लाख जो सिक्योरिटी कर्मचारी हैं उन सब का जो भला है, उन सब लोगों की जो अपलिफ्टमेंट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री और लोगों के लिए की गई है, उस सब के लिए मैं आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप सब उसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं। आप सब लोगों को का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Hi, everybody. The moment the pandemonium was struck, the entire industry was in a dilemma because lockdowns were imposed across
Requesting all the members to please
states.
step inside and be seated
And
as
our
we are
industry-
about to begin. Requesting all the members to please step inside and please take your seats as we are about to begin with the virtual session. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a global initiative to secure citizens called as the Surge, presented by Mr. Fabian P. Blesch III, President, International Association of Security and Investigation Regulators, and Executive Director and Chief Administrative Officer, Louisiana State Board of Private Security Examiners from USA. So it is going to be a pre-recorded message that we're going to play, and it's going to be a video format for everyone. So requesting all of you to kindly be seated so that we can begin this session.
ये बाद में बांट देना आप जी हाँ बस
Requesting everyone to be seated, please.
वो हिमानी का भाई
So let us have a look at
वही
this.
बजाओ रिसेप्शन में बजाओ
Fabian Bloch III, and I am the president of the International
आगे हिमानी आगे
I would like to re-announce this. दोस्तों सबका ध्यान स्क्रीन की तरफ एक एड्रेस है जो एक वीडियो एड्रेस के रूप में हमारे सामने अब आने वाला है। सारे लाइव एड्रेसेस अभी तक हमने सुने हैं, लेकिन ये जो एड्रेस अब हम सुनने जा रहे हैं, इट इज गोइंग टू बी अ वीडियो एड्रेस, जिसके लिए हम सबसे निवेदन करते हैं, रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि आप सब प्लीज स्क्रीन की तरफ देखें कृपया, बिकॉज वी हैव अ वीडियो एड्रेस व्हिच इज कमिंग अप एंड इट इज गोइंग टू बी बाय मिस्टर फेबियन, who is the president of International Association of Security and Investigation Regulators, and also the executive director and chief administrative officer, Louisiana State Board of Private Security Examiners from the United States of America. So requesting everyone to please take a look at the screen, please. Thora sa
Good
silence,
afternoon,
please.
ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to you from the United States of America. My name is Fabian Bloch III, and I am the president of the International Association of Security and Investigative Regulators. It's an honor to be in the presence of security professionals and such an esteemed slate of top ministers from the government of India. I regret that I was not able to be present in person with you all this week. Nevertheless, with the relationship that we've built between CAPSI and IASER, and with the support of the Indian government, I can assure you that you will see me very soon. 27 years ago, 7 states here in America formed an association with a mission to help better the security industry. There were numerous bullet points in the enabling documentation that created the International Association, but 3 of them in particular stood out. One was applicant processing and making that an easier thing to do. The other was thwarting unlicensed security activity across the globe. And the third, and one of the most important ones that's near and dear to my heart, is developing training and education standards, to name a few. Today, there are more than 32 regulatory agencies in the United States and across the globe. In more than 20 states here alone, we include 7 Canadian provinces and several countries. IASA membership spans overseas to France, South Africa, and now most recently, even India. With easily more than 9 million security officers and close to 25,000 companies, India holds the distinction of having the largest private security workforce in the entire world. As with the United States, India had to overcome hurdles to designate the vital service of private security as an essential service, particularly during this time in dealing with the pandemic. The pandemic, unfortunately, has forever changed the facade of what is normal and has carved out new norms even in our industry. Barriers to virtual and online training systems are quickly vanishing, with former naysayers eagerly awaiting solutions like IASER's SURGE, which stands for Secure, Urgent Response, Global Endorsement. Yes, the word SURGE we did not come across that by accident. That is deliberate, because the entire point of the certification is to address an ongoing and very niggling issue that affects not only us here in America, but everyone else abroad as well. So why SURGE? Well, it's quite simple. Every nation has the responsibility to protect its homeland. That means from man-made disasters and natural disasters. Regardless of the origin of a disaster or a surge event, even if it's something like an Olympic Games or a sporting championship, for example, there oftentimes is a need to bring in other people from outside the immediate jurisdiction to assist in the security effort. There's a distinct difference between a certification, though, and a license. When non-governmental organizations create certifications, they do so with the express purpose of establishing a baseline, a norm, a way to recognize that someone meets basic minimum competencies so that they can do something for which they can then get a license, which gives them the legal authority to then do it. Whether it's being a paramedic and having the certification to be a medic and getting a license in the state or country or province where you practice to actually legally perform as a medic, or if in our case, it's a security officer and having the basic minimum competencies that say this person, whether they're in Sri Lanka or in New Delhi, or if they're in Australia or the United States or Canada or South Africa, has been trained to an extent that no matter where they go in the world, they can stand the post and effectively provide the security function at its most basic level. The interesting thing about IASER SURGE is that IASER SURGE is not yet another certification that is designed to accommodate the upper tier management and executive management levels within the security industry. There are other organizations that have spent a considerable amount of time focusing on and doing just that. What IASER has done is carved out its own niche and put its focus and its thrust behind the line level security officer. So the SURGE certification comes in two varieties that I'll talk about in greater detail a little bit further down the line. But let me just give you some history on where we are with SURGE right now. SURGE in concept emerged in early 2018. SURGE was introduced to an IASER body at a conference in Baltimore, Maryland, in its full form in November of 2019. And the outgrowth of that presentation and the discussion around SURGE resulted in a full-throated endorsement of the concept, the certification, the delivery mechanism for the training, and so by companies such as Allied Universal, Securitas, and Garda, organizations like NASCO, CIRA, the Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority of South Africa, and also, yes, CAPSI, which is also now a member of IASER. So congratulations to CAPSI and to India for the forward vision and the thought leadership there. This is really significant because focusing on the security officers and their companies of record is a very different approach to what has been available out there in the marketplace and the express intentions of it in the first place. So here's what we're looking to do and what we are already accomplishing with Surge. Surge is designed to address one of the biggest barriers that we face when we have a need to scale up quickly. And that is the disparities in training from one country to another. In the United States, for example, one state to another. We have 50 different varieties of what constitutes acceptable training for security officers here in America. And it just scales upward and gets more uncontrollable as I leave my shores and visit others. So the concept behind Surge is to take away the best things that we have learned in conversations about portability, reciprocity, and licensure through endorsement, and think outside of the box and come up with a way to solve the problem. Because ultimately, using a practical example from here at home, it's an unfortunate situation that a Louisiana security officer that has family in Florida struggles to go and work in Florida legally in compliance because the training requirement in Louisiana isn't the same number of hours as what's required in Florida. But yet, when something happens in Louisiana and security officers who want to help or have family here who want to come in and function in their role as security practitioners come, they can do so because the training requirement, say in Florida, exceeds what's required here in Louisiana. Well, that's no different anywhere else in the world. We struggle with the same malady when we get outside of my shores and the borders here and go across the shores and get to yours and others. We have the same issue. People need to be able to help. Things go wrong. There's a surge response that is required, and the red tape starts stepping in the way and tripping up the process and not allowing the heart of the industry to speak more loudly than the regulatory side of the industry and all the myriad requirements that exist. So the Surge certification, Secure Urgent Response Global Endorsement, was designed and named explicitly to help address this issue. So how is that done? The very first way it's done is through declarations. When a big event comes to town or something goes bang, boom, or pop, God forbid, there's a problem, there's a flood, there's a tornado, there's a mudslide, a landslide, a building collapse, whatever the case may be. And there's a need to scale up security personnel because law enforcement is stretched to capacity or just doesn't have the numbers to address the need. That's the moment when trying to fight through the red tape of does a person meet the requirement to get a temporary registration or temporary license to come and function and earn a living providing the service, it becomes very complicated. It becomes very difficult. So Surge was designed to be an accessible, affordable, brisk, very germane to the industry device that builds on experience and also supports career growth. So what happens in concept is, and I'll use again a reference from my hometown and from my shores, if there is a disaster declaration, typically the government officials will diminish some of the stringent restrictions to some extent to try to help with the response process. What we do now is we include the Secure Urgent Response Global Endorsement certification in the disaster declaration to fight through the red tape. In other words, the declaration encompasses language that says, in effect, if you are an IASR Surge certified security officer, that certification meets the basic minimum qualifications to come on a temporary basis. And this way, the regulator isn't forced to pull up a Google search and start hunting for PDF files to find training requirements and testing examples to compare apples and oranges to even figure out in the first place whether or not the training from point A matches or exceeds the training at point B. This is a very new and different way to approach the troublesome concepts of compacts, licensure through endorsement, portability, and reciprocity. It has never been done before. It is something of our own creation. Every single professional that we have spoken to in detail about Surge, from the industry side and the regulatory side, has made it abundantly clear that they think that it is the most common sense and practical way to deal with this problem. And we didn't just stop there when we created Surge. We tiered Surge in levels, and we customize those levels to the governmental environment where Surge will be used by individuals who practice in the security industry. And the reason why we did that is because everyone is not alike. Every governmental construct is different. Every statute and set of rules is different. So we can't just assume that the bare bones level 1 aspect of Surge certification is the only thing that would be required or acceptable across the globe. So we have designed Surge to be scalable, flexible, adaptable, upgradable. It will always, as long as it is available by IASER, be a certification that is constantly looking forward and figuring out how to adapt to the newness of the security environment as it changes, just as it has in the last year. There's an individual Surge certification process, and there is a company certification process. Individuals will be certified for 2 years. Companies will be certified for 3 years. So how does a company become Surge certified? It's actually quite simple at the outset, but there's some rigor to the process to maintain it. Basically, a company that has been in business for a certain number of years, as determined by the local jurisdictions, that are in good standing, that have the requisite licenses and or certifications or registrations, and in some cases even insurance, will be able to apply to IASER to be Surge certified. That means that the company will be able to include that they are a Surge certified company in their marketing materials, their letterhead, their website, LinkedIn profiles, every online location within the realm of social media and advertising that they exist, they will be able to use this designation. However, to maintain the designation, the company 3 years later, when it is time to renew the designation, the certification of Surge certified, they will have to prove, using the portal system that Surge is functioning out of, that at least 51% or more of their presently licensed and or registered security officers are individually Surge certified, which then makes them viable to provide personnel when necessary during a Surge event. That would be the criteria by which the company can renew the Surge certification and continue to enjoy the benefits of that. This also helps drive the process of getting the individuals that work for companies Surge certified, which ties it all together and helps us achieve the vision of what Surge was designed to do in the first place. Individuals will be certified for 2 years, and there will be a process that they will go through an online delivery mechanism to refresh their training and renew their certification. It is not going to be cost prohibitive. We are focused very heavily on the fact that the underpinnings of Surge rest with the security officer. And that, in essence, gives you the basic overall construct and flavor of what we are doing with this very important initiative, which is the Secure Urgent Response Global Endorsement. I could talk to you about this for quite some time, and it is my desire, my plan to get out there to visit with you folks individually and collectively in the very, very near future, God willing, so that we can further this discussion and we can assist each other as surge begins to move its way across the globe. So in closing, I want to thank the Honorable Minister Shri Reddy and Kunwa Vikram Singh for not only inviting me to participate in the Security Leadership Summit here in 2020, but for their thought leadership in understanding the viability of the surge endeavor and what it means, not only to India, but to the world. Finally, there is something meaningful and sustainable that speaks to the plight of the men and women guarding people, places, and things in direct support to law enforcement that is often stretched too thin and often is under siege. With this certification from my international association, we surge forward together with a mechanism to help local government respond to surge events more quickly by removing barriers. I thank you for your time, your attention, your understanding, and your dedication to the private security industry. It has been my pleasure to address you this afternoon. Have a wonderful rest of your summit, and remember, always remain safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fabian. And dear friends, this was a special address from the United States of America, and we were listening to the President of International Association of Security and Investigation Regulators. Thank you once again. So there's another video address that is coming up now before our other guests arrive. We have another video address which is coming up for all of us today. Maybe once again request all our members to kindly have a look at the screen, because this time we have Mr. Rick Mountfield, Chief Executive from the Security Institute, United Kingdom, as he'll talk about the relationship between employers and regulators in managing standards in frontline security. So this time we have international addresses at the, international eminent personalities who are going to address us this time. So let's have a look at the video address of Mr. Rick Mountfield now.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Mountford. I'm the Chief Executive of the Security Institute, and I am recording here live from UK. And I'm delighted to be invited to speak to the CAPSI audience. I'm going to talk about the relationship between employers, regulators, and then bring in the benefits of membership organizations like the Security Institute and CAPSI. This is for managing standards for frontline security. So in the UK, we have a Security Industry Authority. It's a department of the Home Office of the UK government, an arm's length body, and it has two main duties. Firstly, it is the compulsory licensing of all frontline security staff undertaking designated activities within the private security industry. That being guarding of any property, door supervision on the nighttime economy, bars, restaurants, clubs, CCTV operators, cash and valuables in transit, and close protection licenses. They also manage a voluntary approved contractor scheme, which is a scheme which works with companies to raise the standards of investing in their people, the training, and the deployment of staff. And in the UK, there are about 600 of the businesses qualified as ACS approved contractors under this scheme. But is that it? Is that all that we can do to regulate and promote the best practice in our sector? Well, this is what the Security Institute does. I'm going to play a short video now to introduce what the Security Institute does as a professional body for the UK.
Welcome to the Security Institute, the UK's largest professional membership body for security professionals. With over 5 membership levels, including student, affiliate, associate, member, and fellow. And a calendar full of events and exhibitions, including fun getting to know you events, regional seminars across the UK, the annual conference in October, and attendance at all the major UK security exhibitions. Members receive tons of member benefits, including a professional career development platform and mentoring, exclusive job listings, access to special interest groups, and London Chamber of Commerce membership. Respected, recognized, professional. The Security Institute. Welcome to the...
So I want to address the relationship between the regulator, the employers, and the professional bodies. And if I use a metaphor, I'm going to use the metaphor of a family because it is a family. And if you look at a family, you have the parents, mum and dad. And if you were to divide mum and dad between the kids' time and then times that by discipline, then you will either have positive behaviors or rebellious behaviors, depending on the way the parents develop the children. But if a parent or the parents add love to the relationship with their children, if they times that by guidance in their life and the way they develop themselves and encourage them to be better, the best versions of themselves, you will equal an increased personal effort and accomplishment from your children. I think we can all agree that this is the ideal equation for developing our children into adulthood. In the metaphorical family, in the security profession, if we take the regulator and we call the regulator parent one, maybe that's the father, then the employer and the industry professionals are the family, the employers being the two parents or the second parent, and then the wider family members is the industry and the professional membership organizations like the Security Institute and CAPSI. And then if we take in the metaphor, the child is the employee, then we can see some crossover between the metaphor of a family and how we raise children well and how we can develop our employees to be the best versions of themselves. Arguably, one parent alone will struggle to fulfill the necessary parenting as holistically as two parents and wider family, uncles, aunties, grandparents, working effectively together. So what is the duty of the regulator? So the parents, the regulator gives the discipline, the standards. This brings conformity. And in the sense of the profession of security, we're talking about legal compliance, the minimum standards we expect from our security operators and having accountability for their actions. We want to reward them because that's generating the high standards. So we're going to increase their credibility. This will increase sales and also employee satisfaction. We give them recognition. This equals innovation. We want our security professionals to innovate, to become industry leaders, to share best practice and inspire others as well. The duty of the second parent, in this case, the security industry employers, the employers of the child, the security professional. When we say love in the parents metaphor, in the profession, we're talking about wellness, making sure there's a safe environment for reporting. We want them to be safe. So we give them personal protection equipment and training and standards to handle themselves in a myriad of different situations, and we invest in them. This is transformational leadership rather than transactional leadership. And transactional leadership is where I say, I will pay you, you do your job. And that is all you do. But if you're a transformational leader, then you are generating a loyalty within your staff. And that results in a pull to stay with your business so that you can develop them best. So it feels like they have a career. When we talk about guidance in the parental sense, we're talking about career development in the profession sense, whole life careers. We want our best people to stay in the profession from frontline security into supervisory roles to management roles and directorship roles. That must be achieved through continuous professional development and investment in their qualifications. We want to encourage them. Encouragement breeds self-respect and inspires them to be the best version of themselves that is above the standard regulated minimum practice. They must be better than the minimum that our regulator instills in them. So Where does the wider family come in, the professional membership organizations in this metaphor? Well, when we teach our children, in this case, we're talking about with our professionals, we're developing them through continuous professional development, bite-sized training that pushes their knowledge and develops them to be better than just a frontline security officer. When there's opportunity, we invest in their education and in their professional capability. This breeds higher ability, which breeds more confidence, and again, a pull to stay. And those that are engaged and innovating will pay that forward. So what they've been taught, they will share with their cohort. We breed innovation and we inspire them to be thought leaders through peer mentoring. And when our security staff are mentoring each other at their level, then the sharing of the knowledge that they've been invested in becomes a wider spread benefit for the whole company. Their personal growth and leadership skills are developed, which invariably will prove that career pathway that we want for our staff. And we will encourage them. We encourage them because it breeds self-respect and it inspires them to be the best version of themselves, better than the regulated standard. And if you're doing all of this as an employer, then you are truly investing in your people. But what about the security officer themselves? If we are giving them all of this support, the security officer must grab that with both hands. They must take that opportunity and invest in themselves also, because in the metaphor of the family, a child that is given all the investment but does not take that opportunity, that what's been shared by their family to develop themselves, then it's all for nothing. Because despite the best parenting, a lazy child will always be limited in their growth and their options. The officer must research and find ways to be better than their contemporaries. The way to promote ahead of your peers is to invest in yourself, find new ways by reading books, reading industry magazines, attending trade shows, and taking every opportunity that the employer gives you to be the best version of yourself. Those that do that, like the cream, will rise to the top. This can include courses, either certificates, diplomas, or degree level education over many years. It can result from mentoring from each of their line managers or mentoring by their peers. So their basic standards excel the requirements of the regulator, Parent 1. And continuous professional development is essential in all of this. So what is professional development? Well, professional development can be many different things. Even reading an industry magazine or newspapers, being aware of hot topics in politics, things that affect your region, the security and crime analysis, reports from the police, and intelligence that's shared through your industry employer. Attending expositions, seminars, and conferences, which these days are online and free to attend, things that are outside your normal role. These are not things you can achieve in your daily routine because you have a job to do, but in your own time, if you invest in yourself, you will accelerate your career. And professional memberships, trade specific. In the UK, we have IPSA, we have the American Society of Industrial Security, which has chapters all over the world, the Security Institute, and in India, CAPSI is a very good example of this. But there are industry-specific trade bodies as well, specific to different sectors of security. So join the retail group that you're in, if you're a retail security guard, and learn what is important to the businesses that you are protecting. That could be aviation or construction, but it's important to be informed and network outside of your comfort zone to create opportunities to grow.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So I have an appeal for you to the sector in the UK and in India, and we would like to collaborate with you at CAPSI by joining in a memorandum of understanding, which I will come on to, and we will be hopefully signing in the new year with your chair. We want to leverage your vast knowledge and your expertise from a different perspective, a different country, and we will share ours with you. We want to collectively create career development pathways. We have those within our membership, and we will happily share those with you and link up the qualifications and opportunities and promotions that we afford to our members in equal measure to the CAPSI membership. So the regulator gives us a foundation to work from, but we should take responsibility to encourage growth from that point. I thank you very much for your time. I am absolutely delighted to be forming a relationship, and I want to thank Shavindra Pratap Singh for introducing me to CAPSI, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you for your time. Have a great day. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Mountford. I'm the Chief Executive of the Security Institute, and I am recording here live from UK, and I'm delighted to be invited to speak to the CAPSI audience. I'm going to talk about the relationship between employers, regulators, and then bring in the benefits of membership organizations.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was another video address that we were listening to, and many thanks. So we had this video address, especially from the United Kingdom, that we were listening to. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our guest, Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, IAS, Additional Secretary, Police Modernization from Ministry of Home Affairs, and a very warm welcome to you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome to the Security Leadership Summit 2020. May I request our chairman, Sir Kaur Vikram Singh, to kindly present a bouquet of beautiful flowers to Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, as we would like to once again welcome you to the Security Leadership Summit 2020. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। अब अपने चेयरमैन सर से हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे, वहीं बैठे बैठे सर आप एड्रेस करें हमारे गैदरिंग को, और जो भी कहना चाहें इस पल में, इससे पहले की और सी बातें हों। Sure, sir, as you wish. So before we move on and present to you some important stuff that we're waiting for, our chairman would like to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, Joy. आदरणीय श्री विवेक भारद्वाज जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स। सर, ये जो जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, ये सारे हमारी गवर्निंग काउंसिल के मेंबर हैं। ये स्पेस कंस्ट्रेंट की वजह से तो हमने फिर उतने ही लोग बुलाए, लेकिन ये जो सारी कार्रवाई है, ये हमारे जो बिजनेस वर्ल्ड मैगजीन है, उनका जो नेटवर्क है, उनकी स्ट्रीमिंग पूरे दुनिया भर में हो रही है। इसको सब लोग इस वक्त देख रहे हैं, और हमारे भी जितने मेंबर्स हैं वो भी सारे इस लिंक के इसको आज सुबह से देख रहे हैं। सुबह मंत्री जी आए और उन्होंने सबको ये जो बैज ऑफ ऑनर है कुछ लोगों को दिया, बाकियों को बाद में दिया जाएगा। और उनको हमने जो बात की वही आपको भी बोलूंगा मैं, क्योंकि कल से जो आपने एक कृपा की वर्षा की है सबके ऊपर, रियली ये जो कृपा की वर्षा हुई कल, तो इट वाज अ रेनी डे फॉर अस। And it's poured and poured. I mean, since I didn't know, after I received the information, and immediately after going through this, I sent messages all over India to all members, personally to all people, groups, and there was a total silence for at least half an hour or 1 hour. मैं को ये कोई नहीं कह रहा ये हुआ क्या है। You know, normally when I send a message, there are immediately जहाँ कोई ताली बजाते हैं, कोई बैंड बजाते हैं, बड़ा अच्छा बोल दिया आपने, कमाल कर दिया, पढ़े ना पढ़े और बात है, लेकिन वो उनका भी अभिनंदन आ जाता है। तो कोई ताली नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं। मैं कहा भाई क्या हो गया है, कोई गलती तो नहीं हो गई, और हो सकता मैं ही नहीं गलत से पढ़ लिया हो जल्दी जल्दी में। ये कौन सी ऐसी क्लॉज है जो पता नहीं लगा क्या हुई है।
तो फिर 1 घंटे के बाद फिर तो तालियां ही तालियां बचे जी, कमाल हो गया। और सबसे पहले तो ये डीपी सिंह जी हमारे किधर बैठे हैं जी, ये हमारे कानून के विशेषज्ञ हैं। और अगर कोई कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी के साथ या सरकार के साथ तालमेल बना पूरे इंडिया में जो बना पाया है, जो डीपी सिंह जी हैं, वहां के होम सेक्रेटरी, कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी, इतना बढ़िया रिलेशन, इज रोल मॉडल। तो हर बात की समझ इनको, हर कानून के, ये इज आल्सो को चेयर ऑफ आवर लीगल एंड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन कमेटी। को हम बता कि लीगल के बाद कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन की जरूरत होती है, वो कमेटी हमने बना रखी है। तो इनका जब आया तो इनका तो स्टीक होता भी, कहीं गलती हुई होगी तो वो भी बता देंगे भी ये इसमें ये पंगा पड़ गया। तो इनका आते ही मन प्रसन्न हुआ। फिर तो बाकी सब लोगों ने बहुत ही अच्छा किया। सुबह सुबह तो अनिल पुरी जी ने उसका पूरा निचोड़ खुलासा कुंजी करके भेज दिया मेरे पास। he is also very very active on this. He will go through whole things very minutely और करके सारा इन्होंने उनका सब कुछ भेजा। तो सर जो चीज आपने कर दी है और वो एक अद्भुत चीज हुई है, इसका नहीं हमें अंदाजा था कि ऐसा होगा, लेकिन हमारी आपकी डिस्कशन, उसके बाद आपके अंदर की डिस्कशंस, उनके बाद क्या कंसल्टेशन चलती हैं, क्या कानूनी नुक्ते पड़ते हैं सरकार के किसी नोटिफिकेशन को बनाने में, उसका काफी जानकारी थी। तो मुझे नहीं पता था कि कब ये चीज बन जाए, लेकिन आप जैसा योग्य व्यक्ति, जिस ढंग से आपने एक अपनी पैटर्नेज हमारी इस इंडस्ट्री को दी है जब से आप यहाँ आए हैं, वो तो एक सबके लिए एक अजीब सा मामला बना है। और नहीं तो हमें बुलाते नहीं थे और बुलाते थे वो किसी और बेगाने को बुला लेते थे जिसका कोई लेना देना नहीं। लेकिन जो हुआ देर से हुए, लेकिन लगातार जो हम आप लोगों के सामने अपनी मुश्किलें रखते रहे हैं और उसको फिर आपने संज्ञान लेके उसको अच्छे ढंग से समझ के फिर आपका अपना एक दृष्टिकोण एक इंडस्ट्री के बारे जो बना, आपने लगातार उसको बनाया है। और जिस ढंग से हम भी आपको चाहे बताते रहे बातें, और उसको फिर आपने जो अमेंडमेंट का, जी तो हम कभी सोचा ही नहीं था कि रूल्स में भी अमेंडमेंट हो जाएंगे। हम हमेशा ये सोचते थे कि ये तो अमेंडमेंट होगा जब पार्लियामेंट का एक्ट आएगा उसी में होगा। पार्लियामेंट में तो अच्छा वाला एक्ट पास नहीं हो रहा तो अमेंडमेंट कहाँ से पास होने थे। लेकिन रूल्स में अमेंडमेंट करके जो हमारे पेन पॉइंट्स थे, जो रियली हमारे ऑपरेशंस में, हमारी ऑफिस को चलाने में, जब बिजनेस को चलाने में थे, वो आपने इसको बड़े अच्छे ढंग से आपने इसको समझा। जो आपसे हो पाया था वो आपने बहुत ही बढ़िया ढंग से किया। और जिस ढंग से आपने एक एक पॉइंट को, आज मेरा ख्याल नहीं है कि पूरी इंडस्ट्री में आज कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति होगा जो कहता ना खुश हो। आपने बस उनका लाइफ जो ईज ऑफ डूइंग था वो रियल अगर किसी मिनिस्ट्री में हुआ, सच बताऊं आपको, वो आपकी होम मिनिस्ट्री ने वो आपके द्वारा हुआ। बड़े बधाई के पात्र हैं इस चीज के बारे में। कई लोग तो मानते नहीं, सबको जब मिल गया। एक महाराष्ट्र का मुझे बोलता, जी इनको बोलो एक वन लाइसेंस वन नेशन कर दो। मैं कहा यार इसकी तो खुशी मना ले पहले जो मिला है, जो दिल मांगे मोर है, अभी मिला है तो कहता है ऑल इंडिया लाइसेंस भी साथ ही बना लेते। अब वो समझते कि यहाँ बैठे लोग 2 मिनट में करते हैं, और मेरी जान खा जाते भारद्वाज साहब कि आप जाके जी इसको क्यों नहीं करवाते हो। जरा उनको बोलो कि आज चिट्ठी निकाल दे, आज ये चिट्ठी निकाल दो। और ये ऐसी समस्या मेरे लिए बन जाती है, दे डोंट अंडरस्टैंड द लेजिस्लेटिव प्रोसेस एंड ब्यूरोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस भी। कितना लगता है एक चीज को इधर उधर करने में भी। लेकिन आपका इतना आभार हम व्यक्त करना चाहते हैं बात साहब, जो आपने आज जो किया है, ये इस बिजनेस को यहां से यहां तक ले जाएगा। क्योंकि जब ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस हो जाता है तो फिर आपका ध्यान उन इंपीडिमेंट्स के ऊपर, उन चीजों के ऊपर जहां सबसे ज्यादा पंगा पड़ता है। और इतना पेन, इतनी ह्यूमिलेशन और इतना करप्शन इसमें घुस जाता है कि जहां दस्तखत चलेंगे तो उसी में तो सारी पावर है। वो लड़का 2-2 साल तक लाइसेंस ना मिले और लोगों के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट चले गए। इतना मुश्किल, जो सुधीर बसीन बैठे मेरे सामने, इनका काम चल रहा है, लाइसेंस इनके पास है, एक्सटेंड हो नहीं रहा है, ये रात भर परेशान हो रहे हैं। कहीं चिट्ठी लिख, मैं आपको लिख रहा हूँ भी, इनको काम इनका चला जाएगा। सब कह जी अब लाइसेंस ले आइए तो रिन्यू होना चाहिए, नहीं आपको मिलेगा, नहीं तो देयर द मोर पीपल। सो दिस वाज ए नेशनल प्रॉब्लम, जहां सब लोगों के जो काम थे वो बड़े मुश्किल में फंसे, बहुत का लूज बिजनेस खत्म हुआ इस वजह से। अब बताइए, एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट लेने के लिए 2 गार्ड का जिंदगी लग जाती है, और उसको बने बनाए को 200 गार्ड 400 गार्ड का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आपका इस बात के लिए चला जाए कि रिन्यू नहीं हुआ है। आप कितनी बड़ी दुख हो सकता है, कितना सिस्टम को आदमी निकालेगा, कितने 400 लोग, उनको नौकरी कौन देगा, ये लॉस ऑफ बिजनेस होगा। 400 गार्ड या 200 गार्ड मीन ए लॉट फॉर ए प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री। तो वो जो चीज थी, वो उसको आपने जिस ढंग से इसको किया है, और जो ट्रेनिंग का आपने कर दिया, अभी शायद आपको मैं 3 दिन पहले शायद चिट्ठी लिख के भेजा था, ये कप्तान साहब हमारे गए थे, मैंने भेजी थी कि एक कंपनी के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर जो G4 के, वो उसकी ट्रेनिंग कर रखी उसने। अब वो अंदर, अब तेलंगाना वाला कहते हैं आप यहाँ आके करो। दिस वाज अ प्रॉब्लम अगेन विद विक्रम हुरकर, अनिल पुरी, सबके साथ हम कहें भी इन लोगों ने ट्रेनिंग कर रखी है ऑथोराइज उससे इंस्टीट्यूट से, तो व्हाई शुड दे ब्लडी कम टू योर प्लेस वंस अगेन? नो नो यू हैव टू कम। और डिपार्टमेंट, वो इंटेलिजेंस का डिपार्टमेंट है जी, इंटेलिजेंस के वो आईजी भेजे, जहां तक कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी भेजे, वो इंटेलिजेंस के आईजी भेजते नहीं जी, अगर आप मेरे इंस्टीट्यूट में नहीं आए तो मैं आपका लाइसेंस कैंसिल करा दूंगा, एंड डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द आईजी। तो मैंने उनसे बात की, मैं कहा साहब आप क्या बात कर रहे हो, हैं कुछ कायदा कानून है, आप अपना रेवेन्यू बनाना चाहते हो और बात है। फिर कहते जी सिर्फ यही नहीं, आपके सारे सुपरवाइजरी मेरे इस इंटेलिजेंस एकेडमी में आएंगे और उनको 5,500 रुपया देना पड़ेगी फीस, एंड देन यू हैव टू पे 21 days सैलरी टू द सुपरवाइजर आल्सो। इफ यू हैव ए 50 सुपरवाइजर, 60 सुपरवाइजर, इमेजिन you have to pay the salary for 21 days and give money for the fees also। अब ये अद्भुत चीज उन्होंने हमारी पैदा कर दी। हमने कहा सारे सुपरवाइजर आप ड्यूली ट्रेन्ड बाय एंड ऑथोराइज्ड ट्रेनिंग सेंटर बाय द कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी, सब सुनते ही नहीं थे। तो ये सारी चीजें जो वेरिफिकेशन की थी, पुलिस वेरिफिकेशन की थी, उसकी वजह से काम नहीं मिलता था, वो तो आप तो उससे बड़े अच्छे ढंग से अवगत है। ये सारा जो आपने कर दिया है, तो वो बहुत ही एक बड़ी बात हो गई है। अब हमारी प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री के ऑपरेशंस में, मैनेजमेंट में कोई ऐसी चीज मुझे नजर नहीं आती सिवाय जीएसटी के। अब जीएसटी के पीछे भी हम लगे हुए हैं। जीएसटी के पीछे जो पिछली बार मेरी मंत्री जी से बात हुई थी, मैंने कहा कि देखो हम आपके सेक्टर हैं, हम आपकी इंडस्ट्री हैं, और वहां जीएसटी के जो सेक्रेटरी हैं उनसे मेरी जब बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि देखिए आप अपनी मिनिस्ट्री से क्यों नहीं लिखवाते, जब मिनिस्ट्री से आएगा उसका एक वजन बनता है। बाकी इंडस्ट्री के लोग जो हैं, बाकी सेक्टर के लोग, टेक्सटाइल वो सब उनके मंत्रालय यहाँ के बोलते हैं इनमें ये प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, तो आप इनको जीएसटी में ये चेंजेस चाहिए। आपका हो ही नहीं रहा, तो जब भी चलते थे तो क्या कौन रिकमेंड करे जी वहां पे। तो लेकिन उस दिन आपने तो लिखा, आपने भेजा भी, लेकिन मंत्री जी से बात हुई तो मंत्री जी ने उसी वक्त फोन उठा के अनुराग ठाकुर को फोन किया, कहते जी ये बात है, ये हमारा सेक्टर है, महेश जी मेरे साथ थे, और कहा जी बाकी बात बाद में सुनूंगा, पहले उनको मिलाओ, साथ ही पास ही हैं। एंड वी वेंट इन, लिसन टू अस एंड वी ट्राई टू कन्विंस हिम। इट्स सो डिफिकल्ट टू कन्विंस द फाइनेंस पीपल क्योंकि वो सोचते कि पैसा लेने हमारे पास आ गए जी, ये कोई ना कोई जेब हमारे खाली करेंगे। उनको समझाया, मैं कही आप गलत जगह पे जा रहे हो, आप अपनी मीटिंग में एक फिक्की की जो बॉडी है, फिक्की है, आप उसकी बात मानते हो। फिक्की रिप्रेजेंट द बिजनेसमैन, नॉट द सर्विस प्रोवाइडर। यहाँ पे बिजनेसमैन को पैसा, सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइडर को पैसा देना पड़ रहा है, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर को, तो फायदा तो जा रहा है बिजनेसमैन को, उसको 3 महीने पैसा नहीं देना पड़ता, एंड इज हैप्पी। और ये बात फिक्की कर रही है। फिक्की तो इज वॉचिंग द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ देयर मेंबर्स बिकॉज दे ऑल सर्विस टेकर्स। अब उनकी आप परिभाषा दे के लिख देते हो जी, जो फिक्की ने कह दिया। हमने कहा यार फिक्की तो भाई बिजनेसमैन का है, हाउ कैन यू लिसन टू देम, वी आर द सर्विस प्रोवाइडर, वी हैव द पेन्स, आप उसको करो जी। नहीं जी आपको ऐसा कर ले। मैं कमाल है, हम
इस सिक्योरिटी सेक्टर की फिक्की हैं। मैं कहा हम इसकी फिक्की हैं जी, हैं? आप हमारी बात को समझिए और हमारी बात आप सुनेंगे नहीं तो कहिए फिक्की से हो गया ये। मैं कह नहीं, हमने फिक्की के पास नहीं जाना। आई विल नॉट डू दैट। वी आर द फेडरेशन, वी हैव सो मेनी एसोसिएशन विद अस, वी हैव चैप्टर्स एंड वी वर्किंग फॉर सच ए लॉन्ग टाइम, वी रिप्रेजेंट इट। सो वो एक चीज इशू रह गई है, उसमें भी आपका थोड़ा सा और सहयोग मिल जाएगा। मंत्री से तो बात हो गई है, लेकिन आप क्योंकि हमारे सीनियर नोडल सब कुछ वो हो, जो आपका एनालिसिस है, जो आपकी पहचान इस चीज की में है, तो उसमें भी एक बार और पुश हो जाएगी तो ये हो जाएगा। ये जीएसटी वाला मामला उनको कहीं ना कहीं समझ में तो आता है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं किसी षड्यंत्र के कहर हमें रोका हुआ है। वो रोका हुआ है, जबकि मंत्री को मैंने समझाया जी देखिए अभी तो आप इतना पैसा ले रहे हो, अगर आप इसको आरसीएम करा दोगे तो हर सिक्योरिटी वाला जो है जहां काम कर रहा है उसका वो लाला जी पैसा काटेंगे, आपको भेजेंगे, आपकी जो कलेक्शन है वो कम से कम 30 to 40% बढ़ जाएगी। तो आप देश के साथ ऐसा अन्याय क्यों कर रहे हो? हम तो आपका बिजनेस पैसा बढ़ाने आए हुए हैं। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं बात जो अगर सही आपका उसमें हो गया, आज मैं बोलना नहीं चाहिए था, वही दिल मांगे मोर वाली बात है। आप बैठे हैं तो आप ही को कहेंगे, लेकिन मैं बहुत आभारी हूं आपका। ये सारे लोग बहुत आभारी हैं। ये कोई ढोल नहीं है तो ये तो आपके सामने भंगड़ा डालते हैं। तो मैं यही कहूंगा, सो नाइस ऑफ यू सर, वी आर indebted, वी आर सो ग्रेटफुल टू यू एंड यू आर ऑलवेज, ये आपको बताऊं यही नहीं, जो पिछली बार भी, क्योंकि आपसे जो बात होती मैं सेक्टर को बताता रहता हूं, एंड यू हैव earned a tremendous respect. I've never seen a civil service officer commanding such a respect, and you are a no nonsense fellow. आप जो बात करते सही करते हो, ना इधर ना उधर है, आपसे डील करने का हमें बड़ा मजा आता है। तो उसी से तो चीजें निकल के आ जाती हैं। तो आप कोई ऐसी बात नहीं बोलते जिसमें कोई लुभानी बात हो, गलत हो, आप बिल्कुल ढंग से करते हो। सो मैं आपका आभारियों के अब आए हैं, तो थैंक यू सो मच, सो नाइस ऑफ यू।
Thank you, Kumar Vikram Singh ji, for addressing us once again. And this was an address straight from the heart. This was something that you said straight from the heart. And so we would like to specially present something for you. क्योंकि एक ये ऐतिहासिक एक जीत हुई है पूरी इंडस्ट्री की, एक बहुत ही सुखद फैसला आया है सबके लिए, तो हमारी ओर से कृपया एक सम्मान है जो हम आपके लिए यहाँ पर पेश करना चाहेंगे। एक खास अभिनंदन इसे कह लीजिए, एक प्रेम है, हमारा प्यार है आपके लिए। तो वो चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन है, और साथ साथ मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट से, सेक्रेटरी जनरल से, अन्य लोगों से कि वो भी ज्वाइन करें, और एक स्पेशल अभिनंदन हमारे इंडस्ट्री की ओर से, स्पेशली फॉर यू सर। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, काइंडली ज्वाइन इन फॉर दिस स्पेशल फेलिसिटेशन, एंड वी हैव श्री विवेक भारद्वाज। So way of presenting our gratitude, और तालियों का साथ रुकना नहीं चाहिए. Let us keep, presenting and giving our love and respect and appreciation and support for this amazing journey that has been with Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, Additional Secretary, Police Modernization, Ministry of Home Affairs. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. And there's a badge of honor as well at the same time. A badge of honor from our industry. And this year's Security Leadership Summit will be remembered for this very special way of appreciating and respecting your support. Thank you so much. And with this, may I take the opportunity of requesting our guest? I must say, ladies and gentlemen, we had been waiting for this moment जहां हम सुनना चाहते हैं विवेक जी को, उनकी बातों को समझना चाहते हैं. He has a very special message, I'm sure, today for all of us, because the industry, बहुत कम लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, but online platforms पर बहुत ज़्यादा लोग अपने घरों से, अपने offices से जुड़े हुए हैं. So we would like to request Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, IAS, Additional Secretary, Police Modernization, Ministry of Home Affairs, to kindly please, speak on this wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. मैं उनके बारे में यही कहना चाहूँगी in recognition of his contribution in enhancing and streamlining the scope of private security industry in India and fostering it in tone with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision, ease of doing business. Shri Bharadwaj has, in his capacity as Additional Secretary, Department of Police Modernization, Ministry of Home Affairs, has always gone an extra mile to assist and ensure that right due is given to the industry, which employs more than 90 lakh employees. Let's welcome Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, please.
Dear friends, I'm delighted to be here. I am especially thankful to CAPSI for inviting me here. Grateful to Kuwar Vikram Singh ji. We all know that he has a very generous nature and a large heart, and it shows. I also realize that this is the 15th annual Security Leaders Summit. Therefore, it shows the path that the industry has traveled in the last 15 years. And I have been lucky, fortunate to be witness to this. I remember having met the CAPSI delegation in the beginning. Of course, it was a new assignment for me. I came in from the Ministry of Coal. This is a totally different ball game. I knew mining very well. And before that, I knew sewage systems very well. So that is the way that our service is. So it took me some time to understand. And but I was delighted to be guided by CAPSI in many ways. And therefore, we've been able to work together. I remember in this very unusual year, in the beginning itself, we were able to declare the private security industry as part of the essential services. And that was one reason the industry survived. And not only did the industry survive, but more importantly, the property of the industry, as in whether it was malls or whether it was markets or other establishments, especially in hospitals, the industry, the security industry played a very vital role. We have passed through that stage, and now has come the stage for inoculation of our workers. And I'm delighted to tell you that we have decided in MHA to approach the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to declare our workers as also frontline workers and be included in the first stage. So, coming to the rules which have been notified yesterday, this was something which we wanted to do for a long time. In fact, the draft rules were published in November last year. And our mandate was, as the CAPSI knows very well, how do we expand or push the envelope as much as possible without going to Parliament? And therefore, you would see that there might be certain gray areas, but we have tried to extend and ensure ease of doing business in this sector as much as possible. We've had consultations with 35 organizations. We invited comments. And I'm telling you this because generally it is said that the government doesn't consult. So the process was that for the first 15 days, we kept these rules open in public domain. We invited comments, and there were 35 organizations which sent in their comments. Each one of those suggestions, comments was looked at, accepted, not accepted. Then we had face-to-face meetings with organizations. CAPSI at the one end also, but also organizations which represent the private security guard. And once that process was over, the internal process took over. And finally, these rules were approved by the Honorable Home Minister. You would recall that he had launched a portal a year earlier. And in fact, these rules will also facilitate that portal, because I have no hesitation in saying that that has not been implemented to the extent that we expected. And the reason was that the facilitating legal framework was not there. Once this has been issued, we will push the states to ensure that it is an online process and which should not take so much time. And because there's a dashboard there, we will be able to monitor. In fact, we had a meeting in October, and that meeting I had held, I think, when I was in hospital, down with the infection. It was a VC to monitor the implementation and dependency position. Some states like Maharashtra have disposed of many applications. Some did not. Now, once these rules are in place, we'll be able to do it. And we assure you that from now on, applications are going to be accepted only online and disposed of online. So we do not want people to travel to or meet people like us. So I have a list here of what we have changed from the last rules, and it has been 14 years since the last rules were notified. In the 2006 rules, there was manual verification of antecedents. Now there will be digital verification from a database. So this is something which can happen instantly. The paper need not travel anywhere. We've authorized and empowered the controlling authority to use a database. If your name is not there, that means you're okay. Then the time limit for completion of antecedents verification was 90 days in the earlier rules. Now it will be 15 days. Actually, it will not be 15 days also, because it is instant. Earlier, only the police could verify antecedents. Now the controlling authority will verify the antecedents. So the burden on the police has been reduced. The validity of antecedent verification certificate for guards was 3 years. Now it will be 5 years. In case of license in multiple states by one promoter, there was a separate verification process in each state. That has been done away with. The training certificate of guards was valid only in one state. Now that certificate will be having pan-India validity. The guard and supervisor was the only two designations which was recognized in the rules. Now you can have any designation that you deem fit. There was no time limit for granting licenses. Now the 60 days time limit has been specified for grant of license. There was no ground for rejection of license conveyed. Now explicitly it has been mentioned, if you refuse a license, you will have to mention why have you refused it. Earlier, inspection of office premises of applicants was not necessary. Now these will be mandatory. There was no provision in the event of delay in renewal of license at the state government's end. Now what we have done is that if you applied in time and the state government does not issue the license within the prescribed time limit, whenever it does issue this license, the period in between will be regularized. So there will be a deemed provision that your license remains valid. This was a major gray area. This was a major gray area, and everybody used to be worried that now my license is expired. Now, like you were mentioning about licensing expiring and you not being able to. So there's a deeming provision there. And I can tell you all of this, I did not know. It is you who told me of the pain points. Thank you so much. Now, there was no mention at that time of online application and an e-payment of fees. Now, e-payments have been explicitly mentioned. there was a time limit of 6 months before commencement of activities. Otherwise, your license would get cancelled. But what constituted commencement of activity, that was not there. That was also a gray area. Now we've specified only two things. One, establishment of office premises and engagement of supervisors. If you've done this, then that means you've commenced activities. There was no force majeure clause earlier. Now we have a force majeure clause. This would mean that if you have not been able to apply for some calamity like what we've seen this year, so the licenses will get extended. One discipline which we've tried to impose is that there was application for renewal before the period of last 45 days of validity was mandatory. That still remains mandatory, and if you do not apply within 45 days or before 45 days, then you will have to apply afresh. Because in this system, when everything is electronic, you will get an alert that your license is expiring. We have a database. So you will get an alert, please apply in time, like you get income tax. There was no time limit for disposal of renewal applications. Now the time limit is 30 days for the controlling authority. There was a stipulation of maintaining a register with regard to details of guards, customers, and roster duties. This register will now be maintained electronically, and it will be linked to ESI and EPF numbers and bank branches through which salary is paid. So everything is electronic. Training of licensee mandatory after obtaining of license, even if he has completed the same for his earlier license, that has also been done away with. The last one was that there was subject of training of licensees were not mentioned. These now subjects have also been mentioned. So this is what we've been able to do. I do hope that with this new collaboration that CAPSI has entered into with the foreign service providers and security authorities, I'm sure that this will go a long way in making our industry not only globally competent, but also ensuring that we become a service provider to the entire world. Because we have the capacity, we have the experience, we have the resources, that we should not be only confined to India, but we should be the default option for all major events which take place in the world, whether it's a concert of a pop star or there's a big football match. Everybody should be looking towards India. So with these wishes and grateful thanks to CAPSI for inviting me here, I wish it all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, once again. And we would like to thank you on behalf of the entire industry for bringing about such changes, such positivity. All right, so a little change in the... Ladies and gentlemen, there's a question and answer session, maybe for which a lot of us have been very eagerly waiting for. And this is about the MHA new PASARA rules, ease of doing business for PSI. And we have in front Shri Vivek Bharadwaj. And we have this question answer session for which we have a few names. So should we begin this session? Are we all ready? All right. So beginning with Captain Shibu Isaac, National Vice President, CAPSI. I think he has... Okay. Dr. R.K. Tyagi? Okay. Right. Online. So, Captain Shibu Isaac, may we request you to kindly unmute and present your question to Shri Vivek Bharadwaj. Captain Shibu Isaac. Yes, unmute. Yeah, please present your question. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Sri Vivek Bhardwaj ji, Kunal Vikram Saab, and all my dear friends sitting out there in PhD chamber. I missed my session there. So first of all, again, the Christmas greetings to you. But since I'm here to ask a question, I have only one question, sir. So in Tamil Nadu, which was one of the first states to implement the PASARA rules, we have never had a controlling authority who had a designated role to play as the controlling authority. It was always an additional role, and most of the PASARA activities was pushed to the last resort whenever time permitted for the controlling authority to act upon. Wish this could be changed now that our industry is gaining prominence. We should have a designated controlling authority in all states, sir. Thank you very much.
Your point is well taken. I would also like to point out another thing, that our understanding of controlling authorities is that they should be facilitating this industry, not controlling the industry. And therefore, we've been insisting on civilian officers for this role, because we don't want a mindset that these are possible criminals. so they, so they don't have to be controlled or regulated. They have to be facilitated and encouraged.
So, facilitated and encouraged. Wonderful words. We move ahead with Dr. R.K. Tyagi, National Vice President, CAPSI. Dr. R.K. Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi, may we request you to kindly put forward your question? Dr. Tyagi, can you hear us? Should we move on to the next question? Okay. Shri D.S. Reddy, President, CAPSI, Telangana Chapter. D.S. Reddy.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. In fact, I haven't gone through the new rules, in fact, because that other part we were discussing about the training of the licenses owners. But my controlling authority, I mean intelligence IGs, they are only forcing only one of the owner has to undergo the training, 6-year training. I think definitely a lot of representations from other states also coming to me to represent the issue, but they are not accepting it. I request your intervention. At least any senior manager who is been designated, allotted can undergo the training. At least as long as it can be accepted as long as he is in the company. That one part. Then recently the supervisors part, chairman sir was discussing. They again started enforcing it, sending it. Because they are charging even fees also for training. They are charging 20,000 rupees for licenses. And the supervisors also, then as you said, is again they have to be, once we want to send the people for supervisors, we can send it. At least there is no stipend and we have to pay for the 21 days their salary. Then other expenditure about 10,000 rupees. It will become very heavy. In spite of having our own training centers and we are authorized for it. And they are intervening in between. I request your intervention on getting these things solved, sir.
So the process is that once the government of India notifies these rules, then they have to be adopted by the state governments. The Act also says that the state governments cannot formulate rules which are in conflict with these rules. Right?
Yes, sir.
So these rules govern the functioning of the state governments. Because these rules have just been notified yesterday, within the next few days, we will be holding a meeting with all the controlling authorities. We will be informing them of the salient features of these rules, making it clear to them their boundaries, and then we will urge them also to adopt them formally. Right? That is one process. But we'll sensitize them to what the new rules now actually specify. The other thing is about the Telangana issue of training and this and that. We are writing to the government of Telangana that this is not as per the law. Simple.
Thank you very much.
No, this is.
All right.
Has to be
So
order of
we
law.
have an addition to this session. Colonel K.K. Singh, he would like to ask something.
KK Singh. Where is he? Yes.
Yes. So may we request Colonel Singh to kindly please ask your question as we are. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Honorable Additional Secretary Shri Bhardwaj ji for having brought in historic changes in the PASAR Act. And we would also like to thank our Chairman, Vardiya Chairman, CAPSI, and other active members of the CAPSI for having persuaded and pursued it with the government to bring in these eminent changes. They are very important changes. But with this, I would, without wasting your time, I would like to ask you a question, especially about the training. Firstly, we have to understand the fact that the training has not been standardized in the PASAR Act, though subjects have been defined in the PASAR Act, but the trainings pan-India have not been standardized. Like I'll quote an example, like in Assam, the agencies are authorized to train their own guards and certify them. There are no specific training institutions. Like in Delhi or Haryana or Punjab, there are specific licenses for training institutions. Because to get a license for a training institution is a Herculean task, sir. It's a huge investment. Whereas getting a license for a security, you have further eased it. You have very well defined it, sir. That you can get a license for a security agency for a pittance, I will put it that way. But for a training institution, you have to have an infrastructure, you have to have a lot of prerequisite requirements in place. So my request to you, sir, is that a training certificate issued by a training institution of a particular state recognized by a controlling authority is applicable or is authorized pan-India. There I find the dichotomy, because other states, there are a number of states who have not even drawn their syllabus, PASAR, meeting the PASAR aspirations, and you have added NSQF. That's a wonderful thing. I must compliment you there, sir, because those are the standards which the government of India has devised. But the NSQF talks about the level 1 to level 10. They basically specifies the national occupation standards. Since I'm an NSDC training partner also, I understand the importance. But same time, before we merge these subjects into the NSQF and PASAR, but we have to standardize the PASAR training institutions in the states. That specific question has not been addressed in the amendment which you have brought in, sir. I thought I'll request you, personally, I've got an opportunity to see you and speak to you, compliment you, sir, if you could address this.
You've raised an important point. You see, training is something where we need to really focus on. All of us know that that is an area which is not our strength. Therefore, we need to focus on it. On the other hand, we also recognize that there needs to be flexibility in the curriculum. Whereas we are only defining the topics as per those standards, we are not going beyond that, because it's like pedagogy, you know. You can, while the syllabus is standard, the outcomes are standard in education or training, the outcomes are standard. But how do you go about it? That should not be straight-jacketed. So therefore, we have left it flexible as per the the wisdom of the training institution, as long as these subjects are taught and this is the output achieved. So that is intentional, because otherwise we don't want to, then this is too much of regulation.
So my request is, sir, that if state government could be given the directives that these are the stipulated directions for the training institutions, because the act doesn't mention about that training part, sir. And I personally feel, being from the armed forces, that training is the backbone of any organization, sir, if they want to be successful, sir. So my request is, sir, if some directions could be given to the state controlling authorities, these are the suggested guidelines for a license for a training institution, so that it can be standardized pan-India, sir, and it could be we could meet the aspirations, sir. That is what my request is, sir.
कर्नल साहब, हमारी सर्विस में क्या होता है कि जो सजेशन देता है ना, उसी को काम दिया जाता है.
सर दीजिए, मुझे दीजिए सर. आई एम फॉर्चुनेट 5 controlling authorities have visited my institution. I have a model training institution, sir. I would request you also, it could be a standard for a pan India, so it could be for everybody to see, sir.
So you prepare a paper.
I'll do that, sir.
You send it to us through CAPSI. We'll consider it.
I'll do that, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel Singh, and thank you, Shri Vivek Bharadwaj. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the next set of questions, and now requesting Shri Bhaskar Reddy, President, CAPSI, Andhra Pradesh Chapter, to kindly please put forward your question.
He's not there.
All right. Moving on, Shri Raju Srinivasan, President, CAPSI, Tamil Nadu Chapter. Raju Srinivasan.
Bottom 3. He's there. CAPSI Tamil Nadu.
So may we request our team to kindly unmute Mr. Srinivasan. Okay, right here, yes. Mr. Srinivasan, please put forward your question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Srinivasan from Tamil Nadu chapter, sir.
All security agencies. All security agencies in one.
I like only one doubt, sir. Sir, echo over there. Already, I think you have explained majority doubts, sir. But only one question from my side. You have mentioned about the training certificate issued in one state. It is valid for other states. From when it is affected, sir?
With the background music that was coming, I was afraid I'm going to see Rajnikant there. Anyway, you see, this has been notified yesterday, and now there is a process, because we are a federal country. The states have their own jurisdiction, and therefore, and this is part of their state's jurisdiction. We've made an all India law. It will have to be adopted by the states. But like I explained earlier, we will be holding a meeting with the states very soon to sensitize the controlling authority that this is what the new parameters, the new requirements are. Right?
Right. Second one, sir. That training center in Pondicherry, they are having a government institute itself. But in Tamil Nadu, we are not having institute for the training center, sir. So even though I was affiliated by SSDC, now I have to approach the NSDC that they says one minimum turnover of the 20 crores only I am able to take the part of the NSDC training affiliated. So at least we need in Tamil Nadu, at least from the government side, any training institute may be insisted further, sir.
So as far as Pasara is concerned, you do not need any turnover.
Sound
right?
Idea, sir.
So you can yourself set up a training institution for Tamil Nadu, security agencies, and that should be good enough.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We move on to the next question, which will be presented by President CAPSI Punjab Chapter, Shri Harinder Singh. Shri Harinder Singh. On the top center. Ms. Harinder Singh, please.
Yuvraj.
You need a Yuvraj next to him.
Hello, Harinder.
बोलो जी.
आपसे
Mr. Harinder.
कमल विक्रम जी का, महेश जी का, पादवत साहब जी का मैं बहुत थैंक करता हूं, जिन्होंने हमें ये चांस दिया आपसे सीधी मुलाकात करने का। हम आपके पास आना चाहते थे, लेकिन जो रास्ते दिल्ली के बंद थे, इसकी वजह से हम नहीं आ पाए। हम आपसे यहीं से आपके रूबरू हो रहे हैं। मेरी आपको रिक्वेस्ट है,
आप वहीं रहिए। दिल्ली वाले कह रहे हैं कि आप
और बहुत अच्छा लगा जो कॉन्फ्रेंस जो नई तकनीक के साथ हो रही है, बहुत अच्छा लगा। इसमें पंजाब की तरफ से हमारी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, हम जो कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी के साथ हमारी 2 महीने में 3 महीने में एक मीटिंग अरेंज होनी चाहिए। जो हमारी ये स्टेट लेवल की प्रॉब्लम है, जो कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी कर सकती है, उसका हल वो अरेंज होनी चाहिए। और
आप सही कह रहे हैं, संवाद से ही समाधान मिलता है। हम जो यहाँ करना चाह रहे हैं कि आपको कम से कम कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी से काम पड़े।
थैंक यू सर।
और उसके लिए देखिए, ऐसा है कि आपको लाइसेंसिंग, रिन्यूअल ऑफ लाइसेंस, इन्हीं सब कारणों से आपको कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी से कांटेक्ट करना पड़ता है। हम चाह रहे हैं कि हर चीज ऑनलाइन हो। हम ये भी चाह रहे हैं कि हम यहाँ पर बैठकर डैशबोर्ड की मॉनिटरिंग करेंगे, जो कि मैंने अक्टूबर में करी थी, और हमने देखा कि कितने लाइसेंस की एप्लीकेशन आई, कितने कहाँ किस स्टेज पे पड़ेंगे और कितने इशू हुए। जब हम यहाँ से मॉनिटर करेंगे तब आपको चिंता करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
वैसे तो कोई कमी छोड़ी नहीं आपने। कंवर विक्रम जी बैठे हैं, सारा रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, तो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल। अब पंजाब
आप अपने काम पे ध्यान रखें, सरकार को ज्यादा
थैंक यू।
बहुत अच्छे. Thank you so much. We would like to move on to the working president Maharashtra chapter, Shri Shiv Kumar Singh, now asking his question. Shri Shiv Kumar Singh.
He's not there. No.
Okay, we move on. Shri Ghanshyam Pandit, President Himachal Pradesh chapter. Shri Ghanshyam Pandit. Kindly unmute. So we can only take guarantee of ours. Machines, how they behave, it's completely up to them. Should we move on? So you'd like to come back to Ghanshyamji a little while later, I guess. There seems to be some problem. Shri Sameer Trivedi, President Gujarat chapter. Yeah, on the extreme right, Shri Sameer Trivedi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir. Congratulations, Vikram साहब, महेश शर्मा साहब. हम रेगुलर गुजरात से महेश शर्मा साहब के साथ कांटेक्ट में रहते हैं और बहुत जबरदस्त वो मेहनत कर रहे हैं. They are doing wonderful work. Question and answer में, if you'll get the last answer, it is very difficult to ask the question. मगर वी हैव स्मॉल 2-3 क्वेश्चंस और लंच का टाइम है, मैं फटाफट आपसे पूछ लेता हूँ सर। एक जो ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स है, देयर आर स्मॉल सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज एंड बिग सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज. So some of the big security services have very good training centers and they are doing very good. But for small security services, it is difficult. And some big security services charging sometimes heavy, you can say they have no fixed thing they can charge from the other security services. Because there is also competition in the charges also. Because the big security services are investing a lot of money to develop the training center. So if there is possibility, two things are there. One thing is if we fix the charges for the training center, and another thing is regular inspections from the government authority that training centers are going perfectly or not. So that is very good thing for the security services. And that wonderful thing for the Gujarat is that our DG and law and order had done PhD in Prasar Act. तो हमको तो बहुत फायदा होता है उससे. Regularly be in touch और he is very helpful. हम जो ऑफिसर्स आए उसमें ये ऑफिसर्स के साथ हमारी इतना सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज को प्रोत्साहन मिलता है. एंड आई डोंट थिंक कोई भी हमारा लाइसेंस के कोई भी चीज अटकी हो गुजरात की तरफ से. कुंवर विक्रम साहब ने कहा कि भंगड़ा करने का मन करता है, ऐसे हमको गरबा करने का गुजरात में मन कर रहा है. जो आप लोगों ने इतना बढ़िया किया है कि कोई क्वेरी नहीं रखी है और इतना बढ़िया विक्रम साहब ने सजेशन दी और आपने सब सजेशन हमारे करीबन मान लिए हैं. तो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू सर. दिस इज स्मॉल वन सजेशन फ्रॉम मी सर.
मैं पहली बात तो बहुत खुश हूं कि ट्रेनिंग पे इतने सवाल आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि द इंडस्ट्री हैज टू फोकस ऑन ट्रेनिंग एंड until unless we focus on our human resource, the next level will be farther off. But coming to what you suggested of having an indicative price cap kind of a thing, we can consider it, but in a free market then it becomes again a role of the government. अब हम कहेंगे साहब 10,000 रुपए होनी चाहिए उसकी फीस. अब कोई दूसरा कोर्ट में चले जाएगा कि साहब इन्होंने क्यों 11,000 चार्ज कर रहे हैं, देखिए यहाँ पर ये. तो दिस can lead to all kinds of complications. So if you think it's important, we can think about it. But we had actually suggested to the controlling authority that they can open up their facilities for police training, civil defense volunteers training, home guard training for these guards. That is an avenue where which you can look at. Apart from that, we have also formulated kind of a template for our controlling authorities on what we want from them. So one, we have told them that we want at least 2 inspections by you every month. Sure. We want you to ensure that there is awareness of the need for a license by security agencies. We've also said that you need to inspect training institutions. So we are going to be monitoring our controlling authorities also on some parameters. So once we do that, this will be taken care of.
सर मेरा सजेशन था कि प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज जो है ना, अगर उनका ट्रेनिंग सेंटर रहेगा, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट को हर जगह पे सिक्योरिटी ट्रेनिंग सेंटर ऑर्गेनाइज करना समवॉट आई डोंट नो कितना पॉसिबिलिटी है, मगर प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज हैं जो अच्छी सिक्योरिटी, हर स्टेट में देयर आर नंबर ऑफ गुड सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज, उनके खुद के ट्रेनिंग सेंटर्स हैं. तो वो ट्रेनिंग सेंटर को अगर यूज किया जाए और प्राइवेट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्या है वो नीड समझती है कि भी क्या एग्जैक्टली नीड है, तो अगर उनको कहीं मिलाया जाए, जैसे स्कूल्स हैं, कॉलेजेस हैं, उनकी फीस जो है वो कुछ एक क्राइटेरिया फिक्स रहता है, फिर अगर एक्स्ट्रा कुछ फैसिलिटी दे विल चार्ज एक्स्ट्रा फॉर एग्जांपल, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है मे बी.
नहीं तो आप गुजरात से पहल क्यों नहीं करते हैं इस बात की?
सर हम लोगों ने रखा है, हम लोगों ने हमारी बात चली रही है.
Very enlightened. You have a fair number of private security agencies. You can all come together under the banner of CAPSI and you can take this initiative. And once it is successful in Gujarat, it will be adopted elsewhere also.
सर इस ग्रुप में डॉक्टर त्यागी हैं और चेकमेट के विक्रम महूरकर हैं. वी आर रेगुलरली इन टच विद डीजी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और कोशिश हमारी जारी है सर. तो मे बी इन शॉर्ट टाइम वी विल गेट समथिंग सर.
आप अपने पर ज्यादा भरोसा कीजिए.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. And very quickly we move on, and we were not able to talk to Sri Ghanshyam Pandit, who is the president Himachal Pradesh chapter. He's joining back as I have received this message. Sri Ghanshyam Pandit would like to talk. Yeah, he's right here.
भारद्वाज जी को मेरा प्रणाम। अभी कुमार साहब ने या सभी जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे हैं, सब लोगों ने जितनी भी बातें की हैं, तो इस विषय में और ज्यादा तो मैं बात कोई करना नहीं चाहूंगा। खासकर ये जो नई अमेंडमेंट पिछले कल हुई हैं, उसके लिए हम भारद्वाज जी, रेड्डी जी और अमित शाह जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहेंगे हिमाचल चैप्टर की तरफ से। सभी लोगों को मेरा एक बार प्रणाम, सभी लोगों को खूब खूब बधाई। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, and that was brief. Sri Ghanshyam Pandit was addressing us, and now we go back to Maharashtra chapter working president Sri Shiv Kumar Singh, as I've been just told. Sri Shiv Kumar Singh, working president Maharashtra chapter.
Next.
He doesn't seem to be here. Sri Shiv Kumar Singh. Okay. Okay. We move on, and Colonel D.K. Chakrabarti, President Assam chapter. Colonel D.K. Chakrabarti. Right.
Obviously, all states.
So we are trying to connect with Colonel Chakrabarti. So please ask your, okay. No. Just a moment. All right. It goes again and again. Colonel Chakrabarti, can you hear us? क्या आप सुन सकते हैं? Okay, but
his audio is not connected.
हम आपको नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं. Let us try the next one, and we will maybe come back to Colonel Chakrabarti.
इनको ऐसे ही सुन लो तो बाद में कहेंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को टाइम समय नहीं दिया।
हो गया। Yes, done.
Okay, so we'll just try for President Mizoram chapter, Mr. Lal Thangwa Pachau.
Yeah, that's very important.
Mr. Lal Thangwa, if you're ready with your question. This is going to be President Mizoram chapter, Mr. Lal Thangwa.
Lydia can speak on behalf of everyone.
Okay, so till the time our team will check the participant list, we have one of our live speakers. Maybe request Mr. Sudhir Basin to ask a question. Till the time our team checks for the.
Good afternoon, sir. During these times of COVID, we've been talking about how can we actually enable the guards to get trained, in the sense that earlier people could not go, and you also are aware that how training has been done, and we are not very up to it on it. CAPSI, through its initiative, had actually made a program for online training, which was completely metered as per the number of hours that are required. Now, the problem is that the centers have huge amount of investments have been done. I've actually moved my chair away from Anil, actually, because he's made his center and a lot of investment has been done there. But to to say this, that the people have to get certified and the people can be trained from the online program. But they can be certified by the training centers who've been awarded the certificate. So if there can be a synergy, thereby what's going to happen is that the guards who come, it's a visual thinking that a person can come from his village. He hardly has money in his pocket. He's coming for employment. People pick him up and put them wherever they have to put because they have to complete the numbers. Then the process starts of getting him a training certificate. How many days of training is done? It's often left to wonder.
Fair enough.
So what we were looking at is that even if he's taken on a job and he's told to complete his metered training online, and thereafter he gives an exam from a certified training center in that state, and he can actually go for a day or two to that center to go and see so it will be a huge cost burden taken away from the security agency. The security training center will have his own costs met, and the people would get upskilled as per what they are required to be done. They would be forced to study, sir. So if it can be considered.
Bhasin sir, where do the rules prohibit this?
Yes. Nowhere does the rule say this also, sir.
No, this is exactly what I always say. That people, Jasbir ji jante hain, we've interacted on the law. So people have this assumption what is not written in the law is prohibited. It is the other way around. Only what is written in the law is prohibited.
What he says.
So just a second. So nowhere does it say that you can actually breathe. But we are all breathing. We are all committing a felony, are we?
But you rightly said it's assumed that we are all corrupt. So what really goes to it, he says that your man should be sitting there. You should put a thumb impression that the
We are
guy was
not
present.
saying that it is not prohibited. Go ahead and do it.
So we can announce it then, sir. It's thank you so much, sir. I think we all should actually applaud this because it will be a win-win situation for everybody.
So thank you so much. And there's one question from Shri Vivi Katti also.
Good afternoon, sir. This is a typical issue with my native state, Karnataka.
On.
It's on. See, we have an association which has been there for 30-35 years, one of the oldest associations. Regular interactions with the regulatory authorities, but things just move without even one single consultation with the association. One such issue is in one of the open meetings, they said detective word should not be used. Now, there are agencies who are using this detective word for ages. A brand image, everything is there. Now, how do we do this? Luckily, one of the officers was considerate enough and he said, okay, get a affidavit, crazy thing. Get an affidavit that you will not do any other business than security. Chalo, maan liya, sir. We went and bought the affidavit. But now, presently, they say we will not give you license if you don't remove that detective then. It's not at all there in the act or rules. Kidhar bhi nahi hai, sir. Second is the license fee across India is 25,000 rupees. Karnataka mein 50,000 hai, sir. This also no notice given to any association. Nothing. 50,000 kar diya, sir. Khatam. We have to pay this 50,000 rupees and get the license. Why there is a disparity when all other states are paying only 25,000 rupees? This is one more. And usse pehle aur ek bhi tha, sir. Luckily we have gone to the state and got a stay. Ek samrakshan karke software kiya tha, sir. Uske liye 50,000 rupees per annum pay karne ko bola tha, sir. That means that software, I think we could have set up a Infosys only, sir. Wo paise se. These are the issues we have, sir. But anyway, that software ke liye hum log stay leke aa gaye, sir. So it is in cold storage, sir. But these are two burning issues right now, sir. Thank you, sir.
Not possible.
Impossible.
So, one conclusion which I draw is that Karnataka has a lot of rich private security agents. You see, these are instances of abuse of authority. I'm saying it very clearly. Just like the Telangana order, which is not part of the law, and I said this, we have a controlling mindset. We have very clearly said that they have to be facilitated and they are not potential criminals. But unfortunately, we have to regulate everything. Therefore, we are insisting on civilian officers to head this. And we have been able to get this change in several states. I think in the last 1 year, maybe 5-6 states have changed their controlling authorities. Wherever such an instance comes to our notice, we in writing inform the controlling authority and the state government that this is not done. Wherever an agency has gone to court, we file affidavits stating that this is what I will give you a specific example of Bihar. A company has gone to court in Bihar saying that whatever is being done is not as per the law. Just yesterday, we filed an affidavit in the Patna High Court saying that the state government is wrong. If the act says that it can only be 25,000 or whatever, the state government cannot charge you a higher amount. And I'm not saying this just to become popular. This is what the law is. It says in the act, no state government can override that act. Whatever also we have tried to do has been within the scope of the act. So the law has to be respected.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, one question.
And so same was the question from Mr. G.S. Bhadoria about that some states are cancelling licenses for words like intelligence, surveillance, investigation. So I think that seems to have been answered. Okay, you want to ask a question? Very quickly, please.
Sir, thank you very much for what you have assured that you have delivered to us. Last time आप मीटिंग में हम आए भी थे सितंबर वाली मीटिंग में. एक चीज जो अभी आपने पढ़ भी रहे थे तो कंसल्सली उसको पढ़ रहे थे कि रिन्यूअल ऑफ लाइसेंस में 45 डेज किसी कारणवश जबकि आपने फोर्स मेजोर क्लॉज भी मैंने डाल दिया है उसमें किसी कारणवश पेंडेमिक हो कोई ऐसा इम्पॉसिबल कोई सिचुएशन हो गया कि आदमी नहीं डाल पाया अपना एप्लीकेशन वैसे हालत में अगर एक सफिशिएंट कॉज डाल दिया जाता है उसी लाइन में अगर सफिशिएंट कॉज नहीं है तो फ्रेश लाइसेंस अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा वो डाल दिया था एज पर लॉ उसमें आ जाता मैटर ये मेरे हिसाब से ऐसा लगता है
देखिए कुछ डिसिप्लिन हमको ही मानना पड़ेगा सर और वो सफिशिएंट कॉज कौन डिसाइड करेगा फिर वो डिसाइड करेगा कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी फिर आपको कष्ट होगा
दे सकते हैं पॉइंट वो सर दैट इज डिफाइंड इन लॉ सर वो डिफाइंड है
हम ये नहीं चाहते हैं
सफिशिएंट को डिफाइंड है कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ डिले में लिमिटेशन एक्ट में डिफाइन किया हुआ है सफिशिएंट सफिशिएंट कॉज डिफाइंड
डिसाइड तो कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी करेगा ना पहले
है उसके घर में कोई नहीं है वो जेल चला गया उस बीच में
पहले कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटी डिसाइड करेगा उसके बाद ये सब आएगा
जो आप बताएं उसमें हल्का हो जाता बड़ा अदरवाइज क्या है कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट हो गया
देखिए मैं नहीं मानता हूं कि कोई डिस्क्रिप्शन होनी चाहिए इन सब बातों में
पेंडेमिक में आपने सारे लिमिटेशंस को टाइम को खत्म कर दिया था
दिस इज अ वेरी कॉन्शियस डिसीजन वी डू नॉट वांट that you should not be adhering to the rules. It's a very conscious decision. I'll give another example. I operate another scheme for modernization of state police forces. I have a date that 31st of December. 31st of December के अंदर अगर आपका utilization आया, तब I will consider for XYZ. Otherwise, I will not consider. I have never made an exception. 31st December means 31st. You have enough time.
This is force majeure.
This is like no, this is not force majeure. This is not like a Bengal में जो पूजा होती है. सबको पता है कब होती है. उसके बावजूद किसी तक पंडाल बनता रहता है. अब हम प्रोफेशनल लोग हैं ना. तो हमें तो प्रोफेशनल तरीके से ही काम करना चाहिए.
सर आपसे थोड़ा सी और क्लैरिफिकेशन जिन्होंने की हुई है क्योंकि काफी स्टेट में ये प्रॉब्लम पड़ी हुई है ये वर्ड डिटेक्टिव और इंटेलिजेंस की अब लोग जो जैसे भी राजस्थान में हुआ, कोर्ट में जाना पड़ गया, और एक एजेंसी वहां पे कोर्ट पे जाए, उनके ऊपर जो खर्चा होता है, यू नो इट। और अगर आपकी तरफ से क्लैरिफिकेशन चला जाए, वी डोंट डू इट, तो उससे क्या सबका भला हो जाएगा। जो इंटेलिजेंस वाले डिटेक्टिव में फंसे, तो छोटी सी आपकी एडवाइजरी चली जाए उनको, डायरेक्शन भी आप ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो, तो हमें कोर्ट जाने से बच जाएंगे। वो जज पता नहीं क्या बात बोल दे, सब साले फंस जाए हम।
So what I would suggest is that CAPSI write a formal letter to us enumerating all such instances.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying an exhaustive list, but at least an illustrative list of what all has happened where. We will take it up as an agenda item in our next meeting of the controlling authority. And after that, if the situation is not resolved, then we will issue an advice. Right?
So maybe chalte ek do sawal aur, and then we would like to wrap up this session. There have been some people who we have not been able to connect. One of them have been Dr. R.K. Tyagi. I've been told that you're here. Yes. So can we please connect? I request my team to connect to Dr. Rajkumar Tyagi. He's right there on the extreme right. Kindly unmute so that we can listen to his question. Dr. Tyagi?
Yeah, धन्यवाद। विवेक भारद्वाज जी नमस्कार, मैं गुजरात से हूँ। मेरा सवाल ये है कि जब एप्लीकेशन इशू ऑफ लाइसेंस के दौरान जो है 6 दिन की ट्रेनिंग करनी पड़ेगी, ऐसा अभी जो है इसमें अमेंडमेंट में आया है। मेरा सवाल ये है कि वो जो 6 दिन का जो फीस है, वो पसारा की जो फीस है उसमें इंक्लूड है या इट विल बी सेपरेट?
आप जैसा कहेंगे वैसा कर लेंगे जी।
दूसरे सर, ये एमडी के लिए एप्लीकेबल है या डायरेक्टर कोई और भी कर सकते हैं इसमें?
मेरे ख्याल से उसमें प्रमोटर या डायरेक्टर ऐसे कुछ लिखा हुआ है। I'll have to check क्या स्पेसिफिक है, but that is what is written in the earlier rules also. It's nothing new. That has been written.
कर दिया मेजॉरिटी शेयर जिसके नाम पर है, अभी आपने कर दिया है इस चीज को।
That's it.
और इसी से लिंक है सर, नेक्स्ट जो मेरा सवाल है कि ये सिर्फ जो फ्रेशर्स जो एप्लीकेशन आएंगी उन्हीं के लिए एप्लीकेबल है या फिर जो पहले से ले चुके हैं उनके लिए भी एप्लीकेबल है?
नहीं, ये कानून तो जिस तारीख से होता है उसी तारीख से एप्लीकेबल होता है।
धन्यवाद सर।
You already have a license, so you don't have the requirement of any fresh trainings from now on.
रूल में दिया हुआ है, नहीं रूल में सॉल्यूशन दे दिया गया है। नहीं रूल में सॉल्यूशन दे दिया गया है।
नहीं
पुडी साहब, देयर इज सॉल्यूशन देयर। रूल में सॉल्यूशन कल वाले रूल में आ गया सॉल्यूशन इस बात का। आप पूछ के मतलब आप मुझे मार न करें। जो चीज मिल गया।
And one last question maybe from Mr. B.R. Kumar. I've been told that he's on the screen. Mr. B.R. Kumar right in the center. Yes. So we're trying to connect to Mr. B.R. Kumar. Maybe one of the last questions this will be.
Hello.
Mr. B.R. Kumar, please.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to everybody. Kumar Saab, our one-man army. Bhardwaj Saab, dignity on the dais. Of the dais. My question to Bhardwaj Saab is that there are some states who are giving free land for training center. I wish Maharashtra government also grant us land for the Maharashtra for training center. Second, my question is that we wish to, Maharashtra chapter wish to felicitate you for all what you are doing for the PSI, private security industry. Third is that there are some states, they are cancelling the license with the name of intelligence, investigation, etc. So kindly put some light on this issue. Thank you so much, sir.
देखिए, आपके जो आपने 3 प्रश्न पूछे उनमें ऑर्डर गड़बड़ हो गया। आपको फेलिसिटेशन वाली बात पहले करनी चाहिए थी, तब शायद आपको फ्री लैंड मिल जाता। So as far as the third thing is concerned about intelligence and detective and this and that, like I said, हम SCAPSI से आशा करते हैं कि वो हमको इस तरह के जो भी वाकये हुए हैं वो हमको बताएंगे और उसके बाद हम कंट्रोलिंग अथॉरिटीज के साथ मंत्रणा करेंगे और जरूरत हुई तो एक क्लैरिफिकेशन भी इशू करेंगे। इस बारे में एक बात और मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि एक डिटेक्टिव एक्ट आने वाला था, डिटेक्टिव एजेंसीज एक्ट, जो कि 12 साल से अंडर कंसिडरेशन था। Fortunately, we have been able to convince that this act is not needed. So in March this year, the Parliament has agreed that that bill stands withdrawn after 12 years. Already withdrawn after 12 years. For 12 years it was under consideration. And we had to use all our resources to convince that this is not needed. Because this goes through the cabinet. पार्लियामेंट में कोई भी बिल कैबिनेट की मंजूरी के बिना नहीं हो सकता है, विड्रॉल भी कैबिनेट की मंजूरी के बिना नहीं हो सकता है।
one of the minister once warned me that जिससे लाइसेंस हो गया ना तुम्हारी ऐसी तैसी करूंगा। उनको लगता कि मैं सारी जासूसी मैं ही करता हूं सबकी।
One question really at a tangent, sir, is this that you just said that we are professionals, so I'm just picking up from there. You know, when some representation to go to the LNDO ministry or somewhere from Ministry of Home, because when they write that use of basement is only allowed by doctors, chartered accountants, lawyers, but this is the list of professionals, by the way, and in which they've said now film producers and other things, they've added on to that. So majority of people here are brigadiers, generals, IGs and all. At what time do we, it's a cliched thing, what time do we turn ourselves into professionals? Because we really can't figure out when we can handle thousands of people under us and pass one order and, you know, Matuje Salam and these guys are dead, whatever, they go ahead. We are looking after inventory worth thousands and thousands of crores. We retire and the government is giving us a rank which lives on till the time you're dead. But yet we are not professionals. So because in case, and we are the poorest of the poor, in case we are allowed to use our basements, we can have our operational offices outside, which will not trouble anyone else. And basements only in mixed land use or commercial areas, where the people are owners of those places. But if they can be considered, it will make a huge amount of difference to them. We will not be required to pay rentals to other people when we have our own properties. So it's...
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think this was a very interactive session, and to bring about such a session where half of the audience, or maybe only a part of the audience is sitting live and maximum majority is sitting virtually, I think this was so difficult, but it was made simpler by the efforts of the entire team. Let us put our hands together for this wonderful session which just happened. And we would especially want to thank Shri Vivek Bharadwaj for answering those questions so patiently. एक बार भी patience lose नहीं किया है sir ने और बहुत आराम से सबके सवालों के जवाब भी दिए हैं. There's something very special. So you have been very kind and patient, and you have spared so much of time.
Sir, one request, sir. One request, sir. Sir.
So we have seen the good part.
Sir, one request from my side, sir.
Sir,
Sir, one request. Only I suggest.
Sir, can we take the question offline because time थोड़ा ज़्यादा आगे बढ़ चुका है?
One. Hardly take 10 seconds. I request for a common uniform for the entire nation, sir, because that is creating a lot of problems. Because most of the military, defense people, there are a lot of people. They are coming up with a lot of uniforms. Even as per the law, also it is prohibited. In fact, even the owners also they are punishable in case if they wear the similar uniform of the defense forces. The defense forces maybe about 50 to 60 uniform the defense people wear, and if some provision can be made across India, single uniform, single color, I think that will be solve a lot of problem.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Dear friends, may we request a little silence from our members, please, because we have something very special which is coming up. As we were talking about Ease of Doing Business Award, now is the time that we would like to present it. Ladies and gentlemen, in recognition to his contribution in enhancing and streamlining the scope of the private security industry in India and fostering it in tone with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision, Ease of Doing Business, Shri Vivek Bharadwaj has in his capacity as Additional Secretary, Department of Police Modernization, Ministry of Home Affairs, has always gone an extra mile to assist and ensure that right due is given to the industry, which employs more than 90 lakh employees. Had it not been for him, the timely amendments to the PASARA and its timely release would not have been possible. The introduction of a national portal by the MHA by launching a single window system for issuing licenses to private security agencies and the amended PASARA have provided immense relief to the industry. CAPSI, on behalf of the private security industry, would like to put on record its deep appreciation for Shri Vivek Bharadwaj. Ladies and gentlemen, let us thank Shri Bharadwaj for his unconditional support and guidance to our sector and honor him with CAPSI's Ease of Doing Business Award. This is a special Ease of Doing Business Award on behalf of the industry. We present it to you, sir. All right.
Sir, thanks. Only thanks may not be enough, but still I'm forced to say thanks. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And we will now disperse for a quick lunch, maybe 40 minutes lunch. और जितने हमारे virtual gathering बैठी है, जितने लोग online बैठे हैं अपने घरों में, अपने offices में, we also request you people to kindly return in 40 minutes as we should be beginning with our next working session, which is going to be equally interesting. Thank you so much for joining us here. And once again, thank you so much, Shri Vivek Bharadwaj, for joining us here. It has been an absolute pleasure. और बहुत धन्यवाद. ये आशा करते हैं कि आप आगे भी हमारा साथ निभाते रहेंगे और ऐसे ही आएंगे और हमें प्रोत्साहित करेंगे. You will motivate us and keep helping our sector. Thank you so much for your kind words and thank you so much for joining us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, time for dispersing for a lunch break. Let's reassemble in 40 minutes.
I am pleased to thank CAPSI Chairman Mr. Kuwar Vikram Singh.
So 20 minutes, as I've been told,
for playing a vital role in leading the private security industry.
So our next guest will be here in 20 minutes.
And I would also further take this as an opportunity to thank CAPSI for their
दोस्तों थोड़ा सा जल्दी करना होगा और 20 मिनट में आप प्लीज वापस लौटेंगे क्योंकि हमारे अगले मेहमान अगले 20 मिनट में हमारे पास पहुंच जाएंगे. Thank you.
With respect to their travel to reach to their workplace. CAPSI came as a ray of hope, and being the voice of private security industry, they really raised all our concern and hardship before the state and central government. CAPSI has also transformed the face of private security agency by bringing this business in essential category. BIS has also been presented by badge of honor by CAPSI for their wonderful efforts during COVID. Our association with CAPSI has been of great experience and beneficial. On behalf of Bombay Intelligence Security and in capacity co-chairman Welfare Committee and a team member for National Strategic Corporate Group, I really wish CAPSI all the success for their noble affairs. Thank you.
I'm B.R. Kumar, Chapter President Maharashtra. Wish to congratulate CAPSI on the 15th Leadership Summit to be held at Delhi. I'm part of the CAPSI journey during the last 15 years, and it has gained international recognition which speak itself about the progress made by the CAPSI. No doubt, everybody contribution is there, every state and central leadership, but the person who is behind all this success is our national chairman, Kumar Saab. He is the person who always 24/7 think about the development of the private security industries as well as guards also. And there are times there were many problems faced by the industry which were taken up with the CAPSI to the different ministries, and ministries concerned have amended the laws on the recommendation of CAPSIs. It was a big achievement for the industry itself, and it gives a lot of relief to the industry at large. On behalf of my company, Safeguard Security Services, Happy New Year and bright future.
Central Association of Private Security Industry, that is CAPSI, was raised in 2005. In the last 15 years, under the dynamic, devoted and devotional leadership of the chairman, Kumar Vikram Singh, and by the assistance of national boards, we have made a lot of strides in getting the industry professionalized and trained. We started Triple SD, that is Sector Skill Development Council, under the umbrella of CAPSI, which with the help of Triple SDC, which raised large number of training institutions all over the country, where the security providers trained their guards. The most important scheme was the RPL, recognition of prior learning, where condensed training was imparted to the old guards, and this brought about a sea change as well as the security guards were concerned. They were labeled as training. They were training and skilled worker with the pay of a skilled worker and the status of a skilled worker. We then launched star rating scheme with the Quality Control of India, and have been able to launch this scheme by rating the security provider under 5 stars, 4 stars, 3, 2, and 1, according to their compliance, operational, and other requirement laid down and parameters laid down by us. After this, we earnestly hope that government will give its concurrence for collection of GST and depositing GST as per proposal submitted by us. The most important point is that during the recent Corona war, our security providers have been categorized as essential services. In the essential services, our security guards have laid down their lives at the altar of duty as Corona warriors, and their services have been duly appreciated and recognized not only by the Government of India, but by the industry and the society at large. We hope to get approval of the government also to help them, join them in the Swachh Bharat scheme as well as in the women's safety scheme. We also hope that enforcement agencies, due to paucity of strength with the enforcement strategy, will be soon require our armed and trained guard to supplement this strength. This approval will come from the government in due course of time. We are pursuing this matter also with them. Thank you very much.
I represent Security Assume Gujarat, CAPSI Gujarat chapter, and also holding the portfolio of CAPSI National Vice President. COVID-19 has witnessed a loss of lives, stress, and fear, and also brought down the economy across country. Security fraternity, which has resulted in reducing the casualties due to COVID-19 pandemic. Action by the state government and central government of India, wherein lockdown 1, 2, 3, and 4, and time to time preventive measures also have played a big role to reduce the impact of the pandemic. CAPSI activated on campaign on 22nd March 2020 itself, that is on the day of lockdown declared, and written a letter to Prime Minister intervening over expected job loss by the security personnel, disseminating awareness about COVID-19 precautions, regular dialogue with stakeholders for preventing. On 26th March, letter written to Prime Minister to bring security fraternity under COVID insurance and essential services. There have been many virtual meetings with controlling authorities, that is with the state of Madhya Pradesh, state of Gujarat, state of Tamil Nadu, UP, etc. and so on. Virtual meeting was held with Union Labour Minister Sri Santosh Gangwar for ease of doing business, wherein labour, GST and wage issues were addressed. Virtual meeting was held with Additional Chief Secretary Sri Vivek Bhardwaj, who appreciated the role played by the security industry during the lockdown period. Another meeting was held with Minister of State Home Sri Kishan Reddy, who extended his warm greetings to security fraternity for working entirely during the lockdown without any fear and assured to extend all support. In nutshell, CAPSI has been doing fantastic job by unifying the security industries and taking up the issues to appropriate authorities. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I am Pavanji Taluwalia and I'm going to talk to you about CAPSI today. About 15-16 years ago, I'm proud to say that I was one of the proposers to form CAPSI, and I proposed the name of Kunwar Vikram Singh to be the first chairman and president of the organization for his ability to being a selfless person, a person with great attitude, a person with leadership qualities which are unparalleled, and a team builder. Since then, CAPSI has grown from strength to strength, and today it can boast of membership in a couple of thousands. While the membership has grown, the concerns of running the industry have also increased, of which today GST, goods and service tax, is one of the biggest concerns. The present law says that the service provider must pay GST to the government of India even before the service provider has been paid for his service by the consumer of the service. This is a crippling impact on the industry, and I am hopeful that CAPSI, which is championing the cause and propagating the change, will succeed eventually. There are several other licensing issues which are there, and it needs to move online so that it becomes easy for the industry to function without any bureaucratic hurdles. The police clearance of directors and various employees of the company still continues to be a concern, which I hope only time will be able to solve. In this time that CAPSI has been existing, it has earned a position of pride in the industry. Today, people vie to be members of CAPSI, and I'm proud to say that I am very happy to be a member of CAPSI. CAPSI has a great future, and I feel that Kaur Vikram Singh has led the organization very, very well. Thank you.
I have been associated with CAPSI as a founder member in the governing council. Private security agencies with 9 million employees faced its worst ever crisis in the form of COVID-19. CAPSI national and state level teams rose to the occasion, getting the private security services included as essential service was a significant role played by CAPSI. Security agencies were not only able to protect the client premises, but they were preserved the millions of jobs. CAPSI has played the role of disseminating the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare advisory as well as various government directions in handling the COVID crisis. CAPSI has rendered the human service to the private security industries pre and post COVID-19. I wish CAPSI all the very best for the smooth conduct of Security Leadership Summit 2020. Jai Hind.
Hello friends, my name is Raghuvinder Kero and I hail from Punjab. I want to leave a message for CAPSI and our chairman Kaur Vikram Singh ji. Sir, your organization has done a wonderful job in the time of pandemic. You stood by this sector, the PSA sector, when nobody, no organization could do what your organization has done. You know, fighting for our rights, be it GST, be it the wages bill, be it any other, reform which the governments have made, and they've gone against our sector. You have stood by us thick and thin. I want to thank you for honoring each one of us with a badge of honor, and especially during these times you have helped us. You have honored the COVID warriors, the frontline warriors, the security guards, the doctors, and others who have been, who have fought during this pandemic, and they are still doing that. So we want to thank you and we want you to keep going. We are with you, and I'm sure many like me, hundreds of other companies who have joined in feel the same. We feel proud and we feel very secure having somebody sitting behind us at the center in Delhi and fighting for our rights. It's a commendable job. It's not easy fighting against these governments because they have their own whims and fancies, and you have taken them a task. I won't use that word task. I mean, but still you have helped us. You have, gone to the right people who have promised us that they will do the best. So, sir, keep going. We are with you. Thank you so much once again.
For an industry suffering from the issues ranging from compliances and GST reforms, the COVID-19 issue became something like a death warrant which was issued against the industry. But CAPSI and the chairman Kaur Vikram Singh, with his ineffusible energy, was able to bring to the forefront the issues that were plaguing the industry. We were categorized as an essential service. A lot of reforms came across to us, and we were able to function very smoothly. And kudos to CAPSI and the chairman.
This is Sudhir Bhasin, Managing Director, Elite, and the National Vice President of CAPSI. CAPSI, since its inception 15 years ago, has today become the nodal association representing the private security industry in India. This has been possible due to the relentless and selfless efforts of the CAPSI chairman, Shri Kaur Vikram Singh, and the other stalwarts of the industry. Be it the new entrants to the security industry or the existing MSME and big players, they all look to CAPSI for support it provides in getting important sanctions from various statutory bodies, in getting the government to empathize with the issues which ail the private security industry, in providing support and knowledge to the bulk of private security industry comprised of micro and small players for helping them doing their business more gainfully and professionally. In standing by its members in all form of dispute resolution with end users and other organizations, and in continuously drawing the government's attention to various ease of doing business requirements of the private security industry, which is among the top 5 employment providing trades in India. Today, CAPSI membership stands to validate a member company's professional standing and reliability quotient across all government and private end users, with regulatory and licensing bodies, and also with banks, investment and funding institutions. The role of CAPSI in having security services provided by private security industry, categorized as essential services under DM Act and ESMA, has helped in safeguarding the jobs of millions of personnel and businesses of thousands of private security industry members during the current COVID pandemic times. I urge all colleagues to become members of CAPSI to further strengthen the private security industry and our association. I wish CAPSI the very best in the journey ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vikram Badwar and I am the COO at 3P Securitas in New Delhi. Since the pandemic started and the lockdown started, the security services, the private security industry came under Essential Services and Management Act as well as the Disaster Management Act. Instructions were being passed in the morning and the same instructions changed in the evening. And as a business provider in essential services, we really looked at the Central Association of Private Security Industry to guide us through the turmoil that we were going through. And they did. It was fantastic the way CAPSI coordinated the movement of information to us. There were regular webinars letting us know about what is required, what are the rules, how are they changing. It was really fantastic because without this guidance of CAPSI, we would have not been able to function knowing all the rules and regulations. A big thank you to CAPSI for coming to our aid, for supporting the small businesses, and it has been a pleasure. A big thank you to Kumar Vikram Singh Ji as the chairman of the Central Association of Private Security Industry, and everyone, all the national bearers. It was probably it was a rare occasion that everyone came in together to support each other, and this is one step that CAPSI has taken to bring the security industry under the same umbrella. So a big thank you to the Central Association and big thank you to the leadership.
प्रिय बंधुओं, कैप्सी की 15वीं वर्षगांठ की इस वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपका खूब स्वागत। कैप्सी का गठन सन 2006 में जैसे ही हुआ, हमारी कंपनी इसकी मेंबर उस समय बनी। हालांकि उस समय हमें सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हुए मात्र 1 वर्ष ही पूर्ण हुआ था। यहाँ पर जुड़ते ही कैप्सी के साथ जुड़े जितने भी दिग्गज जो कि काफी समय से सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहे थे, उनके साथ हमारे परिचय का होना और उनकी प्रेरणा और उनके अनुभव का साथ लेकर आज हमारी जो कंपनी सहायता सिक्योरिटी है, वो सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री की एक प्रोफेशनल कंपनी बनी। शुरुआती दौर में कैप्सी का गठन जिस प्रमुख मुद्दे को लेकर हुआ, वह था पसार एक्ट 2005 का मुद्दा, जिसके बाद हमारे कुछ प्रमुख मुद्दे जिनमें इंक्रीज ऑफ मिनिमम वेजेज एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट सिक्योरिटी गार्ड की, जीएसटी में आरसीएम का प्रमुख मुद्दा, कोड ऑफ वेजेज में जरूरी अमेंडमेंट का मुद्दा, हाल ही में कोरोना काल के चलते सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज को सरकार द्वारा एसेंशियल सर्विसेज डिक्लेयर कर देने का मुद्दा, जैसे जो भागीरथी प्रयास हुए हैं, उन सब के लिए मैं अपने चेयरमैन श्री कुमार विक्रम सिंह जी का और उनकी जो कोर टीम है उनका हमारे सभी स्टेट्स के जो प्रेसिडेंट हैं और उनकी कोर टीम एवं अपने सभी जितने भी हमारे मेंबर्स कैप्सी के साथ जुड़े हैं उन सबको खूब खूब बधाई देता हूं, क्योंकि इन सब लोगों के भागीरथी प्रयास से ही आज सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री एवं उसके साथ जुड़े लगभग 90 लाख जो सिक्योरिटी कर्मचारी हैं उन सब का जो भला है, उन सब लोगों की जो अपलिफ्टमेंट सिक्योरिटी इंडस्ट्री और लोगों के लिए की गई है, उस सब के लिए मैं आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आप सब उसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं। आप सब लोगों को का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Hi, everybody. The moment the pandemonium was stuck, the entire industry was in a dilemma because lockdowns were imposed across the states, and our industry was in a panic situation as to how we will manage our operations, our supervisions, and also take care of our security staff on field. Because no one was allowed to move on streets. That is when CAPSI, the leaders of the CAPSI, took a first step in connecting with the Home Ministry and classifying us as essential services so that we could have free movement in taking care of our people on field and off field. This was the first great achievement we could boast of the CAPSI leadership who work for the industry. We had a lot of challenges, not just on the movement, but also the precautionary things that has to be taken of our people, and a proper training that has to be given to our people as to how we should handle the corona, and the processes had drastically changed on controlling or the precautionary things that have to be taken care of. We at CAPSI held many webinars in educating all the members of CAPSI on COVID precautions and also imparting training to our own people, which brought in a lot of confidence in our industry and also in our staff. Then we had a webinar with the Home Minister, Mr. Ravi Kishan Reddy, who gave us a lot of confidence in holding our hands and giving us all the assurances to take care of the industry's interest. Same way, we had many speakers who really guided us and added a lot of value and guidance as to how we should be running our businesses. This activity of CAPSI leadership, having webinars every, I think, fortnight, was a real confidence building exercise to the entire security industry, the impact of which we could see. There's flow of membership, new membership coming in and actively participating in all the webinars, especially the youngsters who are very new to this kind of experience.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to you from the United States of America. My name is Fabian Blosch III, and I
Ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break, a very warm welcome to everyone sitting here and all our members who are watching us live on various platforms where we are live, be it Facebook, be it Twitter, or be it the other platforms where we are live today. As Security Leadership Summit 2020 is happening this time in a very different manner. So dear friends, may we request everyone to kindly maintain a little silence, please. And also, please put your mobile phones on the silent. So let's begin with this session. और सबसे पहले हम अपने अतिथि महोदय का बहुत-बहुत स्वागत करना चाहेंगे. Can we request some silence, please? सबसे पहले अपने अतिथि महोदय का हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest for this session, General Dr. V.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, is here with us. Sir, बहुत-बहुत स्वागत आपका करते हैं और चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन करते हैं कि एक फूलों के गुलदस्ते द्वारा हम स्वागत करेंगे हमारे सेशन के चीफ गेस्ट जनरल V.K. Singh, who is here with us. सर, बहुत-बहुत स्वागत और आप हमेशा आते हैं, हमें प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, मोटिवेट करते हैं और आपका और हमारा साथ चलता आ रहा है कई वर्षों से. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस अगेन हियर एंड वी आर वेरी वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू. मैं चेयरमैन सर से निवेदन करूंगी कि सर आप काइंडली हमें एड्रेस करें और जनरल V.K. सिंह का स्वागत भी करें, साथ साथ जो भी कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बातें कन्वे करना चाहते हैं हमारे ऑडियंस मेंबर्स को, वी आर ऑल्सो लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू लिसन टू देम.
वंदनीय जनरल डॉक्टर V.K. सिंह जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट, highways, all members of the governing council sitting here and guests, it is indeed once again is a pleasure to have the blessings of General V.K. Singh ji. For the last couple of years, we've been getting his patronage and also consultation from time to time. Whenever I get an opportunity, then I go to him, talk something important as far as our industry is concerned. And he's been always very nice and giving all kind of guidance because he understands that this is a one sector where the maximum number of ex-servicemen has been given opportunity to start their life once again. And they are doing so nicely. Not only at the management level, at the ownership level, but also at the operation level and also as a security guards, supervisors, gunman, wherever. तो जनरल साहब का जो लगाव भूतपूर्व सैनिकों के साथ है, और वो भी एक जो इनकी रीसेटलमेंट का नॉन गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव। गवर्नमेंट का तो अपना रीसेटलमेंट चलता है, लेकिन जिस ढंग से ये सेक्टर ने जो वन गन सैल्यूट, एग्जैक्टली। तो वो जो जिस ढंग से इनकी एम्प्लॉयमेंट का सबका, और वो भी वो लोग जो उन्होंने फौज, एयरफोर्स, नेवी में काम किया है, दे हैड नेवर एवर थॉट कि they'll have to become businessman। उनमें किसी को बिजनेस का तो पता ही नहीं था ये बिजनेस कैसे किया जाता है, और आके फिर उसको बिजनेस करना, अपने आप को उसमें ढालना, जो जो चीजें लोगों ने फौज में सीखी है, जो प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ वॉर के ऊपर है, प्रिंसिपल ऑफ एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के ऊपर हैं, वो सारी की सारी बिजनेस में लागू होती हैं। सो देन दीज जेंटलमैन दे फाइंड इट वेरी इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड how to get adjusted and how to be leader in this industry also, और बहुत प्रोग्रेस किया। I'm very happy that we have so many lieutenant general, major generals, brigadiers, colonels, captain, majors, havaldars, GSOs, huge number। तो एक बहुत बड़ा एक एलिमेंट ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, जो कहीं पहले किसी ने सोचा ही नहीं था, वो अंदर जागृत होता है यहाँ आके, और वो अपनी स्किल दिखाते हैं कि हम एक अच्छे एंटरप्रेन्योर, वी फॉलो द रूल्स आल्सो, एंड थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग इन ए वेरी गुड मैनर। वी हैड ऑल काइंड ऑफ इश्यूज विद द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, which I always kept you informed, and luckily from time to time we've been getting the support also, because the Prime Minister of India is quite aware of the sector। That's very important कि देश का जो प्रधानमंत्री वो आपको समझता हो भी सिक्योरिटी गार्ड क्या होता है और कैसे होता है, क्या चीज है, तो उनके साथ वो जो कोई डिस्कनेक्ट नहीं है। और उसके बाद जो आपके होम मिनिस्टर साहब अमित शाह जी, उनके साथ भी हमारा परिचय तब था जब वो वहां पे गुजरात में होम मिनिस्टर हुआ करते, तो वहां भी जो इंटरेक्शन होता था उनके साथ, और लगातार जो चीजें चलती रही हैं उनसे उनको भी काफी पता लगा, और हम भी केप्ट ऑन इन्फॉर्मिंग। तो सर ये चीजें जो अभी सारी हुई बीच में, और उसके बाद निरंतर जो हमारा मंत्रालय के साथ इंटरेक्शन चला, उसकी वजह से कल भारत सरकार ने, गृह मंत्री जी ने नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया है, और जितने भी हमारे पेन पॉइंट्स थे, जहां हमारे इश्यूज थे, वो एकदम उन्होंने रूल में अमेंडमेंट करके कर दिया। एक्ट को तो हाथ लगाना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है, लेकिन ये जो रास्ता निकाला कि रूल्स में हम एंड कर देंगे, एंड वंस अगेन सर दीज आर द मॉडल रूल्स which have to go to the states also, they rectify and we move forward. But with the way they did it, that shows the kind of concern they have for the development of this। अब सुबह मंत्री जी ने कहा कि देखो अब तक तो ये था कि ये प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी रेगुलेशन एक्ट, तो रेगुलेशन का जो सिस्टम था, हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जसवीर बासु जी बैठे, ये हमेशा बोलते ये रेगुलेशन नहीं, ये स्टैंगुलेशन है। तो हर मीटिंग में बोलते थे आप हमारा गला दबा रहे हो, कुछ सुनने वाला था नहीं, बल सुनाई हुई है, चाहे 12 साल 14 साल के बाद हुई थी। तो ये आपका ये थोड़ा सा वनवास खत्म हुआ है कि आपकी बात सुनी गई है, और इससे अच्छी बात क्यों नहीं होती। तो पूरे देश में इसका एक जबरदस्त माहौल बना पड़ा है, और ये प्रोफेशन आगे जाके प्रोग्रेस करेगा। इसमें नए लोग आएंगे, लोगों को तनख्वाह बढ़ रही है, इसमें क्वालिटी आ रही है, इसमें स्टार रेटिंग शुरू हो गई है। और मैं आपके संज्ञान में लाना चाहूंगा कि अभी कुछ दिनों में ही हमारा जो वर्ल्ड की सबसे बड़ी बॉडी है, इस कॉल्ड इंटरनेशनल एसोसिएशन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी एंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन रेगुलेटर्स, जैसे MHA यहाँ रेगुलेटर है, जो बाकी कंट्रियों के रेगुलेटर्स गवर्नमेंट्स हैं उनका एक बॉडी है, वो पूरे इंडिया में दुनिया में एक ऐसा स्टैंडर्ड बनाना चाहते हैं, ट्रेनिंग बनाना चाहते हैं, ताकि पोर्टेबिलिटी ऑफ जॉब हो जाए, एक तरह के स्टैंडर्ड हो। तो वो उन्होंने कैप्सी के साथ एग्रीमेंट किया। वी आर द ओनली एसोसिएशन जिनके साथ उन्होंने किया है। तो जो प्रधानमंत्री के विजन है कि हमारे लोगों को बाहर नौकरी मिले, बहुत से लोग जाएं और डिग्निटी के साथ सर्टिफिकेट लेके जाएं, तो वो उसका ये प्रोसेस शुरू हो गया है। उनके आज प्रेसिडेंट ने अपना भाषण भी दिया था। उसके अलावा बड़ी चीजें और हुई हैं। तो वो अब क्वालिटी की तरफ सब चीजें चलनी शुरू हो गई हैं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जिस ढंग से गवर्नमेंट का हमें पैकेज मिल रहा है, उससे ये सेक्टर बहुत ही प्रोग्रेस करेगा। जो इनके अंदर कोई नॉन कंप्लायंस इश्यू थे, वो भी डिजिटल इंडिया की वजह से अब कोई कर नहीं पाएगा। तो वो भी एक बड़ी अच्छी बात हो गई है। और जहाँ तक आपके भी मैं एक चीज संज्ञान में, क्योंकि आपसे मेरी बातचीत इस इश्यू पे होती रही है, रिसेंटली देयर इज एन इंटरनेशनल एसोसिएशन ऑफ सिक्योरिटी ड्राइवर्स, और उनके जो चेयरमैन हैं स्कॉटी, he met me, sir, almost about 20 years ago in America. और तब उनको मैंने कहा था, उन दिनों में ये कार जैकिंग होती थी, किडनैपिंग होती थी, माओवादी चले हुए थे, तब मैं वहां अमेरिका में उस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाके स्कॉटी को कहा, मैं कि आप इतनी डिफेंसिव ड्राइविंग आप सिखा रहे हो, तो आप आके इंडिया में कर दीजिए। एंड सर, माय कंपनी एंड स्कॉटी वी साइंड एन एमओयू टू स्टार्ट डिफेंसिव ड्राइविंग इन इंडिया। वो हो गया, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट के जो रूल्स थे उस वक्त, FIBP के ये सब थे, उससे वो परमिशन हमें फॉरेन एक्सचेंज की नहीं मिल पाई, तो इसलिए ये हो गया, तो मामला खत्म हो गया। लेकिन आज से कोई 15-20 दिन पहले जो स्कॉटी अब 85 इयर्स का हो गया है, उसने मुझे संपर्क किया। He said, Kumar, I'd like to shake hand with you once again. Oh God, I said, looking for you. I thought he's no more. वो लेकिन अवतारित हो गया। वो कहता है मैं आपके साथ करना चाहता हूँ। नो, दिस इज माय वेबसाइट, दिस वी हैव डन वर्ल्ड ओवर, एंड हाउ वी हैव डन ब्रॉट परफेक्शन इन डिफेंसिव ड्राइविंग। तो वो जो डिफेंसिव ड्राइविंग का एक इनिशिएटिव हम शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, उनके लोग भी हमें अब मिलने वाले हैं। तो इस देश में बड़ी जरूरत है कि स्कूल की बसें हों, एम्बुलेंस हो, एग्जीक्यूटिव की कारें हों, दूसरे लोग हों, किसी को डिफेंसिव ड्राइविंग का तो पता ही नहीं है। तो ये जो चीज हो जाएगी, ये एक इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड की हो जाएगी, जहां सरकार के लोग, गैर सरकारी जो लोग, जो इंपॉर्टेंट लोग हैं, और उसके अलावा जो जो बसेस हैं, जो रेकलेस लाते हैं, जिनको डिफेंसिव ट्रेनिंग, रास्ते में भी किडनैप हो सकते हैं, सब कुछ हो सकता है, कई बार ऐसा हुआ भी है, तो उनकी ट्रेनिंग के लिए बहुत अच्छा बंदोबस्त है सिमुलेटर के साथ। उनके इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट हैं, कमाल के। मैं देख के कभी आपसे मिलके पूरी प्रेजेंटेशन दूंगा इसके ऊपर। तो एक नई पिछले 20 दिन में डेवलपमेंट हुई है कि दैट वी कैन स्टार्ट द डिफेंसिव ड्राइविंग इन इंडिया, विच विल बी अ ग्रेट हिट। क्योंकि जितने भी आपके बिजनेसमैन हैं, जो एनवायरनमेंट कहीं खराब हो रहा, कहीं सब जगह दूसरी जगह जा रहे जहाँ इतना सिक्योर एनवायरनमेंट नहीं है, और जो स्कूल के बस, जो स्कूल की बसेस हैं, एम्बुलेंस हैं, और भी ऐसे इंपॉर्टेंट ट्रांसपोर्ट जो हैं, उसके उसमें वो अगर उनकी ट्रेनिंग होगी और सरकार उसको कहेगी नहीं जी ये तो जरूरी होगा, तो आपसे मैंडेट होके जो चीज बन पाएगी। अगर आप कर दोगे उसको समझते हुए, क्योंकि आप तो हमेशा जो रोड की सेफ्टी की आपकी मेरी बातें होती, हाउ टू क्रिएट ए बेटर एनवायरनमेंट ऑन द हाईवेज आल्सो, कैसे हम उसको सुरक्षित करें, वहां प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी किस ढंग से आए। मैं लास्ट टाइम जब जनरल साहब से मिला तो उन्होंने ये कहा कि आप क्यों नहीं लोग पूरा जो हाईवे में एक हाई टेक ढंग से इसको आप करते, मैनेज करते हो, टोल प्लाजा में सब जगह कोई नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ इसको करिए, ताकि हाईवेज हमारी सब जगह सेफ एंड सिक्योर है। न्यू बिजनेस फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, एक ये हो जाएगा। प्लस आपका ये जो डिफेंसिव और आपका ऑफेंसिव ड्राइविंग वाला है, जो उसका भी कर देंगे। तो एक नई चीज जो आपके संज्ञान में लानी थी, इसके ऊपर ऑल ऑफ ए सडन आपकी मीटिंग के बाद ही उस स्कॉटी को मेरी याद आ गई, और जो आगे मामला बढ़ गया है, तो एक नया आप लोगों के लिए बिजनेस मिलेगा, और सब लोगों की सुरक्षा को, आम लोगों की सुरक्षा की बात है, तो एक सेफ इंडिया वाली बात इसमें होगी। तो मैं आपका स्वागत करता हूं, और मैं आपका विश्वास है कि आप जितनी बातें हमने कही हैं, कहीं ना कहीं आपकी गाइडेंस मिलेगी, तो ये सारा सेक्टर आगे प्रोग्रेस करेगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for addressing our gathering once again. And thank you for sharing your thoughts with us again. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to present certain badges. And before we present it to our colleagues and before we present it to other people, I would like our Chairman, sir, to kindly present a badge of honor to our chief guest in the first, and then we proceed and present it to others. So there's a very special badge from our side. And this is the Security Leadership Summit 2020. And since General Singh has been always motivating us and joining us for our summits, for our meetings, every time we have requested him. So this is a special honor, appreciation, respect from our side, sir. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you so much for all the motivation that we have been receiving from your side. And thank you once again from our industry. एक बार जोरदार तालियों का साथ हो जाए जनरल वीके सिंह के लिए। और अब मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी जनरल सिंह से, चेयरमैन सर से, Shri V.V. Katti, everybody to kindly please come in the front as we would now be requesting our colleagues and other members present here for their badges of honor that needs to be presented to them now. So ladies and gentlemen, बहुत ही खूबसूरत ये बेला है, बहुत शुभ ये घड़ी है जहां पर एक बार फिर से जनरल वीके सिंह ने हमें ज्वाइन किया है. We are extremely happy and it's the moment to present certain badges of honor. We would be beginning with Shri Jasbir Vasu, the Vice President. Shri Jasbir Vasu is here, the Vice President, receiving the badge of honor from General VK Singh. बहुत-बहुत बधाई और जोरदार तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. Shri Sanjeev Paul, Vice President. Shri Sanjeev Paul. And after Shri Sanjeev Paul, we request Shri D.P. Singh, President Bihar Chapter, also to be present. A little quickly, please. सब लोगों से निवेदन है जिनके नाम लिए जाएं, जल्दी जल्दी आप आते रहें. We have too many things to carry forward to present. And here's a certificate as well. बहुत-बहुत बधाई, बहुत-बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Shri D.P. Singh, President Bihar Chapter. No. Shri Sajan Panikkar, President MP Chapter. No worries. Many congratulations और तालियों का साथ for everybody who's been receiving these badges, the badge of honor by none other than General VK Singh. Brigadier Baldev Singh, Vice President, Checkmate Security Services. बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Many congratulations. और ब्रिगेडियर बलदेव सिंह के बाद श्री शिवेंद्र प्रताप सिंह, MD Lancers Network Limited. Many congratulations. Once again, everybody, let's put our hands together and congratulate all the members receiving these badges, the badge of honor. Shivendra Pratap Singh, MD Lancers Network Limited. Lieutenant Colonel Santokh Singh, MD Checkmate Industrial Guards. Lieutenant Colonel Santokh Singh ji, please join us as we present to you this badge of honor. Many congratulations और एक बार तालियों का साथ इनके लिए भी. Shri Sandeep Aditya Chaudhary, Vice President, West Bengal Chapter. Shri Sandeep Aditya Chaudhary after this. बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Shri Vikram Badwar from, okay. Major General Sanjay Soi, Chairman Pro. और खाना खाने के बाद तो एनर्जी होनी चाहिए, इतनी कम कैसे हो गई? एक बार जरा तालियों का साथ जोरदार. This is a very special moment for all of us and we really need some energy. Major General Sanjay Soi. Shri Anirudh Singh, President Jharkhand Chapter. Quickly please, Anirudh ji jaldi se आइए. और Anirudh ji के साथ साथ Shri Surendra Tanwar, President Haryana Chapter will also be ready. So firstly, Shri Anirudh Singh. Many congratulations and this is a picture perfect moment as we present to you the badge of honor. Many congratulations. Shri Surendra Tanwar, President Haryana Chapter. Commandant H.S. Chaudhary, President Delhi Chapter. Many congratulations. Many congratulations to each one of the people receiving these badges of honor. Colonel KPS Rana, Vice President Delhi Chapter. Okay. Major N.S. Chauhan, General Secretary, Delhi Chapter. All right. Thank you so much and सबके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां. और अब हम धन्यवाद देना चाहेंगे, मोमेंटोस प्रेजेंट करना चाहेंगे हमारे स्पॉन्सर्स के लिए, who are very important people for any meeting. So they are very important people as they are the ones who make these summits possible. Session sponsor Shri Vikas Agarwal, Safeguard Security Services, and Shri Angad Rajayan Tenon Group. So let's begin with Shri Vikas Agarwal from Safeguard Security Services, who's been our session sponsor. Zordar taliyan. Thank you so much, Shri Vikas Agarwal, for the support, for being our session sponsor. Thank you so much. And Shri Angad Rajayan Tenon Group. We thank you, Angad, for your support and your participation today. और अब बारी आती है उन लोगों की जिन्होंने खाना स्पॉन्सर किया है, the very important part. Shri V.V. Katti, Guardwell Prime Security. Thank you, Mr. Katti, for the delicious food. We also thank Shri Sudhir Bhasin, Elite Facilities and Systems. So all these people have sponsored the lunch, and last but not the least, Shri Sandeep Aditya Chaudhary from Premier Vigilance and Security. Ladies and gentlemen, this calls for big hands to all the people who have sponsored our lunch. Shri V.V. Katti, Shri Sudhir Bhasin, and Shri Sandeep Aditya Chaudhary. So many thanks to all our sponsors, to our session sponsors, to our lunch sponsors, and many congratulations to all the people who received the badges of honor. Thank you so much. दोस्तों, अब वो घड़ी है जिसका इंतजार हम कर रहे हैं. हम जनरल सिंह को सुनना चाहते हैं. We want to listen to him because बहुत अच्छा बोलते तो जरूर हैं, ये तो हम जानते ही हैं, लेकिन बहुत अच्छी बातें हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए हमेशा करते हैं और हमेशा हमें प्रोत्साहित करते हैं. अपनी एबल गाइडेंस हमें हमेशा देते हैं. He is always there, a very patient listener who always listens to us and tries to do best what he can for our security industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming General Dr. V.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways. और एक बार जोरदार तालियां, everyone.
Chairman CAPSI, Kuwar Vikram Singh ji, National President CAPSI, Katti ji, Secretary General Mahesh Sharma ji, and all the members of the Governing Council who are here. Most known faces, and over a period of time, those who are not known have become known. It's a pleasure to be amongst you, and every time that I've been invited, I look forward to coming here, sharing some ideas, because I always feel that this is a sector that has potential to grow many fold. I suppose we are still just about beginning to grow, and there is a lot that can be done. Things are changing, environment is changing, और जैसे जैसे चीजें अलग अलग होती जाती हैं, आपकी चुनौतियां, आपके चैलेंजेस बढ़ते जाते हैं, तो इसलिए इतना स्कोप है आपके सेक्टर के अंदर कि ग्रोथ बहुत हो सकती है, और खासकर जब सरकार आपकी मदद के लिए खड़ी हो. अभी पीछे आपकी जितनी भी चीजें हुई हैं, काफी आपकी ऑब्स्टेकल्स, आपकी बाधाएं दूर कर दी गई हैं. ऐसा नहीं कि सब कर दी गई हैं, और जब तक एक दो चुनौती नहीं होगी तो हम लोग काम अच्छा कैसे करेंगे. तो वो चुनौतियां भी दूर होंगी, and I'm very sure that people look at this very carefully. They look at it in a manner which is positive, सकारात्मक है. और मैं ये कहूँगा कि जब भी मुझे यहाँ पे बुलाते हैं, मैं सोच के आता हूँ कि मैं बोलूँगा क्या, और जब आप लोगों को देखता हूँ तो कुछ चीजें याद आने लगती हैं. हमारा ये नॉर्मल वे के अंदर अगर आपकी ये एनुअल मीटिंग होती तो उसका एक अपना अलग रसूख था, उसका अपना अलग ग्रैंडर था. पर बहुत सारे लोग अब जुड़े हुए वर्चुअली, विच इज आई थिंक इवन बेटर, क्योंकि कई बार आने जाने में जो तकलीफ होती है वो खत्म हो जाती है. अब आप सबको जोड़ सकते हैं. कुछ लोग एक जगह पर हैं, बाकी सब लोग जुड़े हुए. मैं आप जो जुड़े हुए हैं उन सबको भी मैं आई वेलकम देम, आई कन्वे माय ग्रीटिंग्स टू देम. हमारा सबसे बड़ा अभी चैलेंज जो रहा है 2020 का, वो रहा कोविड का. और it is my feeling that this challenge will remain for some time. Despite the vaccination coming in, vaccination itself is going to be a challenge. How does it reach this large population of ours? How do we ensure that it has the desired effect? People will require second dose or third dose. How is that going to be managed? It's a major management exercise. So let's assume that this challenge for some time will stay, because this is a man-made virus. It's not a natural virus, otherwise it should have died. If it was a natural virus, it wouldn't have survived in extreme cold and extreme heat. But very fact that it has survived, even when you had the temperatures running almost up to 50 degrees, there is more to it than what meets the eye. So this challenge will stay. And just like what had happened in Surat, if you remember, when so-called plague came in, again, it was somebody trying out something on us. For want of a more suitable name, I can say that it was a bio agent that was tried. And we will encounter these. So that itself will remain a challenge, and I think you all need to carve out something out of this, where you as security providers also look at something beyond the immediate field. This security is not only just ensuring security of person, security of establishment, security of an area, but it goes beyond that. And it goes beyond in terms of what can be done to prevent, what can be done to ensure that when something happens, there are many contingencies that come up. do we cater for those contingencies? I mean, let's take a simple instance of fire in a high-rise building. It's not just the firefighters. You suppose you had people who were trained to resuscitate people, to ensure that you can evacuate, you can assist the firefighters. Maybe we will save many more lives. What happens if there's a major blast somewhere? There's so many ramifications. Now, it will be a good idea that you all exercise your minds to look at fields which probably at this moment do not appear to be within your domain. But I can assure you, these will come in your domain. Time is coming. Things are changing. I mean, who thought that drones will be used offensively? आज से 2 साल पहले तक किसी को नहीं पता था. सिर्फ ड्रोन्स का इस्तेमाल, सर्वेलेंस होगा, फोटोग्राफ्स लेंगे, दूर जाकर वो सैटेलाइट इमेजरी की तरह आपको इमेजरी लाके देगा, वहीं तक सीमित था. आज उसका उपयोग दूसरा है. आज आपके पास कामिकाज़े ड्रोन्स है. ड्रोन देखता है, वही एम्यूनिशन बन जाता है. तो द होल वर्ल्ड इज चेंजिंग, एंड दैट इज व्हाई लास्ट टाइम ऑल्सो मैंने आपसे कहा था कि टेक्नोलॉजी, we need to ensure that we stay ahead of it. It's changing. It's changing in your domain. I mean, we are yet to go into the type of stun systems that are being used in abroad. Probably a time is coming. Have you got people trained for that? Have you got people trained to handle things without killing a person? Have you got people trained to, अभी आपका नया जो field खुला है, defensive and offensive driving. It's a new field. It was never in private security domain. Private security domain अभी तक क्या था? अभी भी एक मानसिकता है जो कहीं पर जिम के अंदर सिखाते हैं या और कुछ करते हैं, थोड़े मस्कुलर लोग होने चाहिए, उनके हाथ में 1-2 राइफल दे दो, वो लोग सोचते हैं ये प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी है. If they are not trained, first round they will go away. I'm telling you a fact. वो अच्छा लगता है, मसल मुसल बहुत अच्छी लगती है, लेकिन ये मामला दूसरा है. इसके अंदर यहाँ पर मसल चाहिए ताकि you can think ahead. And I think even your training curriculum needs to undergo a very careful analysis of what you are going to teach, what you are going to train people in. और एक चीज और मैं समझाना चाहूंगा, जो भी कोई थ्रेट होती है, whether it is personal or otherwise, that threat gets executed depending on the body language of people guarding. अगर उसको देखता है कि वो सिक्योरिटी वाला तो है, ड्रेस तो बहुत अच्छी पहन रखी है, वैसे कोई उसके अंदर नहीं है, they'll be able to do things out there. So I think there is a need that besides the veneer that you present, besides the presentability of the security personnel that you have, they have the training to handle things. And they convey that through their body language. Otherwise, they will be the easy targets. And I don't think anybody wants from a private agency that their people become targets. So there is a need to look beyond what is happening. There is a great amount of changes that are taking place, technology-wise and otherwise. We need to see what best we can do. And that is why I keep saying that your field is vast and you've got a great scope. That great scope will only come if you want to go ahead. But if you only want to train in a chap giving a smart salute and standing outside, it's not going to grow. Pardon me if I sound a little harsh at times, but I think if you don't face realities and somebody doesn't talk to you like this, maybe we will stay behind. And especially now that you want to go into international system, we need to be more vigilant. I know of a person who now lives in Calcutta. He teaches counter-intelligence officers of other countries. They come for accreditation to him. He conducts online examinations and certifies that this person, after examination, is fit to be a counter-intelligence officer or intelligence officer or a good police officer. क्या हम कर सकते हैं? I'm throwing it to you. I'm sure we can do it. Some of you can go and talk to this person. He's been doing this for last 12 years. He's trained people in US, he's trained people in Europe. Sadly, when I met him, I wanted him to train our people, starting with the forces in intelligence. But we suspect everybody. Not because of anything else, but we think that we know everything. And therefore, ये ऐसे ही होगा. I think a time has come where you should be able to say कि आपके organization से जो accreditation हुआ है, that is the best. So when people seek accreditation from outside agencies, you should be the authority. आपके accreditation से a person should be able to get employed anywhere in the world. Once that is achieved, then you see what kind of growth you will get. So I think these are few ideas which we need to look at. Otherwise, normal उसमें चलता रहेगा, normal growth होगी. Private security is required at all establishments, but the type of growth which should happen will not happen. And I think that's what you all have to put your brains together, of not being satisfied with the status quo. I think the day you decide that you're not satisfied with status quo, things will change. Otherwise, things will remain at the level field. We need so many changes, and I'm looking at your organization starting those changes in rest of the country. I mean, you take the image of our police people. Everybody knows. किसी को उस पर विश्वास नहीं है. अगर कोई क्राइम होता है तो दोनों तरफ से पैसे लेता है. जिसने किया उससे भी लेता है, जो जिसने रिपोर्ट लिखाई उससे भी लेता है. Now, what when your people become more efficient, you will find people will support you, the government will start supporting you, and the changes will trickle down into the other forces also. It will take time. It is not that it will happen in one day, but it will happen. And that is where your ability to train and project your strength comes in. If Home Ministry knows that you have the best people available, why won't they rely on you? If you ask for the moon, they will give it to you. It won't take 10 years for things to happen, which is taken almost that much of time. For a decade, you have been asking for things to happen, but it's taken time because people have not been able to understand you. I think you've got to sell yourself. You've got to market yourself. Then only things will happen. And skills of various types are needed. You require a security person who is able to not only guard, he is able to go on offensive if needed. He is able to be a medic where required. All these now have to be amalgamated. Now, how do you create this kind of a person? Is it a team that is going to work? Is it going to be a single person that is going to work? That decision has to be yours. But a time is coming when we need to look at these issues very seriously. Means of surveillance are changing, and if means of surveillance are changing, your reach is changing. You are able to find out things much earlier. पर वो वो जब सर्वेलेंस है उसको आप, who is going to gather it? Where is it going to come? Who is going to be responsible for it? Have you been able to create an architecture in which you are able to combine all these? Now, these are some of the thoughts that I want to leave with you, because if we have to grow, we must imbibe new ideas. Otherwise, things will not grow. And as I look at each one of you, I do find that there is a great desire to grow. There's a great desire to do well. Why shouldn't you be recognized as the best security agency and security expert in the world? Why should we be looking at somebody outside? Our environment is different. Our environment has got more challenges. And as times go by, things are going to change. The way the systems are, I mean, we see it every day, whether it is agitation, which takes a different form, or it is something else that is happening. If you study what is going behind, you will realize that it changing into something more threatening that won't take much time. So we need to cope up with it. And I would seriously think that with these ideas, you should sell yourself to the Ministry of Home to say, हमको ये चाहिए. अगर हम ये कर सकते हैं आपके लिए, तो आप सोचिए आपको कितनी सुरक्षा मिलेगी. मानकर चलिए, आज के एनवायरनमेंट में जब आप ऐसी बात करेंगे, आपको पूरी की पूरी सहायता मिलेगी, आपके पीछे बैकिंग मिलेगी और आपको काम करने के अंदर आसानी होगी. I had suggested last time that we look at technological things, to look at many more fields, whether it is highways or expressways. More expressways are coming in. More means of transportation are becoming better. And today we are looking at creating greenfield expressways, which will take you from here to Amritsar in 4 hours, or from here to Dehradun in 3.5 hours. We are looking at expressways which will take you down straight from Kurukshetra to the ports in Gujarat. A lot of things are happening, and when the road infrastructure improves, the volume of traffic will improve, and people will require security advisors and security personnel to ensure that what they load at one place reaches safely at the other end. So things are changing. Even in Corona times, you would have heard that there were cases when a lot of people were unemployed and they went on to various kinds of crime. So everybody would require security. And if we don't change, then it is the bouncers who will have a field day and not the security personnel. So I would stop at that, and I wish a very, very bright future to your organization and to all who are dealing in private security, because I think this is a field that has got a potential to change things. With these, thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your kind thoughts with us and for your valuable comments. Thank you once again for gracing our summit this time with your wonderful presence and once again being with us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move further. और अब बारी आती है कुछ addresses की, and we have different people who are going to talk to us on different topics. But before I invite the first speaker, who's going to be our national president, CAPC, Shri Vivikatti, कहते हैं कि सफर चाहे हजारों मील लंबा ही क्यों ना हो, लेकिन उसकी शुरुआत हमेशा एक छोटे से कदम के साथ होती है. So well, यही एक कंटिन्यूएशन है जनरल वीके सिंह की स्पीच से भी मैंने यही सीखा कि कितना भी लंबा सफर क्यों ना हो, लेकिन हम शुरुआत तो कर ही सकते हैं. Who knows, we might be victorious. So ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on, and the topic for discussion now is trending technology offering total transparency. This will be shared by Shri V.V. Kattiar, National President, CAPSI. We welcome you, sir, once again.
Good afternoon to everyone here. In fact, after General Saab's talk, he was talking about a lot about technology moving forward and how the industry should go forward. There are a lot of pain points even now in the industry, sir. I would start with whenever we meet a customer, it is the customer is very well educated by the competition only. The moment you go, अरे तेरा कुंडली मेरे को मालूम है, तू ये करने वाला, and this is how I think the first thing what we have a biggest problem is the negative competition, negative marketing. That's what I would say. And the customer will always ask us, how is this agency? How is this? And we are waiting to bloody burst out and tell them, जो भी उसका चल रहा है. So now, client is well prepared and he knows where to catch up and how to squeeze you. Now, since they're already educated, it's very, very difficult to present our part, okay, how good, how different I am from the other partners. Because today our industry, I'm sorry to say, 0.01% से लेके अभी नया शुरू हो गया सर. The total bill is about 70-80 lakhs. Kumar Sahab, 1 rupee is the service charge. That means 70 lakh plus 1 rupee. Can you imagine this? Now the big ones are already doing it. Unfortunately, the smaller ones also have to follow. They don't have option. This is the pathetic scenario what we have today. 1 rupee. I don't know. I'm sorry, sir. The government contracts are the biggest offenders, I would say, whatever way. To the extent one of the contract, a central government organization, which is, I don't want to name, supposed to be a certifying body for food and research. They called the security company and said, "Tune ek rupees ye kiya, and how are you going to run this business?" He said, "That's not your problem. That's my problem. The tender mein to I am L1, you'll have to give it to me." No questions further. The contract was given to him. This is the kind of situation we are in. But if you look at a lot of MNCs, other beautiful corporate houses, our own Indian grown corporate houses, who are really willing to pay us, who are compliant, respecting the law of the land. Now, how do we get into this business? Unless and until we are transparent on whatever we do, because majority of these contracts are on a cost plus module. The cost is defined very clearly because whatever the law of the land is there, very clearly it is defined, right from minimum wages, ESI, PF, gratuity, bonus, jo bhi hai, everything is done. Then the service charges also, to a certain extent, the companies do understand at what level these guys can survive. Otherwise, they know for sure that we will cut corners. And they don't want us to do that because these are the MNCs who have got very clean records, or even the big corporate houses. They know for sure any statutory body would take a backdoor entry, having their hands on my files. So they want to be very, very clean. Now, how do I give them that confidence? This is where my technology, this is because I've been in the industry for 40 years. I just talked to one of the youngsters. I said, look here, ये industry का disease है, that these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 problems. How do we get this? And especially when we, I would not say kill the competitor, but at least create a healthy competition. I'm not talking about killing the competition, create a healthy competition. So the first thing I said, the first technology, The moment I sign up a contract with any of the customer is given a password. The moment he presses that password, a dashboard opens connected to his site. Now in that site, first and foremost, what kind of manpower I'm giving. I may tell, sir, wo PUC wala hai, 6-footer hai, all those verified guards and all. That is visible to the customer. The name of the guard, his Aadhaar card, his ration card, his whatever documents are required, even education, if his SLC pass, SLC is visible to him. Then the police verification, and some companies go beyond police verification because, as you rightly said, police verification kaisa hota hai, many times we know. But there again, the third party verification is there. Everything is visible to the customer. He doesn't have to ask me or even tell me, Mr. Katti, I want to see this. So press a button, it's open to you. Apart from that, his ESI number, his PF number, his bank account number, everything is visible. So the customer has that confidence what kind of manpower is there in his site. So that's the first thing. I have not done any sales talk. Whatever I've told the customer, it's already been there. Second, the customer also can look at the attendance of my people. Now, the biggest problem we industry people we have is the certification of attendance 10 din lagta hai, sir. Because if they want to delay the payment, they always do that. But here there's no such thing. Second thing is we go and commit so many things ki mera day check hota hai, sir, night check hota hai, training hota hai, all that. Now, how do we record these things? There's a beautiful app. My guy, when he goes to the site there, just has to take a login there. Real time, I get a mail and he gets a mail. Makes sense. There's no arguments at all. Same way my training manager goes there, he takes a photograph, subjects covered hai, jo bhi, wo bhi karega, just logs in. So at the end of the month, when I send a dossier to my customer, I'll say, these are my visits, these are my night checks, these are my day checks, these are my training program. Whatever I've committed, again, it's transparently visible to him. Now, the most important person in our organization is the security staff who are working in field. He is the most important guy for all of us. And he is the most neglected guy also. Because it's very difficult for him to come to the corporate office if he has any challenge. समझो एक दिन का salary नहीं मिला उसको, or one more community, our own operation team, trying to harass these people, trying to make money. So many problems are there. They harass them locally. Now this guy has got an app again. He doesn't have to even talk to his immediate senior officers. It comes to a corporate office. Sir, mera ye problem hai. It makes sense because that guy gets confidence ki, yes, my head office is taking care of me. The moment he logs in, his complaints will go to the concerned officers, and that particular complaint has to be resolved within 24 hours. It's a time-bound thing. If it is not resolved within 24 hours, the pop-ups will come to the next level. Escalation matrix chalte jata hai. And normally, it doesn't happen because they know for sure what will be the consequences. So the guards are very happy. So likewise, we have many technology which is being used right now, like even the your face recognition attendance program. Abhi to biometrics is gone because of COVID. We can't use that anywhere. Now this face recognition is not just one guy taking a photograph. If I have 20 guards in first shift, all the 20, you can take one photograph, all the 20 guard ka, I got my attendance here. And real time it is going to the customer also. So at the end of the month, it is connected to my payroll, my invoicing. Absolutely no questions asked. So these are kind of technology which is available to us today, which makes, I think, the customer feel comfortable and I am comfortable because there's no question of arguments or any questions asked. Now the biggest problem we have is the statutory compliances. अगर मैं बिल के साथ मेरा ESI, मेरा PF, मेरा GST का चालान नहीं दिया तो मेरा पेमेंट नहीं आने वाला है. Now even these challans are uploaded into the system, the dashboard which I talked about customer. Now my challans are consolidated challans. मेरे पास 50-100 customers रहेंगे सर, सबका रहेगा. But then I'll just highlight the guards who have worked in his site, so that he is sure that my people working in my site are covered under ESI and PF. Same way GST ka bhi, the client name is there, it's taken care. So to all my friends here, I think that there are a lot of things which can work on technology, making our life more comfortable, the customer's confidence level going up, and also your own staff, the field staff or the guards who are there with us, the most, I think, contented guys. And once they're contented, you know for sure they can take up any challenges. There are many more things probably I could share with you later on because my time is over. I think Sharmaji already hinted me. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Shri V.V. Katti, for addressing us and giving that presentation on this special topic. We would quickly like to move on, and without taking any more time, there's another topic which will be great role of security professionals during pandemic, a job well done. Okay, so before General V.K. Singh leaves, may we request for a memento for General Singh. May I request our team to quickly please present a memento as General Singh might have to leave for some commitments that are waiting for him. We do understand, sir. Time is precious. So Kumar Vikram Singh, our chairman, would be presenting this memento as a token of appreciation and love from our side. Ek baar zordar taaliyan, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for General Dr. V.K. Singh, Honorable Union Minister of State, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. और हम ऐसी ही आशा करते हैं कि आप फिर से आएंगे और जब हम sure, sir. So Captain S.P. Tyagi, Councillor ICISS, will talk about this great role of security professionals during pandemic, which is a job well done. Captain S.P. Tyagi, please.
Captain Katti, sir, may I start? Gentlemen, I am very thankful to CAPC and especially Kumar Vikram Singh to provide me an opportunity to share few experiences and my take on what has happened during the lockdown and beyond. In fact, a Facebook post by me on 27th March started a very heated discussion and I was labeled as alarmist. And I wrote in that Facebook post that COVID I see even at the end of next year. So that was 31st December, 31st December 2021. That was my projection. And I was abused. Few harsh words were used. And today, when we stand at the fag end of this year, we do see few things happening and few things developing, but still giving us way to calculate that till December, because 9 months are calculated that COVID, if it is successfully researched and permitted, COVID vaccine will take 9 months to reach the last man in the ground, in the field. But 3 months are preparation time. So we still see, December 21st as things would settle down. But then things are going to be the way these are. We have to remain ever so watchful and careful because like flu, SARS, Ebola, this is not going to disappear anytime soon. I represent the extreme end of your business processes. You start activities and you offer your services to those organizations where security chiefs are at the end of your offers. Therefore, I say that I represent the extreme end of your business processes. International Council of Industrial Security and Safety Management has 7,000 plus members world over, and 11 countries, last count, we have representation. We start with the very modest approach, but in the period which has gone by, creating a lot of chaos, confusion, and scare, we have seen security personnel performing. The basic approach to the business is that security is the foremost requirement of a business and probably the last requirement of business. Those need security most who ill afford it. In fact, most of the businesses, small businesses, fail within 2 years of their existence because of poor security. No one takes stock of this situation. Finance guys remain preoccupied with their figures, and management most of the time overlook this fact. Drastic reduction in manpower in many establishments increase the challenges for security professionals manifold. This period saw downsizing, retrenching, close-ups. For many businesses and PSI have gone through the upheavals and very, very tough times. Most of the security managers who knew how to put logics and justifications and could convince their management that when vulnerability, criticality, and probability is high, the need to increase security manpower is justified during the lockdown. They survived. Those who failed are searching for another career option. It was with this background that they have not only survived but also excelled in their profession. In their career, they took the credit. The performance has peaked for those security professionals, security managers who could convince their management that this is the time, most vulnerable time, and security must be heightened. They were successful in convincing the management about the needs of security, and the deeds of securities were conveyed duly to the management. Last year also, in similar kind of address, I mentioned that we do not write our success stories. So most of the people, since we do not write, most of the people do not read. But I am here to share many success stories, and in our monthly publication, we started giving credit to security professionals who withstood the hard times. The function of security and HSE is merging today. The role of security in business continuity plan is going to increase. It has already been dovetailed in the mandate of security professionals. It is going to increase. Seeing the important role and performance of the security team during the COVID period, the management shall focus more and more on situational awareness for better managerial decisions. And here, application of technology will come quite handy. Resultantly, the focus on application of artificial intelligence and wearable technologies on industrial security management is going to increase. Today, we have honored the frontline security warriors who withstood the challenges, risks, and dangers during the lockdown and continue to do so. Government has recognized their importance. The security performance was well recognized by the society, and society gives more respect and regard to the security team. The corporate has now paying more attention to the professional needs of security professionals. In ICICF, we have seen close quarter the performance of such security professionals, and it is a matter of pride and professional satisfaction that security team in all industrial and commercial establishments made us proud by going beyond their call of duties and performed extremely well, not only their pre-assigned professional duties, but also the duties for which they were not trained. When guards were down, when people were scared, the somewhat confused management trusted security team more than any other departments and entrusted them the more responsibilities, assigned them greater workloads, and yet sometimes overlooked their own personal safety and security. Without cribbing and complaining, security team delivered services in time and with improved efficiency. No breach of security has been so far reported on account of poor performance of security personnel. Today, as one of the security professionals, I can say very proudly that PSI and their manpower have not let us down. They deserve the regard, respect, and the honor from the society and the country. The government has rightly put security service under ESMA, recognizing their role and potential. Let us do our country proud. Jai Hind. God bless.
Thank you, Captain S.P. Tyagi, for sharing your thoughts with us on this topic. It's time for us to very quickly move on as we have some speeches by our eminent guests today. Moving on, we would like to invite the National Vice President CAPSI, Shri Anil Puri, who is going to talk on ethics and compliance tools for business growth. Very warm welcome to you.
Good afternoon, friends and colleagues. It is indeed a pleasure that today, after a long time of lockdown, I was able to meet some of you all and virtually see everybody. And I'm happy to note that all of us have fared well during this period of pandemic, and we have been able to actually come out stronger of the experience as well as the time that we have spent in this particular time. I have a very nice topic which is going to bring to our notice the fact that during the pandemic, we have all had an opportunity to be able to do some introspection, to be able to see and understand the way we were doing business, which was our normal way of doing business, and how we should do business in the new normal way of business. As Katti Saab said, there has got to be transparency, there's got to be understanding, there's got to be the fact that we have to actually be able to deliver in our efforts to be able to strengthen the government of India's approach of keeping India safe and secure. When the government has given us that kind of responsibility, it is for people like us to understand that if we do not work in a transparent and in an ethical manner, we would have let ourselves down and we would also have let down the country. I don't think any of us sitting here or in our virtual conference would like to be known as the fact that we have let down ourselves or our country. After all, when we did not understand any of the challenges of the pandemic, we still came forward. We overcame our own troubled times. We overcame our own problems, and yet we stood there steadfastly doing work which was important. And having said that that is the important work, I have a small little presentation which I basically would like to be able to put across to everybody, which is going to ensure that we all understand that the new normal is going to make things digital, and in that digital world, compliances and ethics are going to play a very, very important role. As also it was said earlier, that there are challenges which we have come up and which we've conquered, and that has going to enable us to be able to conquer the world. But we cannot do that if we do not understand the fact that we have to be viewed both ethically and transparently, and we have to come up to the mark for that. May I have my presentation, please? Where's Rinku? Rinku is doing that. Where is Rinku? She said she was ready. I just cross-checked by. No, I cross-checked with her. She said, I'm ready with it. Yeah, I think we all seem to be working very clearly on time. That is the beautiful part of the entire afternoon. Even though we finished for lunch late, but we caught up on time, and each of us have maintained the timelines. But I think I'm going to be the culprit who's going to delay the entire. Anyway, coming back to the fact that ethics is there, we use it basically when we started this journey in the CAPC to be able to bring in the ethics into our normal way of working, we went through various stages, and chairman was the first person who came around and said that let's do things ethically and let's bring in the ethics part. Now that entire game of ethics has actually been able to move through a lot of steps that we are today built up the code of ethics for the association. We have been able to try and bring it forward to people, and we are now trying to be able to bring it to the day-to-day operational aspect of it. That's technology for you. When you suddenly find you've forgotten your lines primarily because the prompts are not there on the screen. I think no, that's not on. Ah, it's coming on. No, moving forward. I don't know. That's what I'm wondering how it's going to be. So basically, let me just say that ethics is the branch of philosophy that involves systemizing, defending, and recommending concepts of right and wrong behavior. Basically, ethics is again basically a way of approach on how we look at things. Compliance is an act of confirming and acting according to the law. So the basic two things that we have to do in ethics and compliance is we got to be able to think correctly and have a right approach towards the thing, and yet we have to be compliant with law. ये next journey ना आपका ये. And made something. No. The presentation in which we, as I was saying earlier on, we have run through various stages of this thing, how we developed the entire concept, and how we were able to bring up the fact that enhancing the effectiveness of the ethics committee and the tools which we are going to be using for the business growth, because business growth basically is going to be today when everything is digital, everything is going to be monitored, everything is going to be recorded, everything is available on a dashboard. And when those things happen, there is no way that we can, what we used to do earlier on, submit a physical bill and then submit other physical copies of our documentation required, which could always be managed. The word there was managed. Today, in the digital world, everything is going to be transparent, everything is going to be available, and there is going to be no way that you can actually hide behind any paper. In fact, the trail of paper trail is going to be that audit trail which is going to follow you around. And that's where you're going to actually find these stumbling blocks or the places that you can get caught on. That is one of the biggest challenges which is now going to happen. So the ground realities and the ways of achieving it. Let's go through this. We've already talked of this. So as we decided that when we evolve in this thing, the chairman's views also happened to be at that time that we have to look at international, because while we have a huge force of trained people, Their challenge was to train people and yet train the organizations to change their approach towards the way that we will do business. As you all are aware, we had gone to the Middle East to be able to project ourselves as a responsible organizations capable of providing a backup security system. Now, only that can only be achieved as and when we are viewed to be ethical, because all over the world, the basics in any organization or any way which you are viewed is on the ethics of a way that you operate. And that is where everywhere it is that. And the basis for all that was the code of conduct. So we established the code of conduct. We now in the process of bringing across the awareness of that so that we are able to utilize that. Let's go forward. So we went through the process of having various sections of it. We brought in the stakeholders, which are the guards. We brought in the clients. We brought in ourselves. We brought in the compliances and everything, so that a proper document could be brought in, which would have all the acceptance and everything in place for, again, a view of somebody look at the entire operations as a setup which is working in a systematic manner. Next, please. So the really good point which we brought in over here was that we set up a compliant redressal forum, because it's very simple for everybody to turn around and say that I did this and I did that, but then where are we going to redress that? That is where this is going to be a very effective this thing. Next. So now, as we all have realized, due to the pandemic, we suddenly realized that compliance has become a virtual reality, where we will have to live with. There is no hiding away from it. There's no way that we can do anything which is going to change the way we are going to live, because everything is now in the open domain. Compliance is concerned, the shikanja of the law enforcement agencies is almost like a stranglehold. Again, because everything is in the digital world, everything is available. Your manpower is available, your Aadhaar cards are available, and all the documentation is available. Where are you going to be able to find? At the drop of a hat or at the press of a button, everything can get listed out. And when you got everything listed out, tallying across the board is a matter of seconds. So when your government or agencies are coming, they're actually coming today with armed information about what they are to do and what they are to seek and what they are to look for. No longer are the days where I could put up sheets of paper in front of them and tell them, okay, you go through this. Today, it's not that. Today, actually it has happened that the inspectors come now with laptops. And the guy, if he's coming with a laptop, there's no way that you can get away with it. So we have to understand that. So the conduct of your business in an ethical manner, in accordance with our code of conduct, both in letter and spirit, you would ideally build up a reputation for yourself in the marketplace. That is the basic essence where the chairman had said that we need to build up that reputation of being able to be accepted as people with standing, people with compliance, and people with ethics, right? Okay, we'll finish off. I think these are unnecessary things. We can stop that. Let's go forward. Ethics and compliance will again be a zero tolerance affair. We need to understand this part of it, because that zero tolerance is the only way forward. There is no other way. We cannot get away with that. And according to, as you rightly said, Katisa, where you get that 1 rupee business, that zero tolerance is not going to allow you that 1 rupee. So if you follow your ethics and if you follow your compliances, your margins will go up, your efficiency of business will happen, and that will bring in profitability. So just because we are saying that follow the law does not mean that you will lose money. In fact, you will actually gain. That is the point which we all must look for. The transition will bring the profits to you. Next. Thank you very much. Basically, that was the intent, to be able to just bring across to you the need for that. Thank you.
This is the one topic which Anil Puri was speaking
for the last couple of years. And slowly, like he has explained, now the ganja factor is the word we have used for the first time. And I think members will understand slowly. And let me share with you, there's a huge ED, inquiry going on a very large company in Mumbai. And one of the areas which they have captured is the shadow guards. The way you get a contact, how do you get 1 rupee? 200 कार्ड लगाने हैं तो वहां 50 लगा के बाकी हेराफेरी कर रहे हो, तो ये सबको पता है। अब ईडी ने इसको पकड़ लिया, ये आपको बता दूं। जब ईडी ने पकड़ लिया है तो ये बात सारी सरकार को पता लग गया, इनकम टैक्स को, सबको पता लग गया कि ये ट्रिक है सब लोगों का, ये शैडो गार्ड वाला काम कर रहे हैं। अब इसको पकड़ो। उन्होंने मेरे हिसाब से कोई 125 एजेंसीज की लिस्ट बनाई जिनको गवर्नमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिले हुए थे, जिनको गवर्नमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट थे। 1 rupee 1 person 0%। कैप्सी तो काफी देर से विजिलेंस पे गई हुई थी, बहुत बार हमने उनको बोला हुआ था और विजिलेंस कमीशन से मेरी लगातार बात ही होती थी। जब तक आप सिस्टम को ठीक न करोगे आपकी ग्रोथ नहीं आ सकती, आपका इमेज नहीं बन सकता। कहीं ना कहीं आपको तो गर्दन पकड़नी पड़ेगी। अगर आपने आपको क्लीन कर लोगे तो नहीं, तो दूसरे करेंगे तो आपको जेल भेजेंगे। तो ये जो 125 कंपनियों की लिस्ट बनी हुई है, उन्होंने उन्हीं को पकड़ना है, उनके अकाउंट्स देख के कितने गार्ड थे जी, और वो गार्ड्स पिछले 10 साल का देख रहे हैं। अगर आपके पास एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था 10 साल का, वो 10 साल का देखेंगे कि कितने गार्ड थे इनके पास और कितको उन्होंने पैसे दिए हैं, कितने गार्ड को दिए हुए हैं, उनकी सैलरी के ऊपर देखेंगे, सब कुछ देखेंगे। जो माहौल बड़ा खराब होने वाला है, इसलिए आप सब लोग जो इस शिकंजे में आ रहे हैं वो ठीक हो जाएं। जो ऊपर नीचे करना वो कर लें, हैं? तो जे मैं कहो तो मैं किसन इंडिविजुअली भी मैं कंपनियों के नाम बता दूंगा। कोई आई हैव द लिस्ट, आई हैव द लिस्ट ना, हो जाएगा। सी बात ऐसा है कि अगर आपने पूरी साहब सरकार के हिसाब से चलना है ना, तो फिर वो चलने भी देते हैं कि कोई बात नहीं, अब आगे से ठीक करो। नहीं तो हम सेक्टर ये एसोसिएशन क्यों बैठी हुई है? वहां जाके जब तक ये बात नहीं कहेंगे तो कैसे बात बनती कि इसका इम्पैक्ट क्या पड़ेगा। आपको पता, जब पसार में सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज सब कहते बैन करो, सब कहते यार सबको बैन कर दिया बिना लाइसेंस वाले को, तो कैसे पंगा पड़ेगा। आप उसकी आप तैयारी करिए, सब कुछ करिए। तो ये जो चीज आज पुरी जी ने बताई है, ये एथिक्स कंप्लायंस वाला मामला है, इसको अब सीरियस लेते हुए जो भी आपको 0% में आपके साथ कंपटीशन में रहे, आपके पास भी उनकी लिस्टें हैं, उनको भी वार्न कर दो भैया दिन बुरे आने वाले हैं और बड़ा मामला खराब होने से। लेट्स नॉट स्पॉइल द इमेज व्हिच वी आर बिल्डिंग सो विद ग्रेट डिफिकल्टीज। वो कहते हम लाए हैं तूफान से किश्ती निकाल के वो जो किश्ती आप निकाल के लाए हो वो थोड़ी सी बात के ऊपर खराब ना हो जाए, बड़ी मुश्किल से इमेज बनता है किसी संगठन का, और वो आप बनता नजर आ गया है। तो इसको भी हम करें। और जो ये कंप्लायंस वाला मामला, इसकी जो मीटिंग है, मैंने जानबूझ के इसको आगे नहीं किया था, मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद बैठ के बात करेंगे और इसको आगे, क्योंकि मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर हमारा ये एथिक्स का एंड कंप्लायंस वाला, ये दो चीजें हो जाएंगी तो एक बहुत बड़ा काम होगा। उसके बाद हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद जो हमारा एग्जीक्यूटिव बोर्ड होगा, वो कई कमेटीज उसकी बनी हुई हैं जिसकी इसको हम चर्चा करके इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे ताकि हम अपने जो आगे का सिस्टम उसको चलाएं। थैंक यू वेरी मच अनिल जी। आई थिंक you have a very large role to play for bringing this into better. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. May we now request Sri Sudhir Bhasin, National Vice President, CAPSI, to please talk on motivating workforce for emergency situations. Let's welcome Sri Sudhir Bhasin, please.
Good evening, friends. Yeah, at 4:25 in the evening, it's a very, very valid topic. Motivating you all first to hear me out, because I've got 4 pages here and the point size is, yeah, so fair enough, sir. So the point size is pretty large, but I've got 4 pages to go through, so please be patient with me. All right. Motivation is an abstract term not visible, felt, or touched, but evidently seen through actions of individuals during daily lives and emergency situations. In case of personnel employed in private security industry, service level delivery in security operations is directly proportional to motivation. In fact, there are two sides of the same coin. Having been part of the private security industry for over 3 decades now, I still haven't been able to decipher why security staff day in, day out carry on mundane and monotonous duties in long working hours in this profession despite knowing that there is very limited scope of progression in their career. Is money the driving factor, or are there different factors at play in keeping personnel motivated? CAPSI has been regularly involved in studying inputs available from private security agencies pan-India and has been seeing a positive trend in rising retention. That is, attrition levels dropping steadily. This is one of the first and maybe most important indicators of motivation, which may be attributed to money, better perks, job security, self-esteem, etc. Motivating workforce, especially those involved in security during emergency situations, has never been more tested and observed than in current times. India, except during war or warlike situations, has not been exposed to a national emergency of the scale of the COVID-19 pandemic, maybe since the partition of the country. Widespread disease, death, fear, loss of livelihood due to business losses, loss of food and shelter, inability to commute to hometowns, lack of medical facilities, education being affected for all age groups of students, confinement of people, often large families in small quarters, are a few examples of emergencies faced by the world at large and India in specific. Private security industry is among top 5 employers in India. The first and maybe most important motivator for the security personnel during these pandemic times was the success of CAPSI in enabling the government to recognize the contributions and importance of private security industry and thereby having private security services categorized as essential services under DM Act and ESMA. In a blink of an eyelid, CAPSI, through the blessings of the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, the Honorable Union Minister for Home, Shri Amit Shah, the Nodal Ministry for Private Security Industry, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, Honorable Minister for State for Home, the Additional Secretary Home Police Modernization, Shri Vivek Bhardwaj, and the government in general, was able to change the perception about investment in private security from being a wasteful expenditure in an unproductive overhead to actually instilling pride in every personnel employed in private security industry, having their self-esteem take a boost. Instead of being ignored as usual, each personnel was actively being engaged with by their own company officers, the client's management teams, police and local administration, and thereby reaffirming the relevance of private security services. This is a case study in itself for motivation under emergency studies as its emergency situations at its best. Not only did the nation recognize the contributions of these guardsmen to the nation, a term aptly coined by CAPSI, in one go, private security industry came of age. The personnel, as also the private security agencies, were motivated and thankful as they not only were able to safeguard their employment and earnings, but their complete social standing in society changed. They began to be upskilled as training took precedence. They were now active, more personal and regular involvements of private security agency officers with their deployed teams. The client's management and HR department started recognizing their role constructively and started empowering its personnel. The local police started using the private security industry personnel in maintaining law and order in the areas of deployment, as also in critical postings as desired by the local administration. Hospitals relied heavily on active participation of personnel in gate management and social distancing. Of course, security being first point of contact with anyone. Similarly, RWA started to rely heavily on private security personnel. A few examples of how recognition, training, respect, involvement, empowerment, besides monetary benefits and healthcare, became major motivating factors. India is a country of strong value systems, with its people growing up with the right ethos towards sense of responsibility, loyalty, and belonging towards society in general and their place of employment in particular. Most frontline workers in India, irrespective of their trade, hail from villages and small towns where respect, sense of loyalty and camaraderie, sense of service and empathy are few among many traits inculcated since birth. If people with these value systems are constructively, continuously, and correctly motivated, we shall have a society ready to meet any eventuality or emergency. Emergency situations arise from nowhere and have different emergencies require different set of motivational behaviors. It is said that only 3 amongst 10 people respond to such emergency situations which can be prolonged and can cause personal ill health. Often people tend to abscond from place of duty if not continuously engaged with or looked upon by the organization. Security of assets in these times has not been easy, though the assets continue to be the same, but with drastically downsized number of deployed personnel due to businesses coming to a halt, the assets became vulnerable and exposed. I would like to proudly mention here that across India, there has been no instance of crime increasing, and this has been made possible by the personnel of private security industry holding fort, thereby helping in not only safeguarding the assets under their care, but also helping in maintaining law and order, a fact recognized by the police of each state and UT in India. I sum up by stating that motivation is a matter of mind and heart. If the mind can be controlled and directed through proactive leadership of government, vendors, and clients alike, through good emoluments, welfare schemes, training, healthcare, insurance, etc., and heart through rewards and recognition, by instilling pride and boosting self esteem through regular interactions and having society recognize the contribution of these frontline workers, we would achieve a level of preparedness where people can handle any emergency situation. We in the private security industry have begun to do so proactively, and the benefits of such motivation have already begun to accrue to our organizations, clients, state, and country. It shall be a continuous endeavor to keep the workforce motivated and are ready to meet any eventuality and be always available to the nation productively. Jai Hind.
Thank you, thank you. Sudhir, it's a very well written piece. It was getting published somewhere. Wonderful, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and more so for being conscious of the time as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be moving on, and the topic is Need for Services Protection Law, and this will be spoken by Shri D.P. Singh, Co-Chair, Legal and Conflict Resolution Committee from CAPSI. Let's welcome Shri D.P. Singh, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My presentation has been cut short because of the coming of the law ruled yesterday. Chairman has warned me. Chairman has warned me, don't put anything for Pasara, something is coming. I think he might have a premonition or he might have a planning also. But I have a need of law. Who needs a law to protect himself? The weaker sections, the females, the people who are the economically backward, the persons who are weak in society, they need a law. And as per the craving and crying of Mr. Katti Sahab, he has to work for 1 rupee. It's really, this sector needs a law to protect. Because unless a law comes, we are not going to be protected. ED and everything will do, but by that time, so many agencies will be winded up. So we need a law to protect ourselves, both from the SSP side and from this negative competition also. I have just figured out there are laws. Pasara already, we have, when Pasara has just removed most of the thorns from its law. There is 1 or 2 which I discussed. Labor law, all the labor law for the labor. That means we are the persons we are implying. So see, we are having the service recipient, we are having the labor too, and we are and the law regulatory body. I think Mr. Rick from UK also, the regulatory body and the employer relationship. But for everything there is a law. For labor there is a law. For service recipient there is a law. In PASARA Act 13(1)(h), it has been written that if you don't give services as contracted and agreemented with the service recipient, your license will be cancelled and you will be penalized for that. But nowhere it has been written, if they will allot you the work and they will cancel the contract, what remedy you can utilize. This is not there. And this is against the fundamental right of any organization, because Article 14 says there must be equality of law. But you are protecting one body and you are not protecting the other body. The service providers who are having a burden of laws like minimum wage, bonus, ID Act, EPF Act, Indian Contract Act, Income Tax Act, Consumer Protection, your consumer person also taking the services. And now people can sue you against the Consumer Protection Services Act also. The Motor Vehicle Act and the company law also. There are everybody, the deterrent punishment, deterrent penalties, or everything has been given. But nothing, I mean, we have been tied by laws, but we have not been given any freedom to protect ourselves when we are facing the negative competition on our work front. I am just Section 8 and Section 1(3) of rule has been removed by PASARA rule that has come yesterday. 1(h) I have already discussed. The Section 13(1)(k) from Roman 1 to 5, PASARA, says that any negligence by your guard, any fault by your security guard, any misappropriation, any theft of any property, any protection or any indisciplinary activity by your guard, any crime committed by your guard, means if some rape has been committed at your side by your guard, you will be responsible under Section 377 of the IPC. Is it the law? Under the doctrine of criminal liability, there is two theories, mens rea and actus reus. Mens rea means mental part, a guilty mind. Actus reus, the person who has committed the crime. This is the doctrine of criminal liability. And this has been embedded in Indian Penal Code and CRX, Criminal Procedure Code. This provision in PASARA is against that major law. The person who commits the crime, if a driver drives a car and he makes an accident or he does anything, any crime within the car, who will be responsible? Owner of the vehicle or the driver of the vehicle? It is the driver of the vehicle. But what you have provided in Section 13(1), though it is a matter of section, it is not a matter of rule. So now the chairman has to go one step upward but now he has already demolished the rules. Now he has to go for the acts also. That can be only done by the parliament and cannot be done by the rules. But anything can be done, because as he has told, dil mange more. तो अब तो हमारी भी थोड़ा सी एस्पिरेशंस बढ़ रही है कि we can do more. जब हमने रूल्स को सही कर दिया तो एक्ट भी सही कर लेंगे कभी आज निकल. ये दो प्रोविजंस हमारे हैं जो बड़े ही ये हमारे बकवाड चल रहे हैं. वो जो तेलंगाना वाला एक्टिविज्म था वो तो मैं ह्यूमन रूल बाय लॉ कुछ लोग कर लेते हैं. अभी कुछ लोगों ने कहा ना 50,000 कहाँ बंगलोर में है, कभी कहीं और बताया. रूल बाय लॉ कहते हैं जब पासर अपना कानून बना के चलाता हो. रूल ऑफ लॉ कहते हैं जब एक्ट और कानून जो संविधान का बना हुआ उसके अनुसार अगर हम चलते हैं, दैट इज रूल ऑफ लॉ. तो वो जो बता रहे थे 50,000 या कुछ और रेड्डी साहब बता, तो रूल बाय लॉ है. रूल ऑफ लॉ ने अगर कोर्ट में जाएंगे तो उसको खत्म कर देगा, उसी को ऐसे ही खत्म कर देगा. रूल ऑफ लॉ कहीं भी नहीं चलेगा. अब labor law में there has come a provision under rule 55 that the payment has to be made within 7th of the following month, and this is hard and fast. There are penal provisions also. We'll started to know that 5 lakh to 20 lakhs there is penalty. So if you will not pay your security guards by 7th of the following month, you will be penalized, and you can be maybe prosecuted also. That there is also a provision like that. So there should be some protection for the agencies also. You just enforce this law. We get the payment well before the time so that we can make payment to our security guards by 7th of the following month. This provision has already been made in Code and Wages rules in 2019. Now its enforcement in our favor has to be brought out, and this has to come in our law. And this COA Act has been some ambiguous on which we have wrote. The principal employer and the immediate employer, they have not defined, though it has already been defined in several laws in ESIC, section 217, it has been decided who is the principal employer and who is the immediate employer, but COA has not defined it. In EPF Act, there is one bina bijayar provision. See, if you deposit your contribution late after 15th of the following month, you will be penalized under 7Q and 14B. 7Q is the interest part, 14B is the penalty part, which is more than, I think, 30 or 34%. Now, Income Tax Act 34B says, if you pay beyond the date of contribution, we will disallow the contribution. That means 30% tax on that contribution. So altogether is 54%. Say in the world, is there any penalty? 54% of the delayed payment. This is the blindness of the law. And it is also, I think, अंधा कानून आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि law of double jeopardy. No person can be prosecuted twice or thrice for a single offense. And this has been protected by Fundamental Right Article 20, subsection 2. No person can be prosecuted twice. How it has come? एक गलती हमने की, आपने 1 सजा, 2 सजा, 3 सजा हमें देते चले जा रहे हो. These are the anomalies of law. अब एक अपने यहाँ इंडियन कंट्रैक्ट एक्ट है जो इट इज इंटरनेशनल एक्ट. It is a sensible part also, and this has protected. There has some protection also, but we are not utilizing it. Section 182 defines agent, and this act also defines the principal. Who is the principal and who is the agent? And we are the agency. Principal is the person for whom the services has been done, and the agent is a person who implies person or who does person for another on behalf of the other. He is the agent, and this principal employer concept comes out of that. Section 25 says that if any agreement is without consideration, they have not defined it 0.1% or 1 rupee. That's why people are just making the abuse of this law. But if any agreement is without consideration, it is void. That must be the legislative purport of the law, must be that it should be viable, what you people are saying. It should be a viable service charges so that the person and agency can work. But people are abusing this law. I think this has to be explained by this. This is section 25 of the Indian Contract Act 1872. It is 75 years before our independence. Section 28 says, Indian Contract Act, if in any contract the rights of any party has been restricted or extinguished, किसी एक के अधिकार को एकदम आपने कर्टेल कर दिया. और अपना आप कभी देखे होंगे आरएफपी में एग्रीमेंट जो एजेंसीज करते, जो आपकी कंपनियां करती हैं या गवर्नमेंट भी करती है, तो सारे अपने काम दे देंगे. ये करना है, वो करना है, पेट्रोलिंग करना है, ये घटना होगी तो आप रेस्पॉन्सिबल, ये इंश्योरेंस आपको करने, सारे काम. उन्होंने अपने लिए कुछ लिखा ही, नॉट ए सिंगल क्लॉज फॉर उसको पेमेंट इतना टाइम पर दे देना है, मैं आपके गार्ड को रहने की जगह देना है, उसको पानी देना है, उसको कैटरिंग देना है. ये तो लेबर लॉ में है. बट दे आर नॉट राइटिंग इट. कहते हैं एनी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो इम्बैलेंस है, जिसमें एक ही पार्टी की सारी ड्यूटी को लिख दिया गया और अगली पार्टी कोई ड्यूटी नहीं लिख, दैट इज अनफेयर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. अंडर सेक्शन 28 इट हैज बीन डिफाइंड. ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अनफेयर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है जिसमें एक ही पार्टी के सारे राइट्स को लिखा गया और दूसरे पार्टी के राइट्स को एक्सटिंग्विश कर दिया गया. ऐसे भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जिसमें वेरिएशन का पावर केवल एक पार्टी को. यू कैन वेरी द टर्म्स बट ही कैन नॉट वेरी द टर्म्स. आप प्राइस वेरी नहीं कर सकते, बट वो जब चाहे तो आपको कम कर दे सकते हैं, बढ़ा दे सकते हैं, गार्ड की संख्या कम कर दे सकते हैं. Man, he can vary the terms, you cannot vary. If you can vary, I can also vary. So it बैलेंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं बन पा रहा है. और कोर्ट में जब मैटर जाता है, कोर्ट कहता है आई वांट ट्रांसपेरेंसी, व्हाट यू आर टेलिंग. आई वांट ट्रांसपेरेंसी इन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, आई वांट बैलेंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. And the contract which are not transparent, which are not balanced, is really void from the void ab initio. ऐसे बहुत कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जब कोर्ट में जाते हैं तो फट के हाल, फिर आर्बिट्रेशन रिस्क की बात चल जाती है. कहते हैं कि वो ऑटोमेटिक रोल ओवर, फी टर्मिनेशन, इस ढंग की बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. और अगर देखेंगे मोस्टली सिक्योरिटी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट आर द वॉइड कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, बिकॉज उसमें सारे कंडीशंस एक ही पार्टी के होते हैं, आपके कुछ भी कंडीशंस नहीं होते हैं. जो आपका सर्विस है उसको तो उन्होंने ऑक्शन में डाल दिया, जो आपके सर्विस चार्ज है उसको उन्होंने ऑक्शन में डाल दिया. एक जीएसटी पे करके, चूंकि मेरे को सिग्नल मिल रहा है, जीएसटी में आपने देखा कि जीएसटी में प्रिंसिपल को जीएसटी में प्रिंसिपल डिफाइंड है, एजेंट डिफाइंड, मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में जीएसटी में भी डिफाइन किया। अच्छा, जीएसटी में उन्होंने एजेंट को डिफाइन किया है अंडर सेक्शन 25 में। उन्होंने कहा कि एजेंट इज ए पर्सन हु वर्क्स फॉर ए कंसिडरेशन कमीशन, और यहाँ आपको कलेक्शन एजेंट बना दिया। बिकॉज लायबिलिटी टू पे rest of under section 293, liability to pay the service charge, the service tax, GST, lies upon the service recipient, not upon us. We are just the collection agent, and they are themselves defining that the collection agent is a person who works on commission, and we are not giving the commission. And not only this, आप कहते हैं कि हमें आप सर्विस ना भी मिले तो आप पे कर दो। ये कहाँ से आ गई? ये तो हार्श पार्ट हो गया हमारा। क्या आप कहते हैं हमें ना भी मिलो तो पे कर दो, नहीं करो तो ये पेनाल्टी वो पेनाल्टी। तो आरसीएम तो लोगों ने टेकअप सर ने कर लिया है, और हमें उम्मीद है गोल पोस्ट तक ही पहुंच ही जाएंगे। वो पहुंच जाएंगे तो ये बीमारी भी आपकी लगभग समाप्त हो जाएगी। इतना फियर दे दिया कि सरकार की चिट्ठियां जब आती है किसी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी, भदी साहब की कोई चिट्ठी आ गई, गट्टी चिट्ठी आ गई, तो लगता है ये कि भाई उसके हाथ थरथरा जाते हैं, माथे काम नहीं करते, क्या चिट्ठी है, कौन सा लेटर आ गया है। तो बड़ा सुंदर जीएसटी जब सब आया था तो बड़ा सुंदर किसी ने लिखा था कि कहाँ तो तय था चिरागा हर एक घर के लिए, यहाँ मयसर नहीं है चिराग हर शहर के लिए। तो ये बड़ा कहा गया कि भाई ये तो पूरे शहर को रोशन करने की बात हो रही थी, अब तो घर में एक रोशनी की बात नहीं हो रही। एजेंसी को तो बर्बाद करने तो लोग कह रहे हैं वाइंड अप करके भागो यहाँ, चलो भागो यहाँ से उम्र भर के लिए। ये अब मैं चूंकि लास्ट में कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं, जिसका मैंने एसएसपी एम्पावरमेंट एंड प्रोटेक्शन, जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं उसका एम्पावरमेंट होना चाहिए और उसका प्रोटेक्शन, जो शुरू हमारा सब्जेक्ट था। हमारा ये कहना, जैसे अभी आप न्यू जितने बिल्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, इवन फार्म्स कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जिस पर इतने विरोध हो रहे उसमें भी लाया गया है, उसमें उन्होंने लिखा गवर्नमेंट में, तो उसको अभी अमित शाह ने काट के सेल कर दिया। गवर्नमेंट सेल प्रिस्क्राइब द मॉडल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, government shall prescribe the guidelines for the service providers and the service recipients. Government provide the price mechanism. Government shall provide the payment delivery system. जब यहाँ नए बिल्स में हमारे में भी डाल दो ये सब चीज, मॉडल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स दे दो, हमें क्या अदरवाइज मेरे सारे उल्टा पुल्टा सारी बातें, और कभी कभी तो 10 लाख का काम 25 लाख का इंडिमनिटी डाल देते हैं, वो कितना की इंडिमनिटी डाल दो। और दूसरी बात, हमारे पास कोई, हमें सीधे जाना पड़ता है हाई कोर्ट। अगर सरकार ने कुछ कर दिया सीधे हाई कोर्ट जाओ, हमारे पास कोई ट्रिब्यूनल नहीं है। आर्टिकल 323A में ट्रिब्यूनल की व्यवस्था, ट्रिब्यूनल में कहता है एक जुडिशरी का व्यक्ति रहेगा और एक सेक्टर का व्यक्ति रहेगा, उसमें कैप्सी के लोग जाएं, जो प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं वो जाए, उसमें से एक आदमी वो रहेगा और एक आदमी जुडिशरी का आदमी रहेगा, दे विल डिसाइड। जब ट्रिब्यूनल्स का प्रोविजन है, ट्रिब्यूनल्स हमें दे दो ताकि हमारी बातों को जो समझेगा वही हमें डिसाइड कर पाएगा। तो हमारा वो भी डिमांड है कि ट्रिब्यूनल हमारे लिए हमें कर दो। और रेस्ट्रिक्टिव क्राइटेरिया जो आप डालते हो कि 100 करोड़ के टर्नओवर होने चाहिए और इतनी गाड़ियां होनी चाहिए, 5 गाड़ी आप लोगे, अभी एक बिहार में कॉन्ट्रैक्ट निकला 200 आदमी चाहिए, लिखा 20,000 आदमी का होना चाहिए आपके पास। तो इस ढंग के रेस्ट्रिक्टिव है जो कि कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया के सेक्शन 4 में लिखा हुआ है, इस ढंग के प्रेडेटरी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नहीं होने चाहिए। 173 भी GFR में भी लिखा हुआ है, तब भी ये लोग कर रहे हैं। 3 चीजों को भी इन्फोर्स करने की जरूरत है। और हमारे जो राइट्स अंडर जो मैंने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एक्ट की बात किया उसके तहत सब सेफगार्ड हो जाए। इन 4 अगर मॉडल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट से दे दें, गाइडलाइंस दे दें, पेमेंट मैकेनिज्म दे दें, सर्विस मैकेनिज्म दे दें, और हमारे सर्विस चार्ज को ऑक्शन पर ना डालें। हम समझते हैं बहुत हद तक समस्याएं तो अभी तो रिजल्व हो, अभी सारी समस्याएं यही चल रही हैं। सारे लोगों की बातें, अगर इथिक्स, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन सारा आ जाए, अगर ये सारी बातें आ जाए, हम एजेंट हैं, हमें एजेंट ही रहने दो, हमें उससे ऊपर एक जिम्मेवारी मत डालो। बट हमें एजेंट का जो प्रोटेक्शन है, बिकॉज वी फील वीक एंड वी नीड ए लॉ नाउ। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, DP सिंह जी। आप सब साथियों के लिए मैं बता दूं कि मैंने DP सिंह जी से लगातार निवेदन किया कि ये जो बात आपने करनी है कि सर्विस प्रोवाइडर की प्रोटेक्शन कहाँ है, इसके लिए एक लॉ की जरूरत है। तो जब कहीं लॉ बनता है तो पहले लॉ की जो फिलॉसफी होती है वो तैयार होती है। व्हाट यू, व्हाई, वेयर इज द इश्यू, ये क्यों हो रहा है, पसारा क्यों लाया गया था, वो एक ऐसा नी जर्क ऑपरेशन था, उसकी वजह से कुछ लोग हमारे गल्फ वॉर में मर गए। एक प्राइवेट सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी वहां फौजियों का ठेका लेके दे रही थी, सरकार को पता ही नहीं था भारत उस युद्ध में नहीं था, लेकिन भारत के फौजी वहां युद्ध लड़ रहे थे। कमाल है आप लोग भी। तो वो सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी की वजह से पसारा आया था। तो ये जो मैं इसमें इनको कहा था कि एक समय आ गया है, जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर के एक्ट को, इसके बारे में क्या होना चाहिए, इसका एक हम विचार करें, ना कि उनको सजेस्ट करें। जब विचार एक फिलॉसफी जाएगी मंत्रालय के पास, तो मंत्रालय उसको समझ जाएगा कि ये इस चीज की जरूरत है जी। अगर कोरोना आया है तो उसके लिए वैक्सीन चाहिए, तो उसके ऊपर काम करना शुरू हो गया भी इसकी दवाई हम कैसे निकालें। तो मर्ज पहले बताओगे, तो इनको मर्ज बताने के लिए भाई ये वकील हैं तो इन्होंने प्रोविजन डाले। मैं कहा यार प्रोविजन मत डालना, लेकिन बातें इन्होंने बड़ी अच्छी कही हैं। वो भी एक डिस्कशन का विषय बनेगा जब हम मंत्रालय में जाके बात करेंगे, उसके ऊपर आएगा। तो अब मेरा एफर्ट है कि जो लॉ मिनिस्ट्री है वहां मैं ऑलरेडी इसको लाइन अप कर लिया है कि पहले सेक्टर से कोई बोले तो सही। यहां तो पूरे देश में सर्विस सेक्टर, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर की प्रोटेक्शन की कोई बात ही नहीं कर रहा, क्योंकि आप हर चीज को साइन कर देते हो। तरह तरह का जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है, मिल जाए मिल जाए मिल जाए, मैं कर लेंगे। तो अब इसकी जरूरत पड़ दी, जब आपके ऊपर इतने कंप्लायंसेस आ रहे हैं, डिजिटल हो गया, ये हो गया, तो आप अपनी बात भी तो प्रोटेक्ट करोगे कि नहीं। तो आज का जो विषय है ये इसलिए है कि इसकी एक छोटी सी रिपोर्ट बन के जाएगी मंत्रालय में, रविशंकर प्रसाद जी के साथ जो लॉ के मंत्री हैं, और वहां पे जाके इसके ऊपर वो फिर अपनी कमेटीज में देंगे। फिर जो पब्लिक के पास जाएगा भी कौन कौन लोग चाहते हैं कि कैसा एक्ट होना चाहिए, जैसे बाकी एक्ट में चलता है। तो जब ये प्रोसेस शुरू होएगा तो कहीं ना कहीं जाके एक नया माहौल बनेगा। उसके अंदर आपकी जितनी भी ऐसी चीजें जो इन्होंने बीच में निकाली, कहाँ कहाँ आपको प्रॉब्लम पड़ती है, कहाँ आप ग्रोथ नहीं कर पा रहे हो, कहाँ आपके अंदर रुकावटें आ रही है, वो सारी चीजें फिर उस एक्ट के तहत तैयार की जाएंगी। तो ये जो उन्होंने चीज बताई है, आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू, यू हैव स्टडीड सो वेल। मैं कहा यार आप ये मत कहना जा रहे तो बाद में कहेंगे, कहते नहीं जी आज ही कह रहा हूं मैं तो इसको। आप वकील आदमी है, कोर्ट लगा हुआ, कचहरी में अपनी बात नहीं रखे तो कहां रखेगा। तो लेकिन he has worked very hard on this and he did a very good job, because your presentation will become a part of our presentation to the government कि क्यों इसका जरूरत पड़ती है। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड आपको बताऊं कि ये चीज जो हम नया कैप्सी का एक इनिशिएटिव होगा, वो सिर्फ कैप्सी के लिए नहीं होगा, ये पूरे देश के सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हों, जिसमें आपके जो हाउसकीपिंग सर्विसेज, दूसरी तरह की सर्विसेज जो है, वो सारे को ये कहीं ना कहीं कवर करेगा। तो नई चीज इस देश में लाने का कैप्सी ये प्रयास कर रही है, ताकि हम एक सबके लिए कोई नई दिशा दें। ये है। थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगला जी।
थैंक यू श्री डीपी सिंह। अब जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हुए, ladies and gentlemen, let me take the opportunity of inviting Brigadier Baldev Singh, Vice President Operations, Checkmate Security Solutions, to kindly talk about state funding for private security training and job creation, please. Let's welcome Brigadier Baldev Singh.
Good evening, sir, and good evening, friends. The subject given to me is state funding of security training and job creation. Since morning, we have touched upon the training part of security guards in a number of ways. But our thinking is always restricted to what is mandated in PASARA. We know the importance of training. To my mind, we should be thinking little ahead if we want our security guard to be totally professional, motivated, and they want to go to global arena. I will not go over the training aim. Just objective, we all understand. Objective of any training is to meet or achieve the organization goals and meet the needs of the individuals, and as well as improve the performance and deliverance by the employees. And just a word about Indian demography. You are all aware that 67% of Indian population is in the age group of working or employable. And today, it is an advantage to India. And we must ensure that this population is gainfully employed. Otherwise, there would be problem for all of us. Second is the social environment. I want to draw here is when in a family a child is born and he starts standing up and start walking, the family starts planning his career. He is put through primary education, middle level education, matriculation of +2. Thereafter, he goes for the degree courses, professional courses before he picks up a job. But those who want to don the uniform, normally they start thinking about employment when they are in the middle school or when they qualify +2. Their first preference is always army, and second may be paramilitary forces. And as far as private security industry is concerned, it comes the last. This pie chart just reflects the total strength of type of security services which are available in the country. You would see all other services combined, be it defense services, paramilitary forces, police services, all those combined are just about 40% or even little less. I have taken the private security agency from open sources as 80 lakhs. But if you take it 90, the percentage would be even more. Why I am saying this is, which is the best out of these when we talk about security services? Which is the best? You would always say it's army. And which is the most lowly trained? It is the private security agency. So what does the difference, where the difference lies? It is only the training, because all the persons who are joining army, who are going to the paramilitary forces, going to the police or the private security industry come from the same background, and they are from the same state of society. It is only the training. So we cannot have that level that security guards are only chowkidars. We have to improve upon that. Now, why should state do the funding? Gentlemen, scope for job creation is here. Today you are 90 lakhs or 80 lakhs, and you are growing at 20 to 25%. And if you are well trained, sky is the limit. And so we must think about training the security guard beyond what is mandated in PSARA. Next is the no recurring cost. All other security services, after they get recruited, it is the government responsibility, be it their training, be it their salary during training, boarding, lodging, everything. Here, it is only the training cost which needs to be met. Thereafter, is the private security industry will take care of the on-the-job training, taking care of their welfare, and also our clients will take care of their salary part and compliance part. So we must focus on this. Law and order situation, you are well aware with the socio-economic, socio-political, even socio-religious causes. There are dissensions in the society. And the gap between haves and have-nots is increasing day by day. This also would aggravate the situation. When such a situation is there, our adversaries who are on the lookout to fish in troubled waters will take advantage of this law and order situation. So government must step in and strengthen the private security industry. Now, securing my square inch of motherland. Gentlemen, we have got a grid all over India, be it one agency or the other. But we are protecting that 1 square inch. Now the time has come when we should be extending the role of this. That can only happen if the security industry is provided the funding by the government and guards are trained to take on that additional responsibility. Then we can go from 1 square inch to 1 square kilometer around them. They can become eyes and ears of the public or the law enforcement agency. Another aspect is they can also act as the first responders, not only to give information to the law enforcement agencies, but to actually act. For that, they need to be trained. Then they can act as the reserve for the police forces. For that, they have to be rigorously trained. You cannot expect the way we are training now that they will be able to foot the bill. That will not happen. For improving the quality of training, you got to increase the training period. And we are all constrained because of the various other reasons or financial reasons that we cannot take on this responsibility. So that's why this funding must come from the government. This will also ensure the quality training and improvement, and our private security industry will become a force to reckon with, and government must come forward. When it is coming to the private security agencies, they cannot take on this role of training because there are very poor margins. We have been talking about 1 rupee or even 0.01%. And then there are heavy operational costs. We are being paid only for the chaps who are being paid by our clients. What about the field staff? What about the backup operation? What about the technology you want to bring in? Everything costs money and the margins are negligible. Then coupled with the cash flows, we are getting our payments after 2-3 months. And that is the biggest pain point for the private security industry. And if that be so, we can't take on that, then the government must step in. And the compliances burden is equally, especially with the GST. Hopefully, this will get resolved when we get the reverse charge mechanism. Now, my recommendation for consideration, I would say, it is for Chairman Capsi that we should take up a case that funding for the initial training of the security industry should be taken on by the government. And this 3 weeks training, actually it is a 2 weeks only, then you are on the job. It should be increased to 3 to 6 months minimum. Minimum 3 months. Then only you can reach that level where you will be asked to be deployed everywhere. We have got number of training schools with the private security industry, and they are underutilized. We have spent the money, but they are not being fully utilized. This is the time that we must offer this to the government for security guard training. Of course, the schools can charge the agreed fees, which is by the government. Then fund allocation should come to the PSA. We should not be running around getting the fund. We should be, per head cost should be given to us in advance so that you can train. Yes, monitoring and certification should be with the government. Because once they are giving the funds and we are providing the facility, we are providing the training, we have the certified trainers and they can be used, and monitoring and certification should be left to the government. And as far as employment is concerned, that should be the security agency which is fielding these security guards for training. They should be responsible for providing them. Otherwise, we can have a condition that their money will be taken back. Here, when the guards start earning, we can even think of taking some money and returning to the government. But first initial has to be funded by the government. To attract the chaps, there should be some stipend, though the boarding lodging things is built into the government, but some stipend also should be built in when they are undergoing the training. A rough estimate, what I've said, for 3 months training, it should 50,000 rupees per head would become, but this can be worked out exactly how much it would be to meet everyone's requirement. Now, government policy as far as private security agencies is concerned, I would only say is it should be go for higher skills, go for higher wages to the security guard, and automatically you would be able to collect higher taxes. We must focus on this, lest this demographic dividend becomes a demographic disaster for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigadier Baldev Singh Ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bargav Ji. Now, this topic was also very well picked up, and we are working on this for the last about 6 months. And the government is also thinking on those after the various kind of scams, another thing, a skill mafia working in India will take away all the money and do nothing. So it was my interaction with at certain high level that since we are the largest employer and we're part of the internal security and you utilize us in a different manner, then spend money like you've been spending on paramilitary other places. तो अगर वहां आप इतना पैसा खर्च करते हो, इसमें थोड़ा सा खर्च कर दो तो आपकी सारी समस्या हल हो जाएंगी। यहाँ नौजवान भी आएंगे काम करने के लिए और आपको अच्छी सिक्योरिटी मिलेगी। आप फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्डर की बात करते हो, आप तरह तरह की और बातें आप सोचते हो करने के लिए, तो इसलिए जब तक वो लोग उनको ट्रेनिंग नहीं हम ढंग से करवाएंगे तो कैसे होगा। तो ये एक इसके ऊपर एक पेपर तैयार हो रहा है, वो पेपर भी हो सकता हम अगले महीने सरकार को जो दे, जो आगे का प्रोग्राम है, क्योंकि निरंतर आप सरकार को, जैसे जनरल साहब ने कहा और मंत्री जी ने कहा कि सरकार का मूड है आप लोगों की मदद करने का। और जब मूड मदद करने का तो हम ऐसी चीजें मांगे जिसमें आपके जो ह्यूमन एसेट्स हैं उनमें इंप्रूवमेंट आए और क्लाइंट के पास जब जाए तो उनको पता किस क्वालिटी के लोग उनके पास आए हैं। दे विल नॉट हेजिटेट टू पे यू दैट काइंड ऑफ मनी। और बाकी सब चीजें भी उसी के साथ सारी कनेक्टेड हो रही है। तो एक ऐसी स्कीम बनने के ऊपर शुरुआत हो चुकी है कि किस ढंग से हम सिर्फ सीधा PSA को पैसा दे को फिर उसी ने सर्विस देनी है, ना कि वो ठप्पे लगा के वो फिर जाली सर्टिफिकेट बना के फिर उससे काम करके इधर ले आए, यूं कर ले। लेकिन ये एक आइडिया ऐसा है कि कहाँ पे हम इसको रोक के उन्हीं को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बनाएं, वही अपनी ट्रेनिंग ठीक करें और उसका मैकेनिज्म क्या हो उसके ऊपर चर्चा होगी। लेकिन ये काम हमने शुरू करवा दिया है और विद गुड बैकग्राउंड पेपर ऑन दैट कि कैसे शुरू हुआ था, कैसे हम करते थे, बीच में सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिल कैसे बनी, उसमें क्या हुआ, PM की कभी क्या हुआ, और आपकी जो रूरल स्कीम चल रही है उसमें क्या हो रहा है, कितना पैसा जा रहा है और उसका कहीं किसी को लाभ नहीं हुआ है, सब उस व्यक्ति को जो सारे स्कैम को चला रहा है। तो इसलिए वो सारे के लेसन को सीखते हुए ये एक चीज हमारा इनिशिएटिव जो कैप्सी का होगा जिसमें आगे बढ़ के अब सब लोगों को फायदा होगा, नई जॉब क्रिएशन होगी। और जॉब क्रिएशन सबसे बड़ा एक मुद्दा प्राइम मिनिस्टर का पूरे देश का बना हुआ है, तो उसमें भी काफी हमें लाभ मिलने की पूरी उम्मीद है। उसी के साथ ही इसको हमने आगे बढ़ाया। थैंक यू, गिवन ए गुड थिंग। यस,
थैंक यू सो मच। एंड moving on, we have another topic which is coming up, and after this we will have a video address which will come up. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Shri Angad Rajain Co-Chairman, Government Affairs, CAPSI, on securing and sanitizing nation, new challenges, as he'll talk about this topic. Let's welcome Angad, please.
Good evening, Honorable Chairman, President, General Secretary, board members, chapter presidents across the country. I want to first of all thank you, to a personal thank you to Honorable Chairman and Maheshji for encouraging me to be here in person today. I was reconsidering my ability to come due to certain family commitments, but Maheshji advised me strongly as a as an elder member of the family and of the community to attend in person, which I'm honored to be here. And there's a great learning that I will take away from this session today. Uh, for many of you who don't know me, my name is Angad Rajan. I work as the Chief Strategy Officer for Tenon Group and Peregrine. We've been in business for about 25 years. This is incidentally my first CAPSI event that I've attended, but some of you may become familiar with me because I've been participating in the sessions over the last, since COVID, sir, actually, if I can say it right, since COVID. So COVID brought that change that I started attending. And although I'd prepared certain comments to present today, my topic that I had to cover was securing and sanitizing nation and the challenges that that will bring. I will make certain changes to not repeat certain very vital points that have already been covered by many of the august speakers and honorable minister of states that were present today. So from my perspective, if I first of all, many congratulations on the 15th annual conference. And I think it's a great achievement that in spite of COVID, we've been able to at least get together a very good select group of individuals, as well as, I was looking at the ticker online, and Dr. Batra also mentioned there were a very large viewership that was viewing this event today, which tells you that the efforts that we're making here today are going to bring positive benefits to a lot of the members of CAPSI who may not be as financially capable or sizable in that frame. Having said that, for me, when I looked at security for the first time 6 years ago, I thought of security as frisking at the mall, baggage scanning at a hotel, or checking ID badges when you walk into a corporate office. When in reality, when I understood security a little bit more, I realized that the world had significantly expanded, partly due to the fact that PASARA as a law had started the regulatory and organization process, which shifted the unorganized sector into organized, and thereby paving way for CAPSI to bring structure, logic, protection, and support that it's must needed from that sense. So today what we have is, we're not just doing frisking at the mall. The world's moved across to Maruti Suzuki can't run their plant without the security partner, because it's not just a security partner that's letting people in and out. It's also managing their stockyard, their transportation, their sales and dispatch department. These departments can't run. And that's how the security world's evolved and expanded significantly. The same way Airtel can't run a data center today, because the firefighters that are inside that data center also have to be security professionals. The world has evolved, and data center, as I'm sure you know, without which we won't have this discussion today, is the biggest change that COVID will bring to the world, because the entire program of digitization technology is all focused on data, which can't reside in our buildings, in our homes, in our small laptops. So from that end, I think the industry has moved significantly forward. I've learned a lot. The industry is now made up of security partners, not just agencies. I think agencies is a very sarkari word to say. Agencies aa gayi hai, aap agent ho, aap contractor ho. So the world has moved to a professional partner, where security companies are working with customers and evolving what they can do and what they do in the future. We're leveraging technology. I think Kati sir spoke a lot about, and we had a brief discussion earlier today. And more importantly, please look at this crisis, not just about, guards lived on site all day and night, cooked food, security companies helped deliver laptops. Please think of this as an event where the organizations who we support, we provided them resilience to be able to run their operation while still not being on the office. The chief security officers for many organizations did not visit their offices for months, but yet their operation, their critical functions ran, whether it was a data center, whether it was a bank which had to run a trading platform in its office, whether it was an automobile company which could not shut down the production line because the costs are quite substantial. So the world's moved significantly forward. We've been recognized, exemplified, by many of the government dignitaries, by our honorable Prime Minister. I actually want to personally thank honorable Chairman and the entire board of CAPSI that got us the essential services tag, which paved the way. But let's look forward from that essential services tag. Let's look to the future now. I really see COVID as a reset. It's a massive reset and opportunity. What Puri Sir said, reset from a compliance, reset from an ethics basis, reset from a technology basis, reset from a training basis, BCP. Training has to be higher. What if we see another crisis like this? What if this crisis goes on for another year? So it's a massive reset for which we have to all prepare for. So security is not this single dimensional thing anymore. It's multi-dimensional, it's multifaceted, and the expectations of our customers have evolved. They've become more challenging, and they will continue to be more challenging as the period goes on, because they'll now expect our security guards, security officers, supervisors to be trained in business continuity planning, something they probably haven't evolved themselves, but the demand is on security partners to provide that. So my three big things, which I call the challenges and the opportunities in this scenario. First, we have to be cautious of the attitude towards COVID. I'm forgetting, one of the speakers spoke about how COVID is likely to continue till next year, and the jury will yet be out. But obviously, vaccines are not going to be handed out by end of December next year for everybody living in India, which means COVID is going to live in some way or form. So from that perspective, we have to realize that the attitude has changed behind COVID. शुरू में जैसे कहते थे अप्रैल और मई में डर ज्यादा था, कोविड कम था. अब उल्टा हो गया. अब कोविड ज्यादा है, डर कम है. अब होके ठीक ही हो जाए एक बार. That's the attitude. कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. Let's deal with it. कोई बात नहीं, social distancing नहीं करी. It's okay if we don't, the guard hasn't screened it right. It's okay. We don't want to waste time in thermal imaging cameras. Let's get these, Chinese, temperature guns and do it. Please appreciate, for every day that an office doesn't work, the productivity loss that does is very substantial. And I've seen examples of this in factories. You would have heard of stories in how Chennai and Bangalore, Bombay, government came in very heavy-handedly and said, this entire compound's now closed. For one case in one block, the entire commercial complex business park was closed. Imagine the impact of that on the client and thereby on us. And that's why the attitude from our side has to be proactive. We can't just let it be. कोई बात नहीं, अब वो client को नहीं फर्क पड़ता तो हमें क्या फर्क पड़ता है? We can't be. We have to be flexible, and we have to now ask and do the same things politely. I have to politely ask you, can I see your Arogya Setu? Can you respectfully wear your mask? Something that wasn't asked for us before is something we'll have to do. So the attitude that we have to follow has to be that COVID is not yet over. The second one I want to move across is to vaccine. This is my favorite thing. I think Chairman Saab also, had a recent work that he's working around vaccination for, for security personnel across the country. Please think about the fact that we have 90 lakh, organized and unorganized combined workforce, and a large part of them work in the urban centers, which means high risk. Of the 30 crore vaccines, sir, it's only 3%. And really speaking, if you just focus on the urban center, which is 35% of India's population, it's a doable deal. So I think as a community, as an organization, sir, I would humbly request that you please press upon this agenda, which is very vital for us today. When one security guard falls unwell, I think many of us know that the 14 days that person has to be put on quarantine or rest or treatment is burdened upon us. No, neither the government nor the client has taken the ownership of that person as his own, because ये तो contractor के बंदे हैं, वो देखेगा. So we have to be very conscious of that, from that perspective. The second thing, I think, General Dr. V.K. Singh said very nicely, there's a massive role that the security industry can play in the vaccine distribution. Everybody is just talking about cold chain storage. India doesn't have enough. Okay, I'm not going to speak educatedly about that, but what I do know about is that before COVID, we also didn't have a mass testing system. But today we're doing 10.85 lakh reliable tests every day that you can get almost on a same day basis. Please ask any of your friends, colleagues, or look up on the internet. It takes as much as 3 to 4 days to get the same RT-PCR test report in America. The same test. And this is in spite of the fact that they are one of the most foremost countries with the healthcare infrastructure, which is much advanced of us. The reason this has happened, because government realized that we'll have to rely on the private healthcare network. The same way, please realize that 35% of India's population lives in urban and 65% in rural. So the distribution of the vaccine is going to be very, very challenging. And if that partnership does not include private security agencies or workers, then we'll have the same problem. We have an ATM, we just don't know how to get cash there. वो कैश वैन में एयर कंडीशनड होनी चाहिए, टेम्परेचर कंट्रोल्ड होनी चाहिए, ठीक है. And if whether that cash van is on its way and it's robbed or stopped, and the entire dosage in that van goes bad because of lack of temperature control, the disadvantage and cost that incurs on us as an organization, as a community, as a country is very, very substantial. So we have to think about that. So the final point that I will speak about, and this is my favorite one, I can speak Kati sab a lot on technology. मैं सबको बोल रहा था, if a business is not moving towards technology, then we're all going to become extinct. Nobody really believes me on that sense. Guards can't go away. I'm not saying guards will go away. I keep telling people that we all have to be technology companies also doing security services. अगर हम ये नहीं करेंगे, we are going to become extinct. Again, nobody believed me on that one. Now, COVID has forced all of us to work from home, use the same technology, and to monitor all of our staff without having the wherewithal of having physical meetings. So all of us had to now creatively think through organized forms or unorganized forms. So organized forms are mobility solutions where you track the whereabouts of your entire workforce. Comes back to the same point that Katisa was making. I want to know where each guard was he on duty or not? How many hours was he on duty? Was he doing 7 hours? I'm charging 8 hours. So the same perspective. So we have to use technology as a catalyst. There are very simple solutions that are already out there. Some people will know about this, what I call contactless security. Not just biometric wale part remove karna, but the fact that you can do screening through thermal imaging. You can do check-ins of visitors coming in through the facial recognition system. You can do machine learning, which a lot of us thought it's too early for security industry. No, it's not. We're at the right place to use machine learning. We have a very massive CCTV infrastructure that we operate and work with. So finally, what I will say is, we have this massive workforce. And अगर हम इसको enable नहीं करेंगे, तो टेक्नोलॉजी भी फेल हो जाएगी. सो मैं आपको एक ही एग्जांपल दूंगा, आप सबने यूज किया होगा और होपफुली न्यूज नहीं किया होगा तो डेफिनेटली पता होगा. हाउ डिड ओला एंड उबर चेंज द एंटायर cab market? There were these small players all across the countries that you would pick up the phone landing in Bombay, गाड़ी भेज दो. अब कोई गाड़ी भेज दो नहीं है, कोई प्लेयर ही नहीं है. Because they've taken the end service provider, that one driver or two drivers or three drivers, directly with Puri sir and me and anybody else who wants that service. And when three of us are demanding that service, then they do a premium pricing also. High कहा देते हैं कि बॉम्बे एयरपोर्ट में उतरेंगे आपको प्रीमियम प्राइसिंग मिलती है. And we all accept it because this is the way of life. When you land in Chennai, and I don't speak any Tamil or Kannada, and I'm still able to communicate with the guy where I need to go, by when, and what route I need to take. And if I get stuck, I am able to use the same technology to change things as I do it. So if that technology does not reach the last man on the ground, which in my words, is the security guard, and we have a great enablement here. Telecom infrastructure is ready. Geo is your biggest friend in one way or the other. It's a massive opportunity. Let's put a phone in every guard's hand, a smartphone. You take Arogya Setu. You also take the fact you can take his attendance. You could do whatever. You can do a two-way communication with him. It can be a we're already working on this, so that's why I've spent so much time around it. But it's a massive opportunity for us to use this as a catalyst. And most importantly, कटी साहब आपने बोला, बहुत सारे लोगों ने बोला, क्लाइंट से पैसा भी मांग सकते हैं, मांगना भी चाहिए, बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजी फ्री नहीं आती है. सबको लगता है कि जी आप ये फ्री में ये भी बायोमेट्रिक मशीन में क्यों नहीं लगा देते, ये भी क्यों नहीं लगाते, फ्री में नहीं आता है. But now there's a justification for it. They're going to be willing to spend. They are looking to spend. They're talking to all of us in some way or form. So to summarize, I'll just give you 4 key takeaways to think about in our respective businesses, communities, states. First, please do not let your guard down on COVID. You may not understand this. A day of productivity lost, by one building in DLF SEZ Chennai. एक ब्लॉक में एक केस और पूरी बिल्डिंग बंद करते हैं. हम सारे जो उस बिल्डिंग में अलग अलग कंपनीज के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, it impacts all of us, because then the same customer says, I'm closed for 14 days, I'm not going to pay you for 14 days. Second, please, sir, humble request, please work with the government to prioritize the vaccination, especially the urban sector, where our guards are genuinely the first person that any of us meets as we walk into PhD chambers, as we walk into our RWAs or our condos. Third, the biggest challenge of vaccine will also provide a great opportunity for the private sector security to move into a new space. And finally, please think of COVID not as a bad thing. Think of COVID as a catalyst. It's given you time to think. It's forced you to do things differently, maybe in the right way, or at least force your team to think the right way. It's a massive, massive opportunity with COVID. And with that said, I thank everybody for for paying attention, and since I'm one of the last speakers to be speaking, वो चाय आ गई सर, अब तो सर थोड़े energized हो गए होंगे. But with that said, I want to thank all of you and Jai Hind.
Perhaps the second last speaker in live. Thank you, very well said and very well delivered. Thank you so much, Angad, for addressing us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we complete this session, we have a video address that is coming up, and this is going to be by Shri Anurag Tripathi, founder and chief trainer from Max Safety, and he's going to talk about the safety in workplaces new opportunity. Before we, move on to this address, we would be, I would like to inform our speakers that the mementos will be presented in the end, just before the vote of thanks. So this is for all the speakers, that the mementos to all the speakers will be presented in the end, just before the vote of thanks. You don't have to leave. You have to keep sitting and attending these sessions. Thank you. Let's have a look at this session.
Here we are talking about a very exciting subject. And I think today, I personally have just one goal. If I could help some of you to grow your business more. Now, that might sound a very big statement, but there is a reason why I'm saying that. Security providers like you are playing a very, very critical role across all sectors. And industries continue to be one of your largest customers. Isn't that so? Now, if you talk of industries alone, there exists a very big window of opportunity for security service providers like you today. And with a little bit of initiative and innovativeness, you guys could widen your base considerably. Now, why I'm saying so is because I used to be the business head for corporate health, safety, and security for a very large multinational like the Royal Dutch Shell. And they are the gurus when it comes to HSSE. And why this idea came to my mind is because HSE, health, safety, and environment, used to exist as a separate subject altogether. But then somewhere companies started to integrate the other S, which is security. So from HSE, I became the corporate HSSE advisor. And that's why I say that you got a window of opportunity. And companies have started to see that safety and security are actually nothing but two sides of the same coin. and hence they cannot exist without each other. Now think about it, because I like you to get a feel of the whole thing. Can an operational system of a company be safe if it is not secure? And in fact, the other way around. What is the fun of creating something safe which is not secure? And what is the purpose of securing something which is not safe? So I hope you can see the interesting aspect. Now, here's the key. If somebody like you, who is a security service provider, could also provide value-added safety support to your existing clients, wouldn't they jump at you? Jump at it to get an opportunity? Think. But I'm not sure as to how many of you are integrating these two activities. No, some of you might say, no, but that is not our core competence. Well, as I told you, what is core competence? If you think that you're limiting yourself to security service provisions, and if that is core competence, then you're wrong. Because core competence can be expanded. And as I just give you an example, these two fields are very highly connected. So if what I'm saying makes sense to you, then I thought I'll give you a couple of very definitive steps. So what should you be doing? Step number one, study your market and identify the gap. Now, what do I mean by that? I want you to ask yourself certain questions. What kind of services do you provide currently and to whom? What I mean is, are you providing services to a security IT company or to a manufacturing facility or to a logistics organization or what? Second thing is, what kind of safety activities those clients of yours are engaging in and who is providing them specialized safety services as a third party there. Since you are already there as a security provider, you could find it out easily. Third thing is, are your clients, are they happy with what they are getting from them? When you do that, you will see a gap. And that gap is something which you can close. Question number two, the point number two to be seen at is, look within and do a SWOT, quick SWOT. What will you need if you were to aim to provide these safety services which they are currently getting from others? What would you need? I'm giving you some examples, just generic examples. Let's take the first example as firefighting. Now, every industry where I have been as a consultant, because I've spent about close to 20 years now, besides my career in job. And I've been traveling in India and out of India and meeting all kinds of industries. So let's take firefighting. Every industry trains their security staff absolutely 100%.
So short and sweet. Maybe we can have a look at the rest of this video a little later. Since we are hard pressed for time, let us have a look at the next video address, which is coming up by Shri C. Pal Singh, former IGP and Honorary Director General CAPSI, and this is going to be on CAPSI initiatives. Well-structured agendas accomplished. Dear friends, let's have a look at the screen for address by Shri C. Pal Singh.
CAPSI, Central Association of Private Security Industry, had its beginning in 2005. Today, it is one of the nationally and internationally well-recognized association. It represents in India about 8 million private security personnel who are in turn represented in CAPC through prominent security providers who may be, some of them may be retired army officers, some of them are retired police officers, some are retired paramilitary police officers, a number of them are security professionals themselves. This association is chaired by Kamar Vikram Singh ji, as you know, and he is all the time, every time, thinking of giving a thrust to the training to professionalize the private security personnel, and to ensure that they are graded as professionals and just not as chowkidar. His dynamism and his approach to this particular problem was very well revealed when in 2007, KFC under its umbrella started triple SDC, Security Sector Skill Development Council. According to the Ministry of Skill Development, we were able to know the skill gaps. We initiated qualification packs. We started national occupation standards, and all these were codified and brought on record. After they were brought on record, we started the training process. All over the country, a number of training centers were launched, and these training centers were mostly managed by our security providers. However, their assessments of the training undertaken, and as well as their examination system was done purely and objectively under the triple SDC and the CAPC. This brought about a sea change as well as the private security professionals concerned. But this was considered a little slow process because there are more than 8 million security personnel all over the country, and to train such a huge volume after giving training as per PASARA rules was or as per new syllabus or duration of training laid down by the SSD was rather difficult, and it would take it was considered to take a lot of time. We therefore brought about a scheme known as recognition of prior learning. The recognition of prior learning was meant to give condensed training to the already existing security guards who were already doing duty. The skill gaps were defined that they have already doing duty, and this duties they are doing, and they should be recognized. Their skill to that extent should be recognized, and after recognition of prior learning, a new syllabus should be devised for the condensed training. This was agreed by the Ministry of Skill Development, and we started a large number of training of these already existing security guards. This brought about a very major change. A huge number of private security guards were certified as trained. Then the question arose that their certification should be recognized. The certification given by the triple SDC should be considered at par with the certification laid down under PASARA. We approached, CAPC approached a number of states, and we were able to bring it to their notice that after all they are trained, they're doing a trained guard's duty. Why can't they be recognized as equivalent to the PASARA certification? Some of the states agreed to it. With some other states, we had a problem, but we were able to sort out. After a large number of guards were trained, private guards were trained, the question was that what about their pay? How do you grade them? We took up, KFC took up the case that all these guards should be, trained guards, should be brought under the category of skilled workers. And we were very happy when in 2017, the Ministry of Labor, Government of India, recognized the trained unarmed guard as skilled worker, and armed guard and the security supervisors as highly skilled worker. This brought about a change in their status, change in their pay scale, and the entire concept was changed.
So large message cut short, and maybe we can provide videos and they can be looked at a little later. Quickly moving on to attaining security professionalism through knowledge and certification. This will be presented by Mr. Charles Chuck Andrews from Global Security. He's a Global Security Advisor and Strategist and CSO International Foundation for Protection Officers, IFPO. Let's listen to Mr. Charles now.
Hi, my name is Charles Chuck Andrews, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer for the International Foundation of Protection Officers. I want to let you know that this is the beginning of where you should start the video. I will give a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and this is where the part that you'll show. So please edit this out before showing it. If you have any issues, or reach out to me at charles.andrews.cso@gmail.com. I'm here at the invitation of the Honorable and Chairman of CAPSI, Kunwar Vikram Singh. So I'm going to count down and we'll begin the video for the conference. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Namaste. Welcome to the Security Leadership Summit 2020. This is the 15th annual. And by way of introduction, I am Charles Chuck Andrews. I am the Chief Strategy Officer for the International Foundation of Protection Officers. And I am here today to speak to you about IFPO and the new partnership that is forthcoming in India as IFPO arrives, bringing its curriculum, training, certification, and professional security officer development with CAPSI, the Central Association of Private Security Industry. You're going to hear more about this. We're excited to partner with the Central Association of Private Security Industry in bringing to security officers and protection officers across India a curriculum never seen before in the professional development of security officers. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So without further ado, let's get started. Welcome to IFPO. It's the International Foundation for Protection Officers, which brings meaningful, cost-effective education for all levels of security personnel. Educational institutions, as well as individuals, have found that IFPO programs to be valuable professional development tools. We believe at IFPO that education is an essential part of professional development for those charged with protecting others. The foundation serves individuals, security service firms, and organizations that have their own security staff. Career-oriented officers, as well as individuals, benefit from the recognition and professional standing that the foundation certification conveys. IFPO was founded in 1988 and has been around for almost 3.5 decades. We've issued over 90,000 certificates and certifications around 52 countries to date. And we are an internationally recognized for our membership and certifications across the security industry. Now, when we talk about IFPO, and like other organizations, we have a mission statement, a vision statement, and the goals and objectives. And we want to share some of that information with you. And we're also going to share some of our actual training and certifications, as well as member affiliations and how to reach out to us. So let's get started with the mission statement first and foremost. The IFPO mission statement is to provide professional learning opportunities for security practitioners to impart the knowledge, skills, and competencies required to maximize job performance and enhance career potential. So what's the purpose behind that, you ask? Well, we are solely interested and focused on making a positive difference in the quality of your job performance and help you to this professional status by partaking of our learning opportunities. For businesses, what does this mean? Well, it means that we're going to supply committed security practitioners with a quality education to help achieve their highest potential and provide recognized accreditation for successful completion of educational goals. Most importantly, values, commitment, integrity, responsibility, diversity, and standards of excellence provide that platform that supports our journey as we pursue our mission. Well, no mission statement is complete without having a vision statement. Our vision statement at IFPO is 3 words: commitment to excellence. We at IFPO want to be the recognized center of excellence and primary provider of education and training products and services to the security industry. And that's exactly what we're doing around the world, and we are growing rapidly. We want you to join and become a member of IFPO and benefit from that. So how do we get that done? Well, we have to have some goals and objectives. So let me share a few of them with you today. We want to provide education and certification, of course, to security officers and protection officers around the world. We are going to develop and maintain security training standards that actually improve job performance. We have an established security officer ethics and standards, and we fund research projects that will further educational opportunities for security officers. I'd like to share with you that we're currently undergoing one of the most historic research projects in the world. And we are near complete funding for that in order to enhance security officers' education and training by understanding what they are actually doing out there in the field and how education and training can help them grow in their career path. This is going to be exciting research. You're going to hear more about it. It will be unprecedented to the benefit of the security officer, as well as the security companies and the profession overall. We are going to improve public perceptions and awareness of security officers' duties, responsibilities through public-private partnerships. IFPO continues to make sure that they evangelize all that is going on in the security officer industry and share that with the public and law enforcement and other associations in industry. And finally, we want to enhance the knowledge and education of security officers through seminars, publications, trainings, and bulletins. You're going to see more of that. So let's actually talk about the individual
Dear friends, due to paucity of time, we would be circulating the videos and then maybe we can look at it at home, and that is going to be easier for us. So it's time for our last address, and this is going to be a live address. So after these video addresses, may I now request Major General Sanjay Soy, Chairman PROS, who's going to talk about new corporate defense strategy for pandemic-like emergency situations. So this is going to be the final address for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's show some energy और एक बार तालियों के साथ आइए अभिनंदन करें. So it's going to be.
Thank you, Chairman sir, Kumar Vikram Singh ji, Captain V.V. Katti, President CAPSI, Shri Mahesh Sharma, General Secretary CAPSI, and other dignitaries. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. जो ही इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट, बहुत मुश्किल काम दिया है। शाम को 6:30 बज रहे हैं, पौने 6। So very difficult, but I know one thing is very nice, Kumar Saab, that since morning the kind of content which is there, the different type of speakers, politicians, bureaucrats, and the people who shared their different vision, experience, it has been very enlightening. I think I never felt lazy. In fact, normally my course mates know me, मैं conference में सो जाता हूँ. But but today it was so enlightening. Very content was so good, and speakers were so good. It has been full of energy, and that's why I can still see the huge clapping and energy levels are very high. And maybe another reason could be the SX form is playing up in the mind. वो भी इसके बाद दिमाग में वो चल रहा होगा. So anyway, talking of COVID-19. In fact, this has been the historic event, I think, in its magnitude and effect. And we in the human race, like we are becoming very overconfident. We are going to Mars, we are going to capturing a space, mountains, deep sea, and I mean, trying to conquer anything which moves. And then this small little unseen virus brought us on our knees. Everything came to standstill. The transport, the trains, which we never imagined. The trains will stop, the aircraft will stop, and only thing moving would be ambulances. Though that was, I think, in its magnitude and effect, it has been tremendous and beyond imagination, beyond anybody's imagination. So that's the thing. And it has impacted all facets of our life, whether it is a society, behavior, education system, or economy. I mean, everything has been affected, and this is not the first time what Captain Tyagi had brought out, that some crises had hit the mankind. There have been world wars, there have been forest fires, there have been plague, Spanish flu, there have been earthquakes, any number of things have been there, and this is not going to be the last one. Something else totally unimaginable will come, and but human race is such that every time something comes, we are able to overcome it. And this is one thing we need to think. And when this kind of wide spectrum is affected by the pandemic, the private security industry has to be affected. Impact has to be there on private security industry also, and we all felt it. The journey of private security industry during the period of COVID-19 is very well known. I'm not going to cover it, and we have discussed it. All of us have discussed it over many webinars and over different talks and its effect and impact. And most of the distinguished speakers are present here today. So over a period of time, what we realize now that private security industry has assumed a greater role of extended arm of law enforcing agencies as well as society. And growth of economy always has a direct impact on this industry. In 2019, we are already touching almost 3 trillion economy and dream of becoming 5 trillion economy by 2025 looks difficult but not impossible, because the way world economic dynamics are changing, it may well be possible. So in order to meet this demand, the industry has significantly scaled up its operational capability to supplement government machinery and assist the corporate world. The importance of our industry can be measured, as have been brought out by the chairman, other speakers, that we employ almost 90 lakh people and the economy contributing a huge chunk to the economy. And we are the 5th largest employer of the country, and our people come from the BPL level, from the villages and remote area. So domestic market is huge, but now what with the efforts of CAPSI and otherwise, we are thinking global, we are thinking big, and This will not only add to the economy, but also improve the employment prospects of the country. Therefore, when we have so much in stake and the volumes are so high, we got to work on proper strategy. As a Fauji, as a infantryman, or my last posting was a commander where we were training commandos. So we thought of two options. Either take the problem head on, face it, or in other word, be proactive. Or other option is to withdraw. Ab kya hoga? Hide your head in the sand and hope the problem will get solved on its own. Having seen the performance and having heard the distinct speakers since morning, I know everybody will talk of the and has been thinking of the first option, that is, take the problem head on, be proactive. And the advantage of this thought process is that being proactive is that every time the problem may not be same. Next time problem may come in a different manner. But here, once our thought process is changed, the way we think is different, then yes, we start thinking of the solutions, we start thinking of the options, we become dynamic, and we come out of the rigid stance. That is what has happened, and this is what we need to think of. And then once you become proactive, there could be initial reverses, could be there. Yes, there could be some failures, but and then it reminds me of a line by Richard Nixon. He said, the man is not finished when he is defeated, but he is finished when he quits. Or today I was reading the magazine also, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. This is written in the Secure magazine. So, I mean, that is very much applicable to us. And this is not applicable only to the private industry, it is applicable to us, to our life. And then when we decide to be proactive, we start thinking of the solutions, options, and become dynamic. And solutions come automatically. And how do we do it? The culture of being proactive has to be built as part of the vision of the company. And this vision has to be driven down right up to the lowest level. Right up to the lowest guard must understand that you have to be proactive. Then the moment this ethos, this thought process becomes part of the company, then the ethos of the company change, the work culture change, whether it is a training changes, and the response to small little problems change. And that is how it becomes a habit to be proactive. And when this kind of pandemic hits us, then we have the solution. We know we can overcome it and we can come over it and adapt to latest technology. I think Captain Katti and Angad has really brought it out very clearly. So I'll not discuss it anymore. Unless we adapt it, we perish. It's a fact. So it, on the one hand, it will help in cost cutting also. The moment we adopt latest technology, it will help in cost cutting where we are doing manual things. And second, again, the customer client gets convinced that yes, there's a reliability is there. There's instead of koi lat leke khada hua guard, or here it is there some sort of accountability. The security agency is taking on the accountability. Yes, they have the result. They can produce. They can show us. They can prove it. And then that is how we can demand better remuneration, better cost, better money. What Angad that rightly brought out, and absolutely right, sir. What you said, there's no doubt in it. Technology. Cost, it will help in cost cutting, and it will help in the transparency, and it will help in the reliability factor of our company. So that is one thing. Training. Next thing I talk of training in the strategy part. Baldev has brought out so this thing, and Chairman sir has also said that training has to be part of us, and we need to think. We need to keep our guard dynamic. Train them with the latest technology. Unless the guard at the lowest level understand the technology and is able to handle with the changing scenario, what they have done it during COVID time, they started using became extended arm of the law. They started enforcing COVID restriction. They started taking temperature. They started checking oxygen levels. I mean, all these things, they became dynamic. And this, but the fact is, if you, what Brigadier Baldev has brought out is the same thing I fully endorse. That's my point also. If we keep our training to the minimum, we'll remain minimum. अगर हमने global बनना है, तो हमको उससे आगे we need to think big, we need to train them, and we need to have this feeling कि yes, unless we train our Jawans well, unless we train them well, that is the kind of reliability factor will come. The confidence of the global players will come in, and then they will again be ready to pay, because he knows his guard, the way he's equipped, the way he's trained, the way he will perform, and the way some other company is doing it. I mean, that 1 rupee thing will lose its relevance at some point of time. It is there temporary, yes, it is there for some point of time, but in the long run, if we see that again in the training, if you see that, sir, what you brought out and other speakers have also brought out, if government is thinking of diversifying the non-essential task of the police to private security agencies, then again we have to prove that they can rely on us. How do they rely on us? It is only by training and basically what you can enforcement, following the laws, ethics, those things. Unless we follow those things, then only that kind of reliability will come, and then only we can think big and government will think big. Diversify. Angad and Anurag Tripathi ji, they brought out this point very well, that unless we diversify, it is not only the security that 4 guards and things are there, whether it is, I would say, safety, security, environment and health. The whole package can be taken on. We can think of all these 4 things together and work on this together, so that client also has to deal with a single platform, and then we also cut cost on the supervisory cost, and there's certain things which we can reduce our costing factor, and that is how we become a partner instead of just the agency. That's the point I thought. And then systems have to be in place. Basically, just coming to an end. Vast spectrum from international. Unless we have the systems, like Chairman Kepsi is thinking of the star rating we have been thinking of. Unless we have the gridding, unless we have the systems in our security agencies, then only the kind of reliability will built in, and then the regulatory norms are, if adhered to, yes, then the government is reducing control to a great extent, but then we need to have the ethics, and whatever norms are there, unless we follow those in the long run, then only the overall industry was seen in a slightly different manner. The whole view of the customer will change, and we need to sell this to our customer. What is happening? We are talking amongst ourselves. Our client need to understand what we are, what we can provide, what are the options they have. So that kind of thing, and which is happening again with the initiative of CAPSI with Business World and other magazine, Secure Link, and these things are there, where the customer will know what is the importance of this private security industry and how we can leverage it then, and then only they certain things in long run will built up. And we need to follow the minimum standards laid down. And I think it's time for me to thank Chairman Sir and President and the CAPSI for giving me the opportunity to share my views. But this is some of the thoughts I thought I'll share, and the most of things were already spoken by the speakers, and I fully endorse those things. Thank you so much. All the best.
थैंक यू वेरी मच जनरल साहब, बहुत ही बढ़िया बातें आपने बताई हैं. टाइम तो कंस्ट्रेन है ही, लेकिन the way you explained it's excellent, really. Thank you very much for coming. Yes.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we had said that we would be presenting mementos to our distinguished speakers today, and this is time that before we propose the vote of thanks, quickly, may I request our Chairman Sir and our members on the dais to kindly present mementos to our speakers now. We would be beginning with Captain S.P. Tyagi, please. May we request all our speakers to kindly keep coming one by one, and as we present mementos to you, may we request you to please come forward. Captain S.P. Tyagi, Shri V.V. Katti is already there on the dais. And thanking all our speakers today for presenting their speeches, for presenting their addresses and sharing their thoughts and views with us today. Today, This 15th annual conference of CAPSI and APDI has been a very different one from our past summits. From our past meetings, this one has been really very different, as some of us are sitting live and maximum of us are watching online. Shri V.V. Katti. Shri Katti is already here. Thank you, sir. You've also been one of our speakers, apart from being the national president. Ek baar zordar taaliyan. Shri Anil Puri. Shri Sudhir Bhasin after this. Many congratulations, everyone. Ek baar taaliyon ka saath ho jaye. Let's show some energy because these are the concluding moments of the day. And let us thank all our speakers for putting their views forward in front of all of us. Shri Sudhir Bhasin, Shri D.P. Singh, Brigadier Baldev Singh. We request our speakers to kindly please keep coming forward one by one. Brigadier Baldev Singh, Shri D.P. Singh. So we are moving forward and thanking our speakers by presenting them these tokens of appreciation and respect, mementos for our distinguished speakers, also members of our association. Many congratulations. Brigadier Baldev Singh is here with us. Shri Angad Rajain after this. Many congratulations. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Amidst such difficult times, we're glad that so many of us could join in person. And in the end, Shri D.S. Reddy amongst the speakers. दोस्तों तालियों में कमी क्यों है? एक बार जोरदार तालियां. Everybody come on. These are the concluding moments. I beg your pardon. This is, yes, going to be Major General Sanjay Soi. So we have General Soi, who's going to be the next amongst the speaker list who presented some wonderful addresses today. Many congratulations and many thanks at the same time. Thank you, speakers. और अब बारी आती है ऑफिस के लोगों की, स्टाफ के लोगों को हम धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं because they are the ones who have been working tirelessly for so many days and months to make this one day possible. मैं जल्दी नाम यहाँ पर अनाउंस करना चाहती हूँ और रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि आप आएं. सबसे पहले मेजर जनरल मजूमदार आइए प्लीज. जनरल मजूमदार प्लीज आइए और बहुत बहुत बधाई. जी. So Chairman sir always applauds the efforts of each and every one of us. So उसी श्रृंखला में अब बारी आती है स्टाफ मेंबर्स की. मेजर जनरल मजूमदार, कैप्टन के जोशी, बहुत बहुत बधाई. Let us congratulate the staff members, everyone. Miss Rinku Lamba, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं. Thank you so much for all the efforts. Wonderful it is. Many congratulations and thank you for all the support. Rinku Lamba. Yes, behind the scenes, behind the curtain, backstage, whatever term we use. Shaumi Sharma. Shaumi. Lydia after this. Lydia has been bringing mementos and one is going to be for her. And Jacqueline. So Shami, this one is for you. And the next one will go to Lydia. Many congratulations. Let us put our hands together and congratulate each one of our team members. And in the end, Jacqueline. So you asked her to represent the entire Northeast. Chairman sir ने एक बहुत ही challenging task दे दिया था Lydia को, and she got very scared. Thank you, Jacqueline. You've been in the front foot. Thank you so much. और अब बारी आती है vote of thanks की, the final vote of thanks which will be presented. May we request our chairman sir and the national president to kindly be seated. 2 मिनट की बात और है क्योंकि अब बारी आती है हमारे महेश शर्मा जी की, सेक्रेटरी जनरल कैप्सी, who is going to propose the vote of thanks. एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां महेश जी के लिए. He's been running pillar to post to make all the arrangements possible and to ensure that जो plan किया है सब कुछ वैसा ही हो. महेश जी, over to you.
Hello. Most respectable chairman sir and President बीवी कट्टी साहब और मेरे बहुत प्यारे मित्रों, दोस्तों जो बाहर से आए हुए हैं, मुझे पता है कि वो कैसे बाहर से आए हुए हैं. कुछ लोगों को तो मैंने ही फोर्स किया था कि तुम्हें आना ही है, तो लेकिन धन्यवाद तो उनका देना ही पड़ेगा. ये पहला इवेंट है जिसमें मैं इतना रिलैक्स दिखाऊं. पहला, क्योंकि एक तो स्पीकर बहुत अच्छे थे और गैदरिंग पहले 400 450 की हुआ करती थी, तो मुझे ये नहीं पता होता था कि किसने क्या बोला. बस मैं ये जरूर कहता था, यू हैव स्पोकन वेरी वेल. और हमारे चेयरमैन साहब की कृपा रहती है हमारे ऊपर, ब्लेस्ड मैन, कि जहां वो अपना भांप लेते हैं कि अनिल पुरी अभी क्या सोच रहे होंगे, तो किसको कट करना है, तो या सुधीर वसीम भी है उनके साथ, तो चेयरमैन साहब ने तुरंत भांप के बोला इसको काट दो, दूसरा ले आओ, क्योंकि 6 बज रहे हैं, जनरल साहब ने भी कहा था. तो ये सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जो इवेंट को बहुत अच्छा बनाते हैं. यही एक हमारी सोच है. आज अभी इस छोटे से हॉल में कोई बाहर का व्यक्ति नहीं है, सब अपने लोग हैं, अपने दोस्त हैं, अपने मित्र हैं, अपने मेंबर हैं, अपने चैप्टर प्रेसिडेंट्स हैं और सारे काउंसिल के लोग हैं. मतलब कितना अच्छा लगता है. ये भी एक नशा है. इस नशे को जो इस नशे का मजा नहीं लेता है, वो लोग अपना अवार्ड लेके चले जाते हैं. उनको क्या पता एसोसिएशन क्या होता है, इसका मजा क्या है, इसका सुरूर क्या है. 6 बजे के बाद जो सुरूर है, ये सुरूर जो है, नशा जो है, ये हमारे लोगों में ही आ सकता है और किसी में नहीं आ सकता है.
यस यस,
ये तो आप तालियां बजाओ ना.
तालियां बजा रहे देखो.
हाँ, डीपी सिंह आप नहीं बजाते हो. तो यहाँ पे एक एक एक्सपर्ट बैठा हुआ है, एक एक एक्सपर्ट. मैं सोच नहीं सकता था कि कुछ नए लोग भी हैं, जैसे जनरल साहब ने बोला या अपने रेजेन ने बोला, मतलब दे स्पोक वेरी वेल, सभी ने बोला और इतने अच्छे ढंग से बोला और पहली बार सबने बहुत अच्छे ढंग से सुना. ये सबसे बड़ी बात है. और जिसको नहीं सुनना था चेयरमैन ने क्रॉस करवा दिया. तो मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता हूं, मेरा तो शुरू है भाई. मैं तो कल रात को मैं ये 12:30-1 बजे मैंने चेयरमैन को मैसेज किया. कोई कार्यक्रम हो गया था, कार्यक्रम पर्दे के पीछे बहुत चलते रहते हैं, कांड हो गया था और मेरा मूड बहुत खराब था. चेयरमैन साहब ने मैसेज भेजा, रिलैक्स्ड, एवरीथिंग डन. हुआ कि नहीं हुआ मुझे नहीं पता. ही सेड रिलैक्स्ड, एवरीथिंग डन. हुआ तो कुछ नहीं. हाउ यू सेड रिलैक्स्ड एंड हाउ शुड आई बी रिलैक्स. मैंने गोली खाई और सो गया. मैंने कहा सो ही लो, तो आनी नहीं थी। आप जो ये जो बिहाइंड द कर्टेन जनरल साहब, आई एम टेलिंग यू, जो जितने हमारे स्टाफ के मेंबर हैं, चाहे रिंकू से लेके जनरल साहब, कैप्टन साहब, सभी का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहता है। सभी मतलब एक तरह से जैसे किसी लड़की की शादी होती है, बारात में बारातियों को आना है, कोई बाराती ये ना कह दे, कोई फूफा ये ना कह दे, कोई जीजा, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ फूफा भी हैं, जीजा भी हैं, समझ में आ गए। तो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, तो ये रहता है, अच्छा हमें आइडेंटिफाइड है कौन फूफा है। ये भी मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ। तो सर आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू, सबसे पहले जो जितने अवार्डीज हैं उनको मेरा बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू देम। और इसके साथ साथ जो स्पॉन्सर है, देखो स्पॉन्सर तो स्पॉन्सर है, चाहे वो 10 लाख का है, 5 लाख का है या 50,000 का है, उसकी भावना को समझो। आप किसी की जेब से 1 रुपया नहीं निकाल सकते, वो भले ही बात है कि टेंडर में हम 1 रुपया डालते हैं, वो अलग चीज है, लेकिन जेब से 1 रुपया नहीं निकाल सकते। ये अपनी भावना से, अपने मन से, अपने इच्छा से, समर्पित भाव से इस इंडस्ट्री को सपोर्ट कर रहा है। ये हमारी नीति है, यही हमारी नीति है। तो मैं उन सारे स्पॉन्सर्स का बहुत हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं, जिन्होंने इस इवेंट को पूरी समर्पित भावना से, सॉरी पूरी समर्पण से इसको सहयोग किया। और हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, मैं टीम का पूरा नाम लेना चाहूंगा। आप जनरल मजूमदार साहब घर से बैठ के, चेयरमैन साहब किसी को चैन नहीं लेने देते, ध्यान रख लेना ये बात को, किसी को चैन नहीं लेने देते, खुद हार्ड वर्क करें। जैसे मोदी ने कहा, ना खाऊंगा ना खाने दूंगा, ना बैठूंगा ना बैठने दूंगा, ये नीति है। तो सारी टीम को ऐसा व्यस्त रखते हैं, और खुद भी मुझे नहीं पता सोते भी है कि नहीं सोते। तो मैं जनरल मजूमदार साहब का, हमारे बड़े एफिशिएंट सीईओ कैप्टन के जोशी, जिन्होंने सारी अपने जितने भी अवार्डीज थे सबके प्रेजेंटेशन सब कुछ बनाया, उनका, रिंकू का, शौमी का, और स्पेशली लीडिया का, इवन जो प्रेम है, और जो हमारे पीछे बैक साइड में विक्रम बैठा है, नरेंद्र बैठा है, जैकलिन बैठी हुई है, मनोज है, इन सब का बहुत योगदान है। ये जो प्रेम और केवल जो मैं नाम ले रहा हूँ, एक ड्राइवर है और एक ऑफिस बॉय है, इनका बहुत मेहनत है। इनके ऊपर भी मैं खूब गुस्सा होता रहता हूँ, बात अलग है, लेकिन दे वर्क वेरी हार्ड। तो मैं सर पीएचडी चैम्बर का भी बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, इतने सालों से काम कर रहे हैं। आपको बीच में चाय मिली थी, मेरे को बोला गया कोविड में हम चाय नहीं दे सकते। मैं क्यों नहीं दे सकते, क्या बात है? बोले साहब इतने लोगों में चाय बटेगी तो वही होगा। मैंने कि टोटल 10 लोग हैं, 10 लोग ही। मैंने यार बात करो। उन्होंने अपने बॉस को फोन किया, साहब 10 लोग हैं, चाय दे दें। शर्मा जी कह रहे हैं, बोले दे दो। अब यहाँ आके देखा 25 लोग हैं। तो मैंने कहा ये तो हमने सीखा है सिक्योरिटी में, यही सीखा है कि कैसे बोले कि गार्ड सो नहीं रहा था, गार्ड नहीं हमारा सोता है, आपके हो सकता है गलत फहमी हो गया हो, अनटिल अनलेस वो फोटोग्राफ ना ले ले। मैं मीडिया का अपने जो संतोष जी हैं उनका, और हमारे जो लॉ स्ट्रीट जर्नल, ये मेरे बेटे की है, उनका भी बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं। और जो ये हमारे कैप्टन एसबी त्यागी हैं, ICISS, आपका भी सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने हमें सपोर्ट किया और आप आए और पूरे दिन बैठे, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इसके अलावा थैंक्स टू स्पीकर्स स्पेशल, इस टाइम तो मैं थैंक्स स्पीकर्स को जरूर दूंगा। दे हैव स्पोकन वेरी वेल। मैं बीच बीच में इंग्लिश बोलता हूँ, क्योंकि लोग जब अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं तो वो कहते हैं मैं हिंदी कम जानता हूँ, मैं बीच बीच में हिंदी बोलता हूँ, तो मैं बीच में अंग्रेजी बोलता हूँ। थैंक्स टू, इधर आओ इधर आओ इधर आओ, थैंक्स टू दिस जूही मल्होत्रा, इसके लिए क्लैपिंग जरूर करो। 4-5 साल से लगातार आ रही है। वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू। 7-8 साल, 2 दिन मैं तो भूल ही गया। और सर ज्यादा क्या कहूँ, शायद टाइम हो रहा है, जनरल साहब बोल रहे हैं 6 बज रहे हैं। हम रात को एक अच्छा डिनर रखा है, उसमें ड्रिंक्स भी हैं तरह तरह की, हर एक की टेस्ट की हैं। मैं चाहूँगा, हमारे हमारे सुधीर भाई ने बोल ही दिया है, कौन सा होटल है वो जी? एसएक्स फॉर्म, पास में ही है, 5 मिनट का है, अगर पैदल जाएंगे तो 15 मिनट का है। तो मैं एक बस लास्ट है जी, ज़्यादा वेट नहीं करना। मैं सर एक बात और कहना चाहूँगा हमारे प्रेसिडेंट महोदय से और चेयरमैन साहब से। कोविड सीजन में जितना काम हुआ है, मुझे याद नहीं कि 14 साल में इतना काम हुआ होगा। तो मैं चेयरमैन साहब के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्लैपिंग, बहुत बड़ी आउटस्टैंडिंग क्लैपिंग, आई वांट टू डू इट। देखो चाय पिला दिए, जरा जोर से करो। हाँ हाँ, थैंक यू। और अब सर मैं चाहूँगा हमारे मेंबर्स में से कोई प्रपोज करे कि चेयरमैन साहब उनकी टीम को अगले 3 साल के लिए एक्सटेंड करें, कि कोविड में कुछ हो नहीं सकता अभी, तो प्रपोज करें फॉर नेक्स्ट टीम, ये नेक्स्ट 3 टर्म्स के लिए, 3 इयर्स के टर्म्स के लिए रहे। प्रपोज्ड बाय, थैंक यू, सेकेंडेड बाय, थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू सो मच। आपका जो सहयोग और आपका जो प्यार, आपका दुलार जो हमें मिलता है, और जो स्क्रीन पे पूरे देश में बैठे हुए हैं, ये हाथ हिलाइए सारे लोग प्लीज। ये बात, ये इन सबका बहुत आभारी हूं, क्योंकि घर में बैठना बहुत मुश्किल होता है, फिर भी आप घरवाली के साथ कैसे सहन कर रहे हैं कि आप यहाँ एक जगह बैठे हुए हैं। आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑन यू। आप में बड़ी हिम्मत दिखाई है। एक्चुअली यू आर द वॉरियर। और जो मेरी आवाज को ऑनलाइन सुन रहा है, जो वेबिनार कर रहा है, ट्विटर पे, फेसबुक पे, जितने 5.5 मिलियन इसको देख रहे हैं, जो अनुराग बत्रा जी का जो पूरा डाटा है वो हमने यूज किया है, उन्होंने हमको दिया है। 5.5 मिलियन लोग इसको देख रहे हैं। फॉर योर काइंड इंफॉर्मेशन, जो भी हम ये हरकत कर रहे हैं सारे लोग देख रहे हैं, सब लोग सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन हरकत कोई गलत नहीं है। हरकत इंडस्ट्री के लिए है, हरकत अपने लिए है, दूसरों के लिए कोई हरकत नहीं है। हमने किसी मंत्री को परेशान नहीं किया, किसी मंत्री से ये नहीं कहा कि क्या हमें और चाहिए। बातों बातों में चेयरमैन ने जीएसटी का जरूर जिक्र कर दिया कि वैसे हम कहना तो नहीं चाहते, लेकिन हम आपको आए हैं तो कह देते हैं। ये चेयरमैन साहब की बड़ी चतुराई है, चतुराई से वो अपना काम करा लेते हैं। और आगे आने वाली जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है, आप देखेंगे कि उसमें कौन आ रहा है, कौन नहीं आ रहा है। जो वर्चुअली सुन रहे हैं, जो फिजिकली सुन रहे हैं, जो वेबिनार पर सुन रहे हैं, मैं चाहता हूं कि वो अपने मन से सपोर्ट करें, मन से कैप्सी को सपोर्ट करें। मैंने चेयरमैन साहब से कहा था कोविड से पहले, जब कोविड का कोई नाम निशान नहीं था, कि अगली कॉन्फ्रेंस या तो सिंगापुर में करो या दुबई में करो। और सुधीर वसीन ने सिंगापुर में उसका इंतजाम कर दिया था, बैंकॉक में। अच्छा, बैंकॉक में किया था इन्होंने। तो सर अब क्या करें, कोविड आ गया तो कोविड। सो थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय कैप्सी।
थैंक यू वेरी मच पंडित जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आपने बड़े अच्छे ढंग से सारी बातें समझा दी हैं। और यहाँ तक बात है कि आगे के प्रोग्राम के लिए का जो 3 साल आप मुझे बोल रहे हो, अब मेरा भी एक प्लान चल पड़ा है इसके लिए कि मैं इसको किस ढंग से कितने समय तक इसको मैं चीजों को करने का मेरा प्लान है। And I have already formed committees, board, which now become very active maybe after 3 days. It is going to be a different CAPC leadership. Things were not happening because of the COVID, but from here onwards, there'll be a lot of responsibilities, and I may call you again to choose a new team. Maybe in a few months, we have to close a couple of things in such a manner that will require a much younger team and a new vision, absolutely, and how you can move forward. So this is what I need. I will continue to be with CAPSI in one way or another, and but the change is required. The change is required. Change is required. Environment is not good, and certain things. I know how things are done as far as the MHA thing was concerned. There are a couple of more things like the minister announced कि आप लोगों ने ये जो वैक्सीन है उसके लिए भी एक रोल हमने बनाया है. वो बहुत बड़ा रोल बनेगा, राष्ट्रीय रोल बनेगा आप सब लोगों का. उसको भी उन्होंने कहा कि हम कैसे इसको आपको साथ लगाएंगे. जो एंगेजमेंट्स गवर्नमेंट के साथ होंगी उसी से आपको बल मिलेगा. अब वो जो रिकॉग्निशन है, जो एंगेजमेंट है इन अदर वेज आल्सो, so we will bring those ब्रिज को बनाने वाला काम वो थोड़े से ज्यादा किए जाएंगे. लेकिन जो कमिटीज हमने बनाई हुई है उसको हमें बहुत ही तेज करना पड़ेगा और उसको रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड बनाना पड़ेगा, मॉनिटरिंग उसकी करनी पड़ेगी. तो उसके लिए आप लोग जितने भी ऑफिस बेयर्स इसके बीच में आए हैं वो उनका जो रोल है ऑलमोस्ट 90 डिग्री बदलने वाला. आई एश्योर यू कि जो काम दिए हुए थे, जिसको डिवीजन किया था, वो 90 डिग्री चेंज होगा. एंड बिकॉज यू ऑल बी वर्किंग फॉर योरसेल्फ, फॉर द कम्युनिटी. जो चेंजेस लानी है वो चेंजेस हम ही ने लानी है और उसके लिए आप अपना काम समझ के इसको करोगे, वो करेंगे. प्लस सेक्रेटेरिएट को हम और स्ट्रॉन्ग करने जा रहे हैं कि जो इंटरनेशनल अलायंस हो रहे हैं. देखो आपके पास IASIR वालों ने कहा, आपके पास सिक्योरिटी इंस्टीट्यूट वालों जो कोई बात नहीं करते थे हम लोगों के साथ, वो सारे लोग जो बड़ी बड़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन दूसरी भी आपके साथ आ रही है. अब आप कल की बात है कि देयर इज ए काउंटर टेररिज्म some big organization from Singapore and very respected counter-terrorism के ऊपर, and they're working on creating a new team of people for the protection of corporates from the terrorism. जो नई चीज सर्टिफिकेशन है, ये सब कुछ है, उन्होंने कहा परसों कहा था कि हम आपके साथ अब कैप्सी का करें. So कैप्सी has now acquired a different image and brand. तो अब उस बैंड को बना के रख के एक इंटरनेशनल एक्सपेक्टेशन, तो उनको हम आगे बढ़ के जब करेंगे तो इसका एक अलग रोल बनेगा. तो उसको चलाने के लिए फिर अलग टाइप के लोग भी होंगे. आप सब बिजनेसमैन हो, मैं बार बार ये बोलता रहता हूं कि आप लोगों के बस की बात नहीं है कि इतना समय वहां पे दे पाओ. अब फिक्की की वर्किंग देख लीजिए, आप CI की वक्त दीजिए, वहां उनके सेक्रेटेरिएट इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग है, एक एक डिपार्टमेंट का डायरेक्टर है, ये सारे लोग हैं. वो तब है कि इंडस्ट्री से बड़ी सपोर्ट मिलती है. आप भी सपोर्ट देते हो, अभी उतनी सपोर्ट देने की ज्यादा आदत आपको डालनी पड़ेगी. यू हैव टू कंट्रीब्यूट अ लॉट टू योर, इफ यू रियली लुकिंग फॉर ए बेटर ग्रोथ. तो उसके लिए जो चीज पूरी बोलते रहे, कहां से आएगा आपके पास पैसा, कहां से? पैसा कहीं बाहर से नहीं आना पूरी जी, पैसा अंदर से आएगा. और उसके लिए जो नए नए चीजें हम सर्टिफिकेशन कर रहे हैं और चीजें कर रहे हैं, उन्हीं से पैसा काफी हमें निकल के आएगा. अभी एक से बात हो रही है, वो फाइनेंस वालों से बात हो रही है, वो भी शेयर करने की बात कर रहे हैं. तो न्यू मेथोडोलॉजी जो फंड कलेक्शन की होगी, वो बार बार आप अपने साथी की जेब में हाथ नहीं डाल सकते. तो इसलिए आपको नए तरीके ढूंढने पड़ेंगे इस फंड को सब कुछ इकट्ठा करने के लिए, इसको फाइनेंशियली वायबल और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए. तो मैं सोचता हूं कि इसको जल्दी ही आई विल बी कॉलिंग ए मीटिंग ऑफ द बोर्ड ऑफ एग्जीक्यूटिव बोर्ड एंड फ्यू मोर मेंबर जो इसके ऊपर बैठ के करेंगे. इसलिए नेशनल कॉर्पोरेट स्ट्रेटजी ग्रुप बनाया था, अध्यक्ष जी बैठे हैं यहाँ पे. तो इसको भी कोटी जी आपको थोड़ा और करना पड़ेगा, इसकी स्पीड काफी स्लो है. जो अगर आपने कॉर्पोरेट स्ट्रेटजी बनानी है तो कॉर्पोरेट स्ट्रेटजी को तो आपको फ्यूचर में देख के बनाना पड़ेगा भी क्या क्या चीजें आपके पास है. जो चीजें आपकी अब बकेट में आई है, इसको आगे कैसे बढ़ाएंगे. अगर वो चीज नहीं साथ चलेगी तो फिर वैसी सफलता नहीं मिलेगी. देश को आप लोगों से बड़ी उम्मीद है कि अब ये सेक्टर जो है ये सनशाइन सेक्टर बनता जा रहा है और आपकी जो कैप्सी है ये भी सनशाइन एक एसोसिएशन देश के लिए नहीं, दुनिया के लिए। आपने देखा चक कैसे बोल रहा था, वो सारे को कह रहे थे दे आर नाउ कमिंग टू कैप्सी, कि हम कैप्सी से सब कुछ करना। तो ये मोमेंटम जब आप बना के रखोगे तभी होगा कि एक आपका इनको विजडम मिलती रहे। I don't want that you people spend more time on association work. That may not be possible, only consultancy and guidance. क्योंकि आप सब बिजी हो, लेकिन जो सेक्रेटरिएट है उसको हमें किसी ना किसी ढंग से रीस्ट्रक्चर करने के लिए, जिसकी हम आपस में बैठ के बात करेंगे, ताकि उसको भी फंडिंग मिलती रहे, उसका काम भी थोड़ा बढ़े और वो लोग भाग दौड़ के सारे चीज काम करते रहे आपके निर्देश अनुसार। निर्देश तो आपको बोर्ड को देना पड़ेगा भी, किसको हमने कैसे करवाना, बोर्ड को इसके फाइनेंशियल देखने पड़ेंगे, बोर्ड को इसका फ्यूचर देखना पड़ेगा, बोर्ड को इसके अलायंसेस देखने पड़ेंगे, अब बोर्ड को ही क्या पॉलिसी होगी गवर्नमेंट के साथ उसको भी तय करना पड़ेगा, आगे बढ़ाना पड़ता। तो ये मेरी आपसे एक उम्मीद है कि आज हम काफी चीजें नहीं सुन पाए क्योंकि समय की कमी है, और सीपाल जी हैं वहां सामने हैं, ये एक बहुत ही बड़ी पिक्चर रखने वाले थे आप लोगों के सामने, वो पिक्चर नहीं रख पाए हैं। लेकिन ये पिक्चर जो उनका जो है वो सब जगह जितने भी स्पीकर ऐसे जिनको हम नहीं सुन पाए हैं उनको हम बिल्कुल सबके पास भेजेंगे, और ताकि सब लोग इसको सुन पाएंगे, और दुनिया ने सुना भी है। मैं यही कहूंगा कि आपका जो सहयोग है, जितना टाइम टेबल मैंने अपने लिए रखा हुआ है, क्लॉक जो है भी कब चीजें कर देनी, जिससे ना आई फील लिटिल कंफर्टेबल, क्योंकि रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मैं ही अपने ऊपर लेके चल रहा हूं कि संगठन को यहां से कहां ले जाना है। तो उसके लिए जो पूरी टीम तैयार हो जाए, मुझे पता लग जाए कि ये 6 महीने में हो जाएगी या 7 में हो जाएगी, 8 में हो जाएगी, 12 में हो जाएगी, बट वी मस्ट have a new leadership. That's very important, and dedicated people, structured one, and a good आपका मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, उसके बगैर नहीं बिल्कुल होएगा। और वो सब आपकी जो बोर्ड की पॉलिसीज के साथ किसी की विम्स एंड फैंसी के साथ नहीं होना है। अब तक आप समझ गए होंगे कि हमारा विजन क्या है, और विजन जो है वो सारा आपके गार्ड के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। अगर गार्ड आपका अच्छा है, गार्ड की ट्रेनिंग अच्छी है, तो आपको सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा, ऊपर तक होएगा। तो गार्ड की सर्टिफिकेशन, जहां कई बातें मैं आपसे अभी नहीं शेयर कर पाऊंगा, लेकिन ओवरऑल हम बड़े अच्छे ढंग से इसको चलाने का एक लार्जर प्लान बना हुआ है, जिसमें सब आप लोगों का ही भला होगा, आप ही का कल्याण होगा, और उसके साथ आपके जो 9 मिलियन हैं उनका होगा, और 9 मिलियन के साथ जो 5-5, 6-6 उनके परिवार के लोग हैं उनका भी इसमें बहुत बड़ा कल्याण होने वाला। तो उसके लिए आप तैयार रहिए, आप सब आए जहां पे। थैंक यू वेरी मच, और बाकी का थैंक्स कट्टी साहब करेंगे। कट्टी जी आप ही बोलिए। आप तो
एक मिनट रह गया था मेरा। मैं जो हमारी अनुराग बत्रा जी और उनकी जो टीम है आज जितना हम देख रहे हैं, ये सारा उनकी वजह से ही संभव हुआ है। तो मैं उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपका बहुत सहयोग रहा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ऑल राइट, तो कहते हैं कि ये मुलाकातें याद रहेंगी दोस्तों, अरमानों के गुंचे फिर खिलेंगे दोस्तों, याद बनकर आएंगे पूरे साल, अभी तो जाते हैं फिर मिलेंगे दोस्तों। It has been a wonderful day. It has been a very, very interactive day, a very interesting day, perhaps one of the best meetings that we have had so far. It has been really amazing to have eminent speakers talk to us, address us, join us today. And so many of us, despite such difficult circumstances, have been able to join in person. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for joining us in this meeting, and everybody who is listening to us live from their home, from their offices. We thank you all on behalf of this meeting. Security Leadership Summit 2020 में participate करने के लिए, अपना योगदान देने के लिए, हमसे interact करने के लिए, valuable suggestions और thoughts और ideas propose करने के लिए बहुत 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 धन्यवाद करते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and I am Juhi Malhotra signing off, and thank you, Chairman Sir, for giving me this opportunity year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly rise for the national anthem, as we would like to conclude by singing our national anthem. Thank you.
गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा
उच्छल जलत तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 बोलो भारत माता की
जय
बोलो भारत माता की
जय
बोलो भारत माता की
जय. Thank you so much, and it is time we disperse. It was a wonderful day. Thank you, everybody, once again. Until we meet the next time, the next year. And now, अब वो घड़ी जहाँ पर मुस्कुराहटें बढ़ जाएंगी, we all will move to Essex Farms for our drinks. और जैसे कि सुधीर जी ने कहा था कि he'll only announce for drinks because food will automatically follow after that. Thank you, everybody. We shall meet the next time and hopefully in better circumstances where everybody will join in person and we'll have all strength of our committee joining us in person. Thank you. God bless you. Jai Hind.